Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at
Hot mic.
everlevelconcrete.com.
Hot mic.
Yep.
Hot mic.
The microphone is hot to the touch.
Hot mic.
Yep. Jack
Ouch.
Mitchell's in Lincoln today, and so what's going to happen is that during commercials, unless he mutes himself, anything he says will go to our YouTube audience.
Cool. It's
So
like
Jack
a different special show.
Or our Twitch audience.
Or our Twitch audience. Jack, last time that John did this, he was having conversations with the audience during break. So if you would like to chat, you could do your own little show during the show.
Ooh, that sounds fun. I
By
learned
the way,
this last time I did the show.
Audio's coming through your computer.
You
I
sound horrible, Jack. Get your
All
crap
right,
together.
hold on.
Yeah, I think it was like that on a pod you might have done earlier today, too.
Woof.
Wow.
Yeah. I was like, wow, this audio doesn't sound as good as normal.
Audio.
But by that
Hot
point,
mic.
the pod
Audio.
was recorded and done and uploaded and edited. And...
Do you have a microphone in front of
It
you,
would
Jack?
be cool if people let.
Uh-oh. Nope. And now he unplugged it, and now it's muted. Yep.
I like how expressive he is. I can see exactly what he said.
God.
That'd be a good meme.
Okay.
There he is.
Okay. Yes, I have a very sensitive mic in front of me, Connor. I'm not going to show it to you, but yes, I do.
I have to say my hair.
It's really good because I was actually thinking this while. What's wrong?
I guess
Something
you're
did
right.
not. Something sounds very bad. I think on your end. Wow.
Oh, is it doing the thing that it's all strange and weird?
Was it doing the weird crackle thing?
Is it doing the crackle thing, Jack?
This is like poltergeist on crack, whatever it's doing.
Okay.
Well,
Give me a minute.
man, we are off to it. We never could do this.
Jack, you're going to have to go away for a little bit after we start this.
Oh, that's. I'm terrified. I'd be glad to go away.
All right.
All right.
See you in a bit, Jack.
Bye, Jack. Good God. Wow. So wait, what's happening? Wait, kick him out, Nick.
No, he left. I have to
Okay.
restart the computer, and we can't have him on while I'm restarting
All right.
the
Well,
computer.
the crossover rolls on.
So here's the deal. I'm only not triggered right now because
It's not your
it
show.
doesn't. Well, no, it was my show the last time this happened, or
Guess
wasn't my
that's
show the last time this happened too.
Guess that's true.
But it's not affecting me.
Jack, is it any better?
You're not going to hear him.
Oh, well, now we can't hear you because of the settings. Classic. It's not your fault, Jack. You're not doing anything wrong right now.
It's just how it be until I get this computer started again.
See,
All
I
right.
know.
All
Oh,
right.
he could have his own little chat with the people in the
That's
chat.
true. So, Jack, you can respond. We
Good.
just won't
These
hear you
guys
for
are
some reason.
incompetent.
Man, I
oh
wonder
my
what words he's
goodness,
saying.
man,
Hopefully
are they?
nothing anymore.
These
You know
guys
what? Let's
are
just kick him out
absolutely
because I don't want him to-
incompetent.
He's
Oh,
crap-wise.
he's covering his mouth
he's
like
just,
you know,
like
right
what
now.
the baseball
Wow.
coaches do when they
Yeah.
walk
How
out
come
to the
this
mound.
crap
Wow,
happens
we
every
are,
time I
off
get
to a
on this
lovely start.
freaking
You know,
show?
here's the thing too. I didn't know if Jack was
It's
going to be in person
unbelievable.
or from home, and I just never asked him. I was like, it's going to be a fun surprise.
I'm gonna
This
do
is
it at
no
home.
longer
What do you
fun.
think?
That
I'm not
everything's
driving
great.
down there when I can do this. What do you
different.
think I'm gonna do?
Whoa.
Yeah, it's not
Hello.
Jack's fault though.
Somebody get
I
an
wish.
email there?
I wish we could.
Me.
Almost there.
I'm triggered.
All right, are we back, Nick?
Yes.
Jack?
Jack, talk.
Hi.
Okay,
Hi,
we're
Jack.
back.
I fixed it.
Good Lord. Good job, Nick. All right, Jack, how are you?
Good. I just had a good chat. I had a good chat with the commenters.
great.
Yeah, look at all the commenters. Like, we know, Jack. I know. Yep. You guys. Yep, for sure.
What do you
Anyhow,
think he would say?
back to the public conversation now.
Yeah, they was probably saying that we're handsome and fun and we have a good time.
That's
Is that
pretty
true,
much it. That's. I mean,
Mhm.
it's. It's a fairly accurate representation of what I would say if you interpret it a little. Yeah.
Pretty much nailed it. Mike says crappy boo year.
Yeah.
Already? You can't call that shot that early.
I mean, I don't know, man. This is off to a tough start.
Dude, I'm about to come back in this crossover like my name is like Peyton Sanford here. I'm about to shoot 15 for 18 from 3 of the rest of this thing. So let's go.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting reference.
Well, you gotta be the offense starter because
Mhm.
you know I don't know who the point guard of this conversation is.
I'll tell you what. I watched. I know we're going to talk about this during the show, but I
Yeah.
watched to tell you how dedicated I am
Yeah.
to this radio station, my sister station, and Josh and Nick. I watched a movie for these guys. I watched a
what's the
full
movie club
movie. We're doing.
Now hey, real quick. He picked the movie, so we did not force upon him a
Still
movie.
didn't like it. Still
It's
didn't
amazing.
like it.
We
What's
did
the movie club?
Straight out of Compton.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why did you pick this jacket? And what happened?
Because I don't like fictional movies all that much. They can't keep my attention. I'd rather watch documentaries. I asked Nick to let me do several documentaries, and
Why didn't you let him do a documentary?
he sort of ignored them.
Oh,
I didn't necessarily. Well, because the rule of thumb is movie before documentary. We've done a couple documentaries before.
That is
but
not a rule of thumb.
It's
Oh,
never been
a rule.
before documentary.
Jack, you could have picked a documentary.
I
Never
suggested
that's not a rule.
several. I
Yeah,
suggested
that's not
several.
a rule. Yeah, the only rule is it available for streaming? That's the only rule we have.
Oh yeah, and that's the other thing is so
Jack
I
doesn't do
suggested some things, and Nick said it had to be available for streaming. So I was like, okay, how about this? Nick said sure, and then I realized it's on Max. I don't have Max. I've never had a subscription to any sort of HBO since the beginning. The only thing I've seen HBO in a home I've lived in is through scrambles or for that one day when you get your digital cable box. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's it. Or if I've gone to a hotel, you know.
Think about how many shows he's missed.
And he just doesn't care. He just is like, he missed The Sopranos. He missed The Wire. He missed Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Succession.
He missed Succession. He missed Veep. So many shows.
Thrones.
The
Game of
newsroom-
Thrones.
Veep was on Amazon Prime for 2 seasons.
There you go. So have you watched that?
I saw those, yes.
Okay. Now he is a new member of the Severance Hive, which is very much to have many
Oh
of
yeah,
us. We are
I
growing.
gotta activate my 3 months of Apple TV.
We are growing. New season drops next week. One episode at a time.
So the problem is I don't remember anything because it was 7 years
It
ago
was a long time
when
ago.
the show came out. So
Yeah.
it probably is worth a rewatch, but
Mhm.
there's no chance I'm going to rewatch an entire season and then watch the entire next season.
I actually rewatched it over the summer.
Okay, so that would have helped.
It would have. Yeah, I was like, you know
Yeah.
what? Pre-football season, I got some time. I'm going to watch Severance. But I was also house sitting for my parents, and I had nothing to do that night. And I was like, I'll just bang out a few episodes. I had a cocktail. It was great.
I can't concentrate on things the first time through. I cannot imagine rewatching anything, any kind of a long TV series. I've never done that in my life, nor would I want to.
So when did you watch the first season of Severance?
Pretty recently.
Within the last, I started it this fall. at
So
some
it came
point.
out like 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
I know.
Seriously, it's so long.
This is how you watch TV. Actually, my strategy has paid off amazingly. I'm a late adopter of TV series. And what that means is you don't ever wait. You ingest basically the entire thing without stupid 3-year breaks between shows. So
That
I've
never
done
happens.
that with several.
The 3 years was out of
I mean,
control.
Stranger Things. Stranger
only
Things,
2.
that's happening right now.
Yeah, that's true. Do you watch Stranger
I didn't
Things?
watch it.
That one I did. I did. I started late, but
Yeah.
I didn't start late enough, apparently.
Yeah, I have not watched the most recent season because all the episodes were like movie length. So it was like watching 6 or 7 movies.
That's triggering.
And also, I didn't like season 3 very much. I
I didn't
honestly
watch
didn't
the
like
show.
season 2 very
The
much.
last season
I heard
was
the
pretty-
children were grown up.
I did hear the newest season was good.
You think they were grown up then, Happer? I mean,
Yeah,
geez.
seriously. They're going to be so old when it comes back this summer.
I don't remember a lot of the season as a whole, but I remember a lot of parts of the season.
Yeah,
and
and it was
a lot of
good?
scenes that were really cool.
I heard it was good. Stranger Things is good, as Josh Hodson would say. Yeah, Jack, of all the things that you and I agree on, and we agree on a lot, our intake of sports, how we think about things, being weirdly excited for the return of daylight saving time,
Mhm.
we do not agree at all on like pop culture intake. Jack likes music. I don't. Jack doesn't
Oh,
like
yeah.
watching television shows. I do. Jack hates movies.
We do not. We have the exact opposite profile for consumption of media. I would say.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
like
100%.
you read a ton, and this makes me sound stupid, but I don't. I'd like to,
Yeah.
but I don't. I think law school kind of ruined me for that. So there's a little bit of a humble brag. Jack
Jack is smart. I am not. I just
I
went to
am
smart.
Nebraska.
Right,
went to
right,
school,
right.
broadcast,
So I
yeah,
sort of
you
worked
did
that in
cool.
there, even though I looked like a
Nice.
dunce at the beginning of that comment.
Yeah, fair.
Like you listen to only podcasts when you run. If I
Oh,
were to
yeah.
run, I would never listen to a podcast for long distances or walk. Well, for walking I might, but if I were running, I would only listen to music. You listen to podcasts at like 2 and 3 speed. I've done that once in my life, and that was when I had to prepare for something, but to listen to it. I wish I could watch movies at that speed, to be honest. I wish I could have watched Straight Outta Compton at 3 times speed.
And how many
know?
times did you have to break the movie up? How many
Oh,
sittings
God.
did it take? 5?
6, 5, more than 5.
It's like 2 hours.
I just
and 20.
finished it about 15 minutes ago.
Out
I
of
was wondering.
out of boredom or because you were busy?
I just don't.
He doesn't like
Like
movies.
this is gonna sound. I don't mean this to sound like I'm superior to everyone here. But
Nice.
like I just don't have a 2-hour period where I can sit down almost ever. Or if I do, I just have have other things I want to do mostly.
It's what you prioritize. If you're not prioritizing it, then
I
like,
could've
I
not-
don't prioritize watching all the things that you guys have told me to watch.
I
And
could've-
I just am on the left on the outside.
I could have done it last night, but I didn't. I wanted to watch the football game, so I watched the football.
Fair. Yeah. Well, for the record, I'm the same way. I've only watched basically one movie a week for the last however long because it's just for the movie club. I haven't prioritized movies like I used to, but I also don't dislike them, and I enjoy.
Movies are also bad now, so
bad. That's a take.
That is a take.
When's the last time you saw a good movie that was new?
Nosferatu.
I enjoyed Nosferatu.
Lib.
What was the? Well, yes.
Oh,
What was the
jeez.
other? There was a 2024
I don't know
movie.
what that is, but it sounds horrid.
What
It does.
Nosferatu
It
is?
sounds horrendous.
Jack, it's a vampire.
2 thumbs down. Oh God, 3 thumbs down. A vampire movie? Wow. Let's see if you can make this worse with everything you tell me about it.
It sounds even worse now that you told me that it was a vampire. movie,
Yeah,
which I
no
also
kidding.
didn't know.
All right,
Look
I'm
at
trying to find my
me
favorite.
and
Okay,
Connor.
so here's
Actually, Jack, I agree with you on a lot of what you said before.
my brother, by the way, keeps texting in that all of the takes from Jack are bad. So Lucas is destroying you, Jack. In the
Lucas
chat.
is also destroying me.
Oh no, he is. Oh,
I'm trying to find 2024 movies I watched. Long Legs. That's a horror movie. It was
Sounds-
really, really weird.
Sounds horrendous.
It was interesting. I'm trying to find the movie that I enjoyed the most last year. Oh, Unfrosted was garbage. I
Unfrosted
hated that
was
movie.
bad.
Civil War. I liked Civil War. Oh, Dune Part 2. That was my favorite movie of 2024.
Really?
I loved Dune Part 2.
I tried to watch the first 45 minutes of Dune, and I
You ejected?
fell asleep.
Oh, wow. You pulled a
They
our
were
former
just
boss.
They were on.
That guy loves going to sleep during movies.
They were on top of
Jack,
a
put your phone down.
pile of
oh,
sand.
are we done with this part?
No, we are. This is the conversation that we are
Jack,
having.
you're being a child.
Wow, tough look for Jack.
Okay.
Very tough look.
I just wanted to know if you're done talking about Dracula vampire.
We didn't even talk about it for more than 2
Sand,
seconds.
Dune 2.
Wow.
Whatever.
All right. So what's on your mind?
Jack, are you really doing live DJ sets? for
Thank
people?
you. Yes. Now there's a conversation. Now that is something I'd like to talk about.
Topic alert. Feel free.
I have entered in, I think most people probably enter into the record spinning DJing. And I don't mean like DJ like playing a song over there on Sweet 98, right? Playing some
He
Train
means
over
like
there.
Dr. Dre and Straight Outta Compton.
Oh, excellent
No,
reference. Nick.
No, I not only mean putting it on, but I also mean doing a little. Hold on. Doing a little.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
you-
Dr.
you-
Dre and Straight Outta
literally,
Compton.
literally mixing the song.
Oh yeah, I guess so. That's true. Yeah, so most people probably get into that earlier than age 47, I would think. But I'm trying new hobbies because I have so much time on my hands all the time. And so I'm
Do
like,
you know, Jack, that the kids are doing this right now?
Interesting. So real quick, so much time on his hands, but a couple seconds ago it was I don't have enough time.
that was
on my hands.
that was the joke. Yeah.
It's what you're
Interesting.
But thanks for making my joke explicit. Yeah.
So the kids, I've seen, I feel like an influx of the children on the TikTok, as previously discussed.
Gross.
They have this following and they do whatever they do. It's from a variety
make
of
way
different
more money than
categories
you
of
and me.
people, and they of course they make way more money. And then
Triggered.
they'll do that for a little while, and then all of a sudden they'll show up with a DJ turntable, and they're like, "I'm a DJ now."
Oh, interesting.
That's kind of what I did.
Kids are doing this.
Yeah,
that's-
people knew Jack for his political takes, and now he is DJing.
Yeah,
right. That's
This is
kind of
what
what
Jack
I
is
did. It just at a different stage of life and on different platforms, basically.
Would you say this is a midlife crisis?
No, I don't. Well, no, I don't think so. I think it's more like a finding your passion. Like maybe I think I've got this gene in me. I should have been doing this for longer, but I found it now. And am I going to do festivals and those sorts of things? I don't know yet. That'll again depend on time, that kind of thing. But
Any movies you're watching?
Would you cite DJ Diesel as one of your big influences?
When he came to Lincoln, I will say I was like,
could I do this?
parlaying a basketball program into a DJing gig?
Okay. So
What
here's
about radio to a DJing gig?
Jack, when you go to sporting events, you go to many Nebraska basketball games.
He's going to the Rutgers game next week.
Do you sometimes, are you sometimes critical of what is played and at
Of
the
course.
times it's being played?
Oh, of course. I mean, yeah, I have evaluations on. I mean, I'm kind of. It's kind of my shtick to talk about what's playing at the grocery store all of the time, and so yeah, I'm uber aware of that at all times. The ambient music that's going on at any of these situations.
Jack and I, honestly, it's kind of a handshake meme in this whole conversation. Now,
You want a DJ too?
I have never considered being a DJ, but if given the opportunity, I know that I'd be a good.
Hell
one.
yeah, come over,
Yeah.
Connor. I got the software. Come over some night. We can do an overnight if you don't want to drive back. We can play some Nintendo after, and like I'll show you how to do it. I got some pizza rolls upstairs. I think still it could be so fun.
Pizza rolls.
Shaq Mitchell, let's freaking go! I love it. I
That's
don't have a
pretty good.
name yet.
Now
Yeah.
you do.
I have listened to two of them. I listened to the New Year's one, but I listened to the other one that Jack went for like 2.5 hours. My wife and I sat on our couch listening to music. We had a great time. It was very enjoyable.
Did you listen to a podcast at the same time?
No, I listened to my friend Jack Mitchell DJ. I
See,
would
that's
never
key,
listen to
Josh,
a podcast.
because
That's the longest music session you've ever had.
It's the longest in years. It was definitely the longest in years.
I'm glad you said that, Josh, because I think people probably heard that and they're like, "Oh man, this dude, I bet he sucks at this." And like
He's good.
you were like, "That was pretty good, actually."
I legitimately had a lovely evening. It was. I think I poured myself a drink, had a beer. I think that's what I did. I was like, I'm going to have this double IPA. I'm going to have this double IPA and listen to Jack
This
Mitchell.
is no joke. I made apparently you can live DJ on Twitch. It's the only, you can't do it on YouTube, but you can on Twitch. And so they've got the licenses. So yeah, we're going to get it fired up for the public here pretty soon.
I guess I kind of do a version of this. Like one of the things that I've recently found is that if you have Spotify, you can do something that's called a jam, and you could just connect that with your friends.
Oh, okay.
And then you're all listening to the same songs at the same time, and maybe you're communicating.
You can do that on. You can also do that on Tidal.
Nah, nobody's on Tidal.
Awesome.
now.
I don't care.
Can you listen to it on your Microsoft Zune?
Don't be dumb, Jack. They don't make Zunes anymore.
I'm trying to figure out what is the comparison to Tidal.
Spotify.
No.
Threads.
That's what I meant. It's Threads.
It's Threads.
Or is it Blue Sky? Is
It's
Tidal Blue Sky or is Tidal Threads?
A lot of DJs do use Tidal.
Really?
Over Spotify.
I'll tell you what. It's the movie channel to HBO.
I don't even know that reference.
You don't remember the movie channel? 26 was the scrambled HBO. 27 was the scrambled
TMC.
movie channel. 28 was the scrambled Showtime. And 29 was the scrambled Cinemax.
Wow.
That's wild that your scrambled channels were in the high 20s.
Mine
That was
were in
like
the-
TBS.
I believe
I'm a
What-
bit
what-
older
my
than
scrambled
you.
HBO was like 16.
I was going to say, I thought it was 15 or 16, somewhere
Yeah.
in there.
No,
Yeah.
it was through Cablevision in Lincoln. You hit ESPN at 23, right? Headline News at 24, MTV at 25, and then got up to 30, and it went back, and it was no more scrambles. That was TNN, the Nashville network.
Could you imagine? ESPN is 31. ESPN is 30.
Yep. Yeah.
Dude, I know. I
TBS is
still think of it.
27.
Mm-hmm. TNT is 36. MTV
Kids
is
will never
35.
have this. Kids will never
Nickelodeon is
have this.
34. Fox Sports Net is 47. FX is 40 or 41.
40. What did you
48?
say? 40? No, FS1 is 47. Or
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Fox
Oh.
Sports Net was 47.
Fox Sports
Disney
Midwest.
Channel was 48.
I just had
Cartoon Network 51.
We had Direct TV when I was growing up where I was.
206 ESPN.
We couldn't get cable out there.
Yeah.
I think Comedy
Oh.
Central was 249.
Sounds about right.
Oh, ESPN ESPN was 140 on Dish Network.
140.
140.
That sounds
Well, you guys
awkward.
are having all fun, and I say one number, and everyone's like, "Oh,
Dish Network.
Another digit.
Dish Network is the threads of cable.
this is a great topic. What is the Zune, or what is the title of every product?" Right? I have an old school one for you. There was Transformers; those were big, but you know what I got because they were cheaper?
Autobots?
GoBots.
GoBot.
Autobot.
Wait, wasn't Autobot a
Autobot was a Transformer.
Autobot
bad,
is
You know,
race of Transformer.
So we're basically just talking about like store brand, like off brand,
Yeah, it's like
popular things.
Kind of,
off-brand
yeah.
popular things.
Where
right.
the title Blue Sky or title Threads thing is that people went
That
there
just happened one day because like 6 people decided that they didn't like Spotify because
of
they were
Rogan.
morally corrupt or
because of
something
Rogan,
like that.
right? Wasn't that what it was, Nick?
I moved because of Rogan, but I stayed because of the high quality audio. and
Stayed because of high quality
basically
audio.
the same price as Spotify.
I do like high quality audio.
I
I
also
think
do.
Spotify.
That's
is
why
high
Jack
quality
fixed his
audio.
microphone to start the show today. We wanted the high quality audio.
Love it.
Yeah.
Big
You
fan.
sound awesome, Jack.
Big
And
fan
ever
of
since
high
then, you've
quality
been giving
audio.
people high quality audio.
I am jealous. Yes, ever since then, Jack. I am very jealous of your setup because nobody sees your microphone, which I actually think looks better.
I was
'cause
actually thinking
mine
this
just
the other
sits
day.
in front of my face when I work from home.
Yeah.
How about
There it
that?
is.
There you go. And my
Oh.
gut, that wasn't very nice.
Look at
John
that
Little
Bishop
smaller.
crotch shot.
Yeah,
Look at
John.
that mic.
Yeah, sorry.
John does
Sorry.
that all the time. Hey, everyone, want to see my wiener? And he does it.
I'm never gonna do that again. I regret
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. But anyway, you don't see your microphone. I'm very jealous. I think it's a good look.
It is. I was actually thinking this the other day when you were on this
internet.
show.
Oh, yeah.
This show, or maybe on the internet.
Yeah.
I was like, "Where is Jack's microphone? He does sound good, but
He's
where
a-
is his microphone?"
It's right below him.
It just puts,
here.
yeah, it puts it on hypersensitive mode.
Need
Oh,
a
you
team
could-
ma-
That's another thing you
master.
could do. You could do ASMR videos.
Oh, yeah.
ASMR.
Hello.
You're getting very sleepy.
Oh, nice.
It's about 8:45 p.m.
No, like tap it on the top. Like,
Oh yeah.
Scratch it. Ugh.
ah, gross.
Jack could do a training session for Matt McMaster and the Yeti microphone life.
Yes, those things have too many settings on them. Those things seem
4 settings.
okay. That doesn't seem that complicated.
It would
But
make
I
that.
see a lot of people mess it up.
Yes.
All right.
That is 100% true.
That'd be like the 100th training session I've done for Matt McMaster. So that's good.
Charles
Include-
says I'm uncomfortable.
Including how to play softball.
Wow. Hey, he did that training session for her. Nick
No,
Grimm,
he
too.
didn't.
Yeah,
He-
and guess who had one hit? Nick Grimm. Guess who had 0?
Did
Matt?
Matt really have 0?
What?
I think I recorded. I got 2 hits. Didn't
2
I?
hits, but there was one that we'll never forget. Was the
Yeah.
greatest moment of the season. Nick with a rope down the third base line. I went wild. I wish there was video of it. I went insane. It was great. It was an
He
amazing
almost
moment.
won that game.
Wait, so you're telling me Matt got 0 hits the whole season?
Well, he moved like 2 games into the season, but still 0 hits. 3 games maybe.
He was an incompetent softball player. He has volunteered himself. I don't know.
He seems like a guy who'd be good at softball.
You
Yeah,
would
he's-
think. You would
like an
think.
athlete.
Yeah.
Is Matt
yeah.
tall? How tall is Matt?
He's not that tall.
Is
I
he
think he's
short?
about the
Wait,
same size.
Have
height
you
as
never
I am.
seen him in person, Josh?
Never met him. Jack, his show's on. And how would I see it?
That's freaking hilarious.
I got here
He's your-
not even an hour
He's your
ago.
coworker. You've never seen him before.
Dude, I saw my former coworker in that time slot in the building 4 times, maybe, over years.
How many
Yeah.
of those
meetings?
were
Meetings. When's our next
Yeah, I
meeting?
get it. I get it. I do get that. But
When is our next meeting? I think we have one. Well, there's a party coming up
Yeah, we have a party.
to go to Nick's Supernovas volleyball match.
That's
Wait.
But the
right.
party starts at
of
5.
course, here we go again. NRG Omaha gets the expensive outings, right? All of those things. Wow.
Yeah, I heard we rented several suites.
What?
No,
Oh.
we didn't do that.
I was going to say, okay, I'm going to skip out at the end of work. I want
Hey.
to go sweet.
We got is this like a late Christmas party? Is that what this is?
I think so.
I believe
Yeah.
so. I believe
Yeah.
this is the holiday party.
We
for
got like a
2020.
Dixie cup full of those red and green M&Ms. I thought that was really cool too, though.
That's awesome. Text coming in from the 402. Well, first of all, there was a comment that said that unsportsmanlike conduct is the. Oh, man, and now I can't find it. All right, I'll just go back to this text. You guys are dorks. Title is high resolution. You're listening to crap resolution on Spotify and also cheap because you can get it for free. So we're dorks for using Spotify.
Hell
that's-
yeah.
I don't care.
Oh, here it is. 402. Unsportsmanlike conduct, the Nebraska special teams of 1620 the zone.
Wow.
Because of the audio situation. That's
Oh,
tough. That's a
ouch.
tough look for us.
I mean, I'm never moving away from Spotify because I'm playlist invested in it. Like
Totally.
there's no way I can go away.
I
from the
probably
playlist
should
that
have.
I've got.
I don't know why I paid.
There
for
are
it.
websites that it will transfer your playlist from Spotify to Title.
Oh, there you go,
I did
Jack.
that exact thing when I switched the Title.
And then the other thing, like I'm such a heavy investor in it that like we used to have one account for the whole family. Once my kids were both teenagers, that was done because
That's a
you
good
can only
call.
play one stream at a time. And then sometimes you'll get in the car and you'll hear what one of the kids was listening to. That can be a fun experience. That can really go a lot of different directions, I've learned.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I went and splurged for the family account. So I now have that too.
Yeah, I have that too. It's great.
I think we have the family account.
I have no regrets whatsoever.
Yeah.
I'll continue to pay whatever it is. I don't even know what the number is.
When I go home later tonight, I'm going to ask her. I'm going to say, how much do you use Spotify? Because for me, the answer is very rarely.
Really?
Not even for your
Is that
pods?
not how you listen to your pods?
I use an app called Overcast.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
It's cooler. Don't ask.
It actually is.
Oh God.
There's no way it's cooler.
Here we go.
But it's more podcast settings in terms of the double speed, cuts out silences.
The app I use does the same thing too. I use a separate app.
It's
for
great.
pods.
It's an awesome app.
I use Podcast Addict.
It's a great. What, Jack? Why are you being critical?
Just I don't know. You guys have sort of hipster podcast providers. It's just kind of I don't
I've listened to
know.
this podcast provider for over 10 years.
Yeah, I've been on
don't
Overcast for a
know.
while. My financial advisor turned me on to it before he was my financial advisor. He's like, you should check out Overcast. It's really good.
He was
Sure
just
enough.
your personal advisor, your friend advisor.
Yeah, he's just my good friend. He's probably listening to this, and it's
Listen,
Saturday morning.
I don't need other people to think my
I get
podcast
it.
provider makes me cool. Okay, I just need podcasts. Okay,
Exactly. I have no
Yeah.
opinions.
Okay.
I mean, I guess my opinion is
Yeah,
that you guys are
Weird.
unnecessarily doing.
I mean,
this.
if I'm listening to,
Unnecessarily.
I listen to a lot of pods, and if I'm going to listen to a lot of pods, I want to have a tool that will provide my pods in the way I want them.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a great thing.
I don't know what
It's a
that
great
means.
thing.
iPods work just fine.
Does the Bill Simmons pod like cut out some of the ads that are on there? Maybe it would be better because
You can
they are
just
up
skip 'em.
Spotify. I mean, yeah, that's what I usually do. Fast forward,
Hey.
fast forward.
Yeah.
Except for the ones for 1620 The Zone. I love our ads. They're great.
Nick, you know what you don't get from title? I bet Spotify Wrapped. Yes,
No.
at the end of the year, that's
We
a
don't
big
get
moment.
a title wrapped.
You don't
That
get
is one of the biggest bummers of not
But-
listening to my pods on Spotify.
I do also subscribe to. I don't like pay for it, but I have a Last FM account, and it tracks everything that I listen to over all my platforms, and then it gives me a little
like
wrap at the end of the year.
one of those old like scrobbling websites. Oh my god,
Yeah,
that
I
is
get
old.
scrubbed
That's
all the
like,
time.
jeez, that's
I like
old.
seeing my music stats. I
Theo
like seeing-
says
I
the
do
Bill
too.
pods are on YouTube.
it's
Hell
not
yeah.
a podcast. Okay, I have an opinion.
Oh,
If it's a video-based thing, it's not a podcast.
What does that mean?
Podcasts should only be an
I
audio-based
agree.
format.
I agree.
what does
with
that mean though?
It
So like
means-
Happer's Pod, is that a video-based podcast because they recorded on the internet?
But it's also available as a listening podcast.
it's also if it's a thing that you can listen to, but like people like, oh, I'm going to go to YouTube and watch a podcast. That's not a podcast. You're just watching a video.
But
That's
so
not
is this a radio
agree.
show then? Because
I
we're on YouTube. This isn't a radio show anymore.
This is a radio show.
What's the
well,
difference?
the way you're consuming it is not
It's
as
the
a
way you
radio
consume
show.
it. If you don't watch a podcast,
I
you
re-
listen to
So you don't
podcasts.
watch. So no one is watching a radio show right now.
They are watching a radio show.
Okay.
I realize this goes against some of the strongest marketing your station has done in terms of making people think they're listening
Still
to
AM radio.
Yes, but
It is still AM radio.
Sure. It is.
I don't get why
You and I are on the same
anybody is
side.
opinionated about this.
Yeah.
I don't
would
care
like-
what it is.
I would like a system when we do this that automatically draws lines between the people who agree on the various conversations.
That would be nice.
Because
You
it's
know,
normally
that
been
was
like
good.
this. That one went like that. You know, it'd be,
Mhm.
it's
No, this
interesting.
one was. I feel like this one was this and this. You and Nick were in agreement, and you and I were in agreement.
I think
right?
I've agreed with Josh once, and this was the most recent
I'd like
topic.
some stats.
I agreed with Jack once about the DJs.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of idea.
The movies.
Never agreed with Nick.
Oh, you've agreed with me.
The movies.
been
I
a
mean,
while.
in this crossover.
Oh, just in this crossover.
Yeah,
There
the
should be like
analytics- yeah.
a plus minus stat like there is for hockey, but like your correlate when you're together on a take, what your percentage of
This
agreement
is actually an
is.
awesome.
That's a
idea.
great
Like
idea.
stats at the end of a show. Like, let's look at like there's an intern coming in and bringing you a stat sheet during the commercial break. And you're like,
It's
wow.
like Stat Boy at the end of
Right.
PTI before he just went to Around the Horn.
Wait,
Yeah.
I can game the system quick.
reality.
right.
Yeah, Tony Reale at the end of the show used to like kind of declare who had the better takes and what they messed up on.
It's
Yeah.
Ken Palm for takes.
How many metrics could you make for a radio show? It is like you could have agreement rate, right?
Mhm.
You could have
You could obviously have what they are and aren't
ca-
correct on.
category of topics correct.
Right.
You know,
You could- I mean,
speaking
percentage.
time, like a debate, like a presidential debate.
Oh boy,
Ooh,
that's like usage rate.
Who speaks more during the Grum? You think John or me?
Ooh,
Probably John.
You think
I think
so?
John speaks
I want to
more.
run some numbers.
This is whack. I'm going to start speaking now. I don't like this.
This is whack.
Mhm.
Jeez.
Yeah, I think he's right, though. I think John probably speaks a little bit more.
Definitely.
I mean, he brings us in and out of breaks.
Yeah.
That
I
counts for
never do
something.
any of the
I mean,
resets.
he is in the driver's chair. I think
Yeah.
the driver has to speak more. I think
guess
that's just how
so.
that works.
I guess so, yeah. Unless I go on a crazy rant that day.
Wow. Maybe we should just call it the John Bishop Show featuring Josh Peterson.
Featuring Josh Peterson. I guess that's kind of what it is.
Everybody's naming their shows after names these
Or-
days.
That's true, yeah. Bye-bye
John-
on Sportsmanlike
John
Conduct.
Bishop and Friends or something like that.
Oh, wow. Do you know any shows like that? By the way, Kelsey tweeted in Jack.
Yeah.
Said, I'm not sure what Jack has in his hand, but my cat also wants it. And it was a
Mm.
picture of her cat
What is that?
pawing at you.
Is that
He's
a
he's
coffee
had
thing?
that in his studio for like a month now. I've never asked him.
Hey,
what it
there are
is.
new ones that come in every once in a while. It's a Scooter's coffee
Coffee
stopper.
Okay. Yeah.
I got kind of I'm like one of those old timey dudes that always had a toothpick in his mouth. You know,
Nice.
everybody knows an old guy like that. Everywhere they've got a toothpick, right?
That
Is-
actually really tracks because I think that tracks with the super bent bill on your hat. Like, did you ever put a fish hook on your hat?
No, that's totally not me. Listen, I was raised on the streets of East Lincoln, Connor. We're not farmers out here. We're in an urban situation in East Lincoln.
They don't fish.
No, but it's got some. It's got some.
Uh,
Like there's dirt. Like there's real grime to your hat. You know, I feel
yeah,
like that
I have
tracks
very
with,
dirty.
I'm
hats.
biting on something like a toothpick or
Mm.
whatever it is all the
Mhm.
time. I don't know
Yeah.
what it is, but those two go together. in my
Maybe,
head.
maybe.
Aaron texts in, I think if you choose to listen to Bill Simmons, you deserve to listen to every ad that comes along.
Oh,
I've been listening since 2009. I can't turn away now.
I haven't listened to Bill in a long time, really consistently. I used to listen all the time when I was driving to Lincoln and back every day, and now I just really don't listen to. Pods
I have
at
one
all.
person that I text with about Simmons, Schaefer. That's the only person.
I've never listened to Bill Simmons.
Otherwise, I
Me
do have a
neither.
friend. I do have a friend who goes to the Bill Simmons subreddit and just sends stuff. We send stuff to each other that we find very funny.
I see it, the Bill Simmons subreddit has a Twitter account.
Yes,
Isn't
And
that
that
something-
comes
follows
up
me.
on my For You page a lot,
Mhm.
and I see those, and they're pretty funny.
They're pretty
Is-
funny.
Because I mildly get the jokes because I know what
Yeah.
Bill is
It
all
just
about.
is.
Yeah,
Isn't the Bill Simmons subreddit just for dunking on Bill Simmons?
For the most part,
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, it's generally supportive too, right? Like I think they like Bill, but they definitely make fun of his takes.
Yeah, we liked him more when he was a writer. We miss his writing. I miss his mailbags.
Yeah.
I miss Bill Simmons' mailbags.
I've never listened to that podcast.
Wow, that's
Never.
crazy. Never one time.
Not even once.
Mhm.
You don't know who
I-
Cousin Sal is, probably.
I've heard people
Man,
talk
guess
about
the
it.
lines. You never listen to Guess the Lines. That's a bummer.
I mean, I've played that game before, but if it originated there, but I've never.
Yeah.
I've listened to podcasts on that network. I have one of my favorite of all is on The Ringer, but I don't listen to
That's
that
true. That's true.
What's one of his favorite of all?
60 songs that explain the 90s. I've never listened to it.
It's so good.
Nice.
It's so freaking good.
Jack
What?
loves it.
I bet one of them
It's-
smells like Teen Spirit.
It was my number one or number two on my Spotify Wrapped. 60 songs that explain the 90s.
Wow.
So,
And aren't they doing the 2000s now?
yep, they just started.
And I like
I'm-
that they kept the name the same. 60 songs that explain the 90s, 2000s.
You know, I was super Bill pilled for a while, and I ended up listening to the Book of Basketball podcast that he was doing.
I remember that. Yeah, I
Those were
listened to that.
good.
Yeah, I listened to that. I've
I
read
like-
the book.
And I don't even really care about the NBA that much, but I listened to those, and those were good.
Mhm. Yeah, I listen to his NBA stuff all the time.
Do you know what's really funny? Like those are my celebrities in my world now, are podcast hosts.
Hosts?
Like I get really weirdly excited when I get like a liked tweet from a podcast host
Hell
that I'm listening to. Like those are my
Alex
that-
Kirshner followed me this football season, and I was like, "Let's go, baby."
Josh, I'm actively mad he followed you and not me.
Well, you weren't on the interview that I did with him.
I know, but still I still have mentioned him and things, you know, like
Mhm.
he
Guys who everyone thinks, like everyone respects their ball knowledge,
I
Mhm.
respect that.
and then they give you the validation on your ball knowledge.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful.
Like
Have
Bill
her-
Connolly quote tweeted me one time a decade ago, and I was like,
could, dang.
whoa,
Look at
Who's your
this.
most exciting follower?
exciting follower.
Oh
Or most
man."
excited that you ever
Like-
were? What?
Oh, that's a good question.
I mean, when
What-
Kirshner followed me, that was pretty cool.
That's it. I told you, if that's your most excited, like I I get it, but I'm telling you, everybody else would think that's weird. They're like a podcaster that maybe doesn't have, all that much more of a big following than you. But yeah,
That's pretty cool.
one time Joe Shad followed me about 10 years ago, and I thought I had made it. Then I looked, and he follows about 400,000 people. He's one of those guys. This
is a Jose Bautista situation.
Yeah, Jose Bautista follows my son. Yeah.
By the way, Jack, your favorite person on Twitter, Josh D'Lo, just tweeted in a screenshot that I think you'll appreciate. Said, when a podcast host likes Jack's tweet, and it was when Jack altered his camera to go down to be the crotch shot.
Nice. Listen, nobody needs to see the gene meat. Wow.
I did not retweet it. I just liked it. And now people can't see likes anymore. Yep, so good luck finding it.
Hey, have you been more liberal with the throwing likes at people now that nobody cares who likes stuff?
No, if I see somebody that would say something like, that CEO deserved it, I'm not going to click like.
Dude, I'd be liking stuff like crazy these days.
Really?
I'm just throwing likes
Ted
at
Cruz, would it make Ted Cruz blush?
Nice.
Maybe. I'm throwing likes all over the board.
Wow, interesting.
What if one day he decides just to turn that off?
That would be fun to scroll through them.
And this whole thing was just a troll to get people like you to like things.
That would be awesome.
I don't think I'd be embarrassed about anything. It would just be a much higher volume of what I was doing.
A lot of things to scroll through.
Yeah.
A lot of things to scroll
In some ways, I wish this had been around for longer, because one of the biggest things I hate is learning that people I otherwise like are there's some sort of jerky tendency that they've got either in what they say on social media or what they like on social media. And when you used to get people's liked tweets in your feed, and you're like, I don't want to know that about
That's
this
right.
person.
Yeah, that was a bad time. I didn't like that either.
Yeah. I remember somebody was critical of my, why are you liking all these things?
Yeah. Yeah. Like,
who cares?
Oh, but then you do the classic radio show host thing, which is I'm bookmarking it for the show.
That's what John says. John doesn't like tweets. He uses it as a bookmark for the show.
I've never done that. I don't even use the bookmark.
I have done it, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I send it. I have an app called Pocket, and I just send it there, and that's where I send all my articles.
You and your apps.
I've had that app for many years, Happer. 13 years probably now.
Yeah.
It's a great app.
Yeah. Finding out someone you otherwise like is a jerk on social media is tough. Like, I just don't. I don't want to know it. I just want to.
What did you do when you found out John was a jerk on social media? How did you respond to that?
I already knew that. I actually knew that. So, I worked with him for a lot of years. It came through.
BA's coaches show. Damn, I thought John thought I was funny. Nope, he just liked it to remind himself of something to get to for the show later on.
Yep.
Probably made someone's day with one of those likes, right? Like somebody.
When he first told me that, this was back in the era where you could see likes. And so I was like, that can't be true. And I went and scrolled, and he had 4 likes. And I was like, okay, I guess this is true. He just doesn't have any.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, do you get some people just aren't likers either? There are some people who are very generous with likes. And there are others.
I like to like.
You like everything.
I used to be a non-liker, and now that the likes are invisible, I'm just tossing them out there a little bit more.
Wow. I rarely get a John Bishop like. So, obviously he's not bookmarked. I don't get John Bishop likes. And then, sometimes the other one, and I think I'm okay to say this here, Mike Schaefer will make me feel like he's ignoring me. We'll have a conversation, and then all of a sudden, I'm not getting at least a like when the conversation ends. And I feel a little ghosted with him on Twitter sometimes.
Well, and I thought this was going to lead into you doing the other thing where you will like your own tweet.
That's for Mike Schaefer, because that is to send him that's a message to him. It's a passive aggressive. Yes, it is. But when Mike ends a conversation on Twitter, it just ghosts it. I like my own tweet.
You just tweeted a picture of a bong.
Oh, is that a bong?
What?
Isn't that a bong?
I just thought it was like a T. I was tweeting out the TV.
There's a bong in front of it.
What is going on?
Should I untweet? You want me to delete that?
No, it's fine.
What did you tweet this on?
So somebody on the No Context 1620, we got a text that said the only way to watch the show, and it was their TV.
Isn't that a bong?
Maybe he meant the bong.
Got to watch the Grum while high.
That is absolutely a bong.
I don't know. I've never smoked out of a bong
for the
before.
bong confirmation, Nick.
100%.
I bet it would be fun.
I think this listener just got it in preparation for the end of October.
For the end of October. Oh, when it's legal?
When it's legal medically.
Not when it's legal medically.
Definitely.
I thought you meant for a Halloween costume.
That's what I thought at first too. It's my zone bong.
We're gonna be Cheech and Chong for Halloween. You know.
You know what?
classic.
That's a fun merch idea. We should do that at the end of the year.
Do what?
Friend of the program bongs.
Drug paraphernalia? Jeez.
Odson, what else could that be, Josh? All right, so I'll be honest. My focus was on the TV.
It's a flower vase.
I kind of thought it looked like a
People
microphone.
are going to start sneaking in pictures of things
You know what?
with
Send
us on the background.
Send us your cocaine. That sounds great. Hashtag tweet your cocaine. I've said it. I've said this many times on the air. I've never seen cocaine in person before.
Wow.
Marijuana in person, never
You need
cocaine.
to get out more.
I don't want to be at a party where there's cocaine.
I mean,
I'm 36 now.
Right.
I'm past that time. I'm not in my 20s.
I'm just surprised that in your 20s you didn't stumble across it.
I wasn't at one of those parties.
Listen, I haven't either, but I started DJing in my late 40s, so there's probably a pretty good chance it's still coming for me.
Yeah, when Jack gets the invite to a local club, he will definitely see cocaine. It'll definitely be going on.
Oh, there. I mean,
thought people
what
quit-
club is Jack get invited to? You know?
Not
Oh,
yet. It's coming.
Yeah, it's coming though.
It's I thought cocaine went away in like 1988. Is that not true?
No. It's
Huh.
around. It's everywhere.
It's
It's
everywhere.
everywhere. It's.
Yes.
I heard about it a lot more in the 80s. Huh.
Aaron says, this conversation made me go through some of my followers and most famous and saw Casey Musgraves and got so excited until I
Dang.
realized it was a fan account.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Yeah, I don't know. Every once in a while, Larry the Cable Guy will respond to my tweets.
I mean,
Get her done.
and
he
he'll laugh.
follows me. He follows
Yeah,
me. Not
I
to
think he
brag.
follows
But...
Oh, yeah. My most famous follower is
Yeah.
probably Ben Sass, who follows me for some
yeah, he
reason.
follows me
that?
too. He follows
Yeah.
me too.
I don't know why he follows
There used
me.
to be a site.
Politics.
There used
Yeah,
to be a
that's
site
true.
where you could go through your followers and rank them by how many people following them, so you could kind of figure out. It was called friendorfollow.com, I think, but
Is it still
it
around?
hasn't worked for a long time.
Oh, that's
My
a
most
bummer.
famous follower is a guy, he's a race car driver, Tim Coronel. He
Yeah?
just followed me one day because I was tweeting about F1 in Dakar.
Wait,
He's
the
a Dakar-
Tim Coronel?
Yeah. I know.
It's crazy.
He
Yeah.
just follows me.
Now I got to check how many, what my followers are like or something.
Also,
yeah.
K Ford follows me.
K Ford follows me. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, you guys got K Ford?
We do like K Ford.
Love
Nice.
K Ford.
I don't think K Ford. Oh yeah, K Ford follows me. Yeah.
Jimmy Allen follows me.
That was close.
There's a
Nice.
few Rockies beat writers that follow me.
That's weird.
It is.
That's really weird.
I'm glad they do. I don't know why. But
Yeah, I think the
thanks.
next one that would get me pretty excited would be one of my favorite like Cowboys. Oh crap, I'm not allowed to bring them up. Johnson, punish
You
me.
lost.
If one of them followed me, I'd say that's pretty cool.
Oh, one last Twitter question before I know you gotta go.
Kalashaw?
no, not him.
What? Oh, if you have you ever unfollowed someone because they didn't give you a return follow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have I ever
unfollowed someone you liked? Somebody who was maybe significant. I'm not asking you to name names, but you followed them and they've never bothered to follow you back, and you just like.
It might play a role, but mostly if I'm not, it's like the first couple tweets are a trial period. Like if I'm not liking what I'm seeing, I'm out.
Yeah, where it doesn't feel right in your timeline, and you're like,
Yeah.
get out of here,
Yeah.
please. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did an accidental follow recently, and I haven't unfollowed because I'm just like, I feel bad, but I should probably just unfollow.
Just unfollow.
It was an accident. I was like, what happened here? How
Enough-
did this happen?
See, the problem is you shouldn't have brought it up, but now that you brought it up, they're going to notice that you unfollowed them, and then they're going to know that it was. That.
Unless they're not listening right now.
Well, Connor and Nick weren't around for the great Steve Sipple unfollow controversy of 2014.
Oh, man.
I wasn't.
Well,
no, not the one. Oh, that was so funny, Jack. Jack realized one day that Sipple didn't follow him, and it destroyed your whole
unfollowed
day.
me. He
Unfollowed.
unfollowed me, and you contacted him, and he was like, he just gets a little over the top during basketball games or something.
This lasted several years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I referenced it quite a bit passive aggressively as per usual. And eventually I shamed him back into following me again. And then to be funny, I unfollowed him for a while. But yeah, no, we're back, I think, following each
Sipple
other.
unfollowed me for a little bit once.
He does that when he wants to say that he's mad at you.
Yeah. He was
But
pissed.
he usually
was
gets over
pissed
it.
at me.
Yes.
He usually gets over it.
Yeah.
He
And then I
follows me.
kind of was like, what happened?
Yeah.
And then I found out not only did he unfollow, he had muted me too. So like he was
Oh, wait.
really
How did you find that out?
because when I jokingly said, are you going to refollow me? He did. And then he was like, oh, wait, where are you? Oh, I had you muted. So,
He told
oh my
you
God.
that.
He admitted it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he
Oh,
does.
He was pissed. Yeah. Yeah, he was in a bad mood that day.
I've got a secret list in the Google Drive of the media
Secret
members.
list?
A secret list of the Google Drive of the media members I have muted, but no one will ever know.
Wait, you have a Google Drive of the list?
I don't actually have one. It was a joke,
Oh,
but
okay.
I have.
Wow, that would have been amazing.
Let's go for the technical specs of the app that you used, App Boy. No, I
definitely have people muted.
App Boy is
Yeah,
a good
that's
new
me.
name for you.
What's up,
Boy.
App Boy?
Well, should we go to
Boy.
break? I guess it is 2:36.
Oh, show's over, right?
Dear God.
We have Bigelow coming up in like 15 minutes. We got to go to break so we can talk to Bigelow.
Oh, hoops.
Hoops. We're talking basketball.
I love hoops.
See, this is what I do with my co-hosts. I offer them an olive branch of topics.
I would love to do that one day.
The olive branch has been offered to Jack Mitchell of
How
basketball.
often, though?
Great question. What are you thinking here, Happer?
I don't know.
What are you thinking here, Happer?
Someday there will be a great story to be told. We can't tell you. There's be a great story. To be told.
All right, that's Connor Happer. That's a crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Jack, don't wave goodbye. We're
I'm
coming back.
waving to Connor, not to the you.
Oh, Jack.
Can I not say goodbye to my friend? Jeez.
Say goodbye to your friend.
Hi, Connor.
Bye,
All
Jack.
right.
See you at the sleepover. DJ
Grum starts
sleepover.
next on 1620 The Zone.
Hello, YouTube chat. You hear me laughing out loud, so I better say something. I'm not going to mute. All right, chat. What do you want to talk about? Q&A, AMAs during the breaks, unless I got to go pee or something, or get another DMD. What are we talking about? I don't know. I'm asking you. AMA. What do you want to know? More DJ talk? Yeah. I'm gonna do another show on Twitch here. I'm working on my next set, probably late January. I'm thinking. Problem is on Twitch, I can't. My mic doesn't go through, so I think so. Travis says the main anchor from the local NBC affiliate follows me. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm working on it. Have you heard about the three throw? No, I have not. I don't know what this is. What is the three throw? When I hear three throw, you know what it makes me think of? When you played the game Double Dribble on NES and you got fouled and the guy goes, three throw. That's what I think of. I don't know if that's what it is, but Double Dribble. By the way, Double Dribble, I will beat your ass. I don't care who you are. I don't care I don't care who you think you are at that game. You'll beat me at every other game. Get me on Call of Duty, I'll die in 2 seconds. I will murder you in Double Dribble. I will run up the score. You will cry. And I am going to be, I don't care what you say, I'm going to be the Bulls. Okay? Bring it. If we can play Double Dribble online, I'm sure you can probably somewhere, like a head-to-head. I would like to have a Double Dribble league. A full 82-game league for Double Dribble. Yeah, I wasn't even born when it was relevant. Yeah, I'd really murder you. My son used to kill me in video games. He played 2K. I can't beat him in 2K. I was getting so pissed off. And so I was so pissed off. And so I had set up an emulator at the time. And so I played him on Double Dribble. And I beat him, I don't know, something like 143-37 and just laid it on him. So thanks, Sad Husker fan. I know I'm doing like an AMA with the commenters. So ask me anything. I'm really just talking about the Double Dribble League I want to start. Charles says I can do it on Twitch. Don't you have to have, you mean the game itself is located there? No, the Knicks weren't the best team on that game. It was the Bulls. The Bulls were here was what I heard. The Bulls made more of the dunks. The Frogs made more of the threes. The Knicks were, I think, better at like twos. I don't remember what it was. 80s? I don't know. Probably came out, I would guess, in like 87, I would so. Playing on RBI Baseball, Tecmo Super. I would like that. People who are really good at Tecmo Super Bowl, though, annoy me. Like, I mean, I played a ton of it growing up. It makes me mad that I'm not better against sort of it feels like Tecmo Super Bowl has too many cheats, I guess. I don't think it's as pure as Double Dribble in terms of just pure skill. 86. Okay, 86, 87. You can broadcast your emulator. So I made my emulator on a Raspberry Pi. but I don't think it really works. I screwed around on the back end too much, which is not a euphemism for anything. I screwed around on the back end of it, and I screwed up the whole, it's like that Linux OS that it's got. So I didn't like bases loaded. I was an RBI guy. I played bases loaded. I was more of an RBI guy.
KOZN.
All right.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6.
Spend the afternoon with John, Josh, and Jack. Jack, Josh, and Nick. I don't know if my mic's on. In there.
Josh,
And Jack. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Jack Mitchell is in the building. Well, in his own building. Hi, Jack.
What's up?
You were talking to people during the break. That was fun.
It was very fun. I can't wait to do it. I'm already excited for the next commercial break. So let's get this thing.
On 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Man, see, I thought you knew what we did. I thought you knew about these.
do.
But you listen to the show.
And I have never remembered that or done it or executed it correctly. As a matter of fact, when I hear you and John do it, I'm sometimes kind of impressed at how you guys hit the post on it exactly right. And I forgot it. I'm mad.
It's okay.
Maybe next time. 2 Fridays from now.
You know what is uncomfortable, Jack, is when you have somebody filling in with you and you think they listen to your show and then you're doing the little tease to begin and they just talk for 30 seconds and Nick kind of has to decide, what am I doing? And he just leads the volume kind of low.
I mean, I listened to your show and I basically almost just did that. So
yeah. You kind of hit the post. You were close enough. It's fine. It's fine. Well, welcome in, everyone. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Jack Mitchell is in the house, and everything is fixed audio-wise. Let's hope that it stays that way over the course of the next 3 hours and 16 minutes.
It'll
Good
probably
on my
be
end.
until Monday.
Yeah.
And then Monday, the computer's gonna have to get restarted.
It'll fall apart, but that's okay. And until then, we're just gonna try to have a great time. Jack John tweets in, Stibbs followed me for 2 days and then unfollowed me shortly thereafter. Wow. One of our listeners, Jack John, which is a combination of your name and John Bishop's name.
Yeah.
That's pretty neat.
Yes. Jack is my name, right?
Actually, it's a combination of your names. It's a combination of your names, Jack and John. That is who you are.
That's true.
That is who you are. Let's get to the lineup powered by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard, the Grum Down. As we said, Jack Mitchell is here. What in the world is on Jack's mind? We're going to find out over the course of the next 3.5 hours. Or 3 hours and 15 minutes, I guess. Jack, there was a tweet that we got from Ray. Ask Jack which hurts more. Lost to Iowa in football in 1 of 12 games, or Iowa lost in basketball where he had a 15-point lead on the road in 1 of 31 games. Your answer.
Football.
Yeah, that was a bummer. That was a big, big, big bummer.
Mm-hmm.
Notre Dame wins last night. They're going for their first national championship since 1988. We will talk about that game. We'll talk about the playoff game tonight as well as the show rolls on. Jacob Bigelow is going to join us in just a few minutes. Talk some hoops with him, get his thoughts as everyone's kind of picking up the pieces from that loss on Tuesday to Iowa and see what he thinks is going to happen on Sunday. Does Jack have anything to say about Husker football? I realized, Jack, this morning that I've not really heard a whole lot of football stuff recently. And I know that everyone's paying attention to the portal and guys are leaving. Doesn't it seem a little bit quiet? Or am I just crazy? We can explore that topic as the show rolls on. What are we watching for as the NFL playoffs are set to begin in just about 24
Let's go.
hours? Yeah, we're all very excited for that. 6 games in the NFL over the next few days, not to mention the CFP game tonight. El Kent's Movie Club. Jack picked it, so it must be good, and he must be excited to talk about it straight out of Compton. Jack, I think I have an idea on where your complaints are going to come from. I went to the Wikipedia page for this movie when I finished it, and there is a large historical accuracy section.
Oh!
I'm wondering if all of this was updated by you.
I have not seen that. I did not look at it. This all came from. I haven't read about any of it, so I don't know. I don't know if I'll have the same one. Mine is about a particularly specific thing, though.
Okay, there are.
I can't wait to hear.
Actually,
1, 2, 3, 4,
there are a
5,
few of them. I have several of them, I should say.
Jack, I think there's about a dozen bullet points here that where they are like they got this wrong, they got this wrong, they got this wrong.
Let's see if I can name them when they have. I have not. I promise I have not read this, but I have about 12 of my own. So
okay, perfect. So we can tackle that later. I forget, is it venue or is it VNU?
I think we were calling it VNU.
VNU?
They were trying to call it venue.
Well, either way, it's dead. We'll talk about that. Something that of the things that Jack and I do like talking about. This is definitely something where the Venn diagram is but a circle. It's a One Beer Friday. Jack, I hope you have beer in the home fridge.
I might upstairs. I will go see upstairs later. It probably will not be as impressive of a varietal as you guys are having, though.
That's okay. That's okay. And the 12-teamer proving its worth. I was having a text conversation last night with friend of the Grum, Mike Schaefer, about the 12-team format, and we were celebrating it. And I thought, you know what? I felt like such a jerk. First of all, he texted me something. I go, wow, that's a good radio topic. And then I just didn't respond. And I was like, that's kind of mean to say it that way. So then I responded. I was like, that's a great point, Shafe.
That's a little of Mike's own medicine is what that is, Josh. You shouldn't feel bad.
Yeah, I felt kind of bad, though.
Maybe
he was trying to have a conversation, and I was just like, ooh, radio topic.
It would have been cool if he liked his own original response to it.
Yeah, so that is the lineup powered by the rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard. 402-951-1620. You can give us a call on the, let's call it the Jack Mitchell hotline today.
Oh, nice.
You can also text us there as well. 402-951-1620. During commercial breaks, Jack will be speaking on the YouTube and Twitch stream, to which Alex and Lincoln says, Jack, tell us your secrets. So, Jack, maybe you tell the audience your biggest secret.
Okay, I will. Unless I have to pee or get a drink or something.
Yep. So that'll happen during commercial breaks. You can also hit us up on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620, at Josh Tweederson, at Jack Mitchell LNK, at Grim and M. If you are critical of Jack on Twitter, he loves that. So find time for some criticism, for some critiques. Constructive criticism.
I love to engage about it a lot.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth. A lot of back and forth.
Just think about whether you want to start that or not. That's all I'd say.
Yeah, so that can happen on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed or Equitable Bank inbox. Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com, or is it Jack at broadcasthouse.com?
It's that or NRG Media or KLIN.com. I believe all of those go to the same place. I don't know. Is there a Jack at 1620thezone.com? Does that work?
Well, that could be something that we make happen.
Has there ever been a Jack that worked at 1620?
No, not that I know of, at least.
Well, I just wondered if maybe all the domains actually just so many of the domains already work, if that did too. But
yeah,
I don't know.
I don't believe so. So those are the ways in which you can get in touch with us. Not time this segment to talk about the playoff, because, we had a long crossover. Also, Nick has tickets to give away.
I do.
To the home opener for the Supernovas, the season opener, the lid lifter. Yes, Jack?
I want them. Oh, I can't win them?
You're in Lincoln. You decided not to come to
tonight.
Omaha.
Tonight.
Yeah, we're here. You're there, which is very sad.
My daughter would have been excited to go to that. Maybe another time.
Maybe another time.
That's what you get for choosing the job that you chose.
Nick, how are we giving these tickets away?
I thought about doing a game, but maybe we'll just do caller.
Wow, fascinating. You were being critical of me during the last commercial break.
I was.
And now are you going to be critical of yourself?
Yes.
Okay, great. That sounds good to me then.
But just be listening for
a cue to call.
A cue to call.
What if we play that fun new Donald Trump audio?
Nice. We could do that.
We could do that. Jack, have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Donald Trump was speaking yesterday. I don't know where it was or why it was.
It might have been at Mar-a-Lago.
It was probably at Mar-a-Lago. Here's what Donald Trump had to say, Jack.
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
So the next time you hear that, be caller number
4.
And how many tickets will you win?
A 4-pack.
Holy crap. Isn't that great, Jack? Your thoughts?
Glad to hear some news clips. Very exciting. Love that.
Sorry, I know that you came to this show to do sports,
yeah,
but we had to play a little bit of news audio.
Sounds good. Enjoy the volleyball game.
enjoy the volleyball game, in which Jack will not be at, very, very sadly. So stay tuned for that drop. We'll play it at some point throughout the show. 1 4-pack, is that what we're doing today? Or
1
we have
4-pack.
1 4-pack? Awesome. So stay tuned for that. Many people seem to be enjoying that. Wow, Jeremiah, Nick, come on, man. The effort of special teams on this giveaway. I like it, Jeremiah. I appreciate it.
Nice.
Yeah. We have so many topics to get to. We don't even have time for a game. There's like 4 other things on my prep sheet that I couldn't even put on the Grum down because we ran out of room. So that's what we have coming up on the show today. When we return, Jack, let's talk some hoops. Jacob Bigelow, Nebraska, Purdue, coming up Sunday. The only Big Ten locale of the old Big Ten schools before they go out to the West Coast that they have not won at. Will that change in 48 hours? Bigelow tells us next on 1620 The Zone.
All right, chat commenters. I know my mic is open. This is the time that we do the commercial show. Shout out Ryan. Shout out Sad Husker fan. Keena. What's Keena? I almost said that, but I thought it was inappropriate, but with you saying it. Jeez. Shout out Jeremiah, Carson, the BA coaches. So I just like to refer to your first name. It'd be easier, but that's all right. All right. What are we what are we talking about here? You have to ask Nick about free throws. Okay. Lots of people have said that. Okay. Wow. Okay. What's happening here with this? Am I entering into some kind of I feel like I should have my guard up for whatever I'm about to do. BA. Okay. I got it, BA. Got it. Shout out, BA. Shout out. Yeah, I don't know. I need to ask about the free throws. Okay. We'll do that. Nick's free throw percentage was off the charts in high school. Okay, I'm starting to get a better picture of what this is. But there are there are those words that you pronounce wrong a long time. There was one. When I was a kid, I used to think baseball inning. I don't know how long I said it, but I thought it was ending always for a long time. Mike, there's Stibbs. Being in charge of music and drops played in arenas or stadiums is a dream job. It'd be great. Oh, it wasn't just a mispronunciation. Oh my gosh. Okay. This better be, by the way, this better be funny as hell with as much as you guys are talking about. This better be the highlight of my day, having like 5 people bring it up. Better be freaking great. Are we playing softball in the spring? I think so. Baseball Simulator 1000. Are we just naming some games? Baseball Simulator 1000. I got to Google that. I remember that. Let's see. What was that on, though? Was that on Nintendo? It was on Nintendo. Yeah. I mean, there was also Bases Loaded. I was in tears yesterday. What was yesterday? I don't know what yesterday was. Jack, would you rather see Nebraska ball win a turning game or a Nebraska ball to the CW? Definitely basketball. No doubt. Laughed my ass off yesterday. What the hell happened yesterday? Just dudes naming games. Do you remember on RBI 2 you could dive? That was the first time you could ever dive, I believe, in a baseball game. Somebody asked me earlier if I thought that RBI was the first ever game with an instant replay in it. The original RBI didn't have instant replay, I don't believe. Okay, Mulehog, gonna disagree. I mean, and it's probably just because I didn't play it enough, but I grew up on RBI, so bases loaded. I don't know. Wow, Bayman's in on bases loaded too. Bases loaded also. There probably was a bases loaded too. Did bases loaded have? Yeah, RBI doesn't have replay. I didn't think so, Mike. Somebody asked me if that was the first ever game. The first game I remember with instant replay, I'm pretty sure was Joe Montana, like a Joe Montana themed football game for Sega Genesis, I would say. I believe that's the first game I remember that had some sort of instant replay. It blew my mind. I think that was it. I think that might be it. Bases loaded on Game Boy. I had a baseball game on Game Boy, but I want to say it was. Is there a Cal Ripken baseball? I know I had a baseball game on Game Boy. And I had I had a basketball game, but it was like you remember the Bird versus Magic series, and then it was Jordan versus Bird, and then it was like one-on-one basketball, which is a freaking terrible idea for a video game. It's a terrible idea for a video game. Look that up, youngsters. There used to be a game called, I know there was Jordan versus Bird. I don't know if that was the original, but there was no passing. So, I mean, you just, that's it. Get back to this next time.
Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell with you on this One Beer Friday. Let us know what you are drinking on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed with the hashtag One Beer Friday all day long. We'll give them the old retweet. Also, if you are not listening or watching along on YouTube or Twitch, do so today. Also, ZoneTV.live, because during commercials, Jack is chatting. He was talking about baseball video games during this last break, which was very enjoyable. From what little I heard.
So, Jack, if you need help figuring out how to stream things, talk to me. I can help.
It's not that I don't know how to stream things. It's that I don't know how to access the game and play online with someone else. Like I'm of that world, Nick. I just don't know.
Remember he gave us that great video when he was like, I got him. I thought, you know what? Why don't we just listen to that great clip from last summer real fast before we talk to Jacob Bigelow?
I got him! Going for the big play. Got him! And he makes the catch. Oh, no! What did I do? I pressed the celebration!
And at that moment, Jalen Lloyd said, at the end of this year, I'm out of here. I'm transferring if they play video games with me like that here.
Because of that video. Let's go to the Jack Mitchell hotline and welcome in our good friend, Jacob Bigelow, Huskers Illustrated, Stretch Big Pod, and After Nebraska Ball. It is Jacob Bigelow. Hi, Jacob.
Hello, boys. Yeah, that list for the intro just keeps getting a little longer and longer. It explains the bags under my eyes, all the stuff that I keep doing. But it is basketball season after all. But no, thanks for having me on today. Appreciate the time.
What's his name say? The college basketball guy that's a freak, like we sleep in May or something like that. You'll just sleep in May.
Yeah, no, that guy, that freak, he had me blocked on Twitter for a long time. See his tweets again just because of the new Twitter rules. I'm not gonna like say his name because it would get back to him like some way. I'm just gonna call him that freak because he is a freak. He is a robot. He is a weirdo. He is all those things. So,
yeah, I don't follow this guy. Jack, do you follow him?
I don't.
I think I know the bit. I just can't remember exactly which person he's going to, and I don't want to say it for Jacob's sake. But I think I do. I don't know.
I don't follow.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Duncan. Yeah. I don't know if I follow him or not. Actually, I'm gonna check. Now.
I mean, he shows up on my timeline enough, so I don't feel like I have to. Hey, Jacob, do you think Nebraska, a few days later now, off the loss to Iowa, are they more frustrated with themselves or the officials for what happened?
Themselves. Hearing from Fred Hoiberg today. I mean, he said, he gave a lot of credit to Iowa for how hot they got, and you can call that coach speak or what have you. But I mean, when you have a 15-point lead in the second half, I mean, you just got to be able to finish. You got to be able to close the door, and get a road win in the Big Ten, which I know we're going to hear from here on out about just how hard it is to win on the road in college basketball and the Big Ten and yada yada yada. But I think that more than anything that they're probably frustrated with themselves and. As we've seen, over the last couple of years with the new iteration, I'm calling it Fred 2.0 Nebraska basketball. They when they find themselves in these spots where they need to bounce back, they've looked pretty good. So that has even more of my attention going into Sunday.
Was the kind of the defense, the barrage of threes and the defensive issues that came up for Nebraska in the second half? Was that them just playing out of character? Was it Iowa doing something that they don't see much of? Or I mean, just great shooting in that moment. How would you kind of characterize? I'm trying to figure out how stressed out to be about that going forward, right?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of everything you mentioned, Jack. Like, I mean, Nebraska's defense, the margin for error is just so slim. Like, we've seen it when it is, 110%. They're flying around. Their heads are on fire. Like the Creighton game earlier this year, the Purdue game last year, where it's the rotations are crisp, their closeouts are hard, and they're in the face of shooters. And in that second half against Iowa, they were just a step slow. Felt like their closeouts were not as clean. The rotations were just a step slow. from the jump. I thought Iowa was getting good looks throughout the majority of the game. But I mean, that's an Iowa team that takes 41% of its field goals from 3, and that's when they're not playing Nebraska. And Nebraska's defense, gives, it kind of dares teams to take and make threes, and Iowa made 17 of them. And at one point, not at one point, at some point, it just becomes a math problem, a law of averages, and for every Creighton, there's gonna be an Iowa at some point where teams just go nuclear from 3, and I don't think that's going to happen in every game they play, but it was bound to happen at some point.
Jacob Bigelow joining us on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Jacob, after the game on Tuesday on the post-game show, you said you liked the matchup versus Purdue more than the one versus Iowa, and that was how you felt going into that game. A few days later now, you still feel that way, I guess, going into this one on Sunday afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a clash of, every matchup, every sport is, you talk about a clash of styles. But, Nebraska's defense is going to definitely have to bounce back. Purdue is definitely going to want to take and make threes. Don't know if they're going to be able to take and make them at the clip that Iowa did. But, Purdue's thing is their efficiency. Like, they're not going to have anyone whose athleticism, jumps off the page at you. It's as corny as it is. It's the Hoosiers thing. Like they're just these gritty, smart guys, these gritty basketball players who are undersized, but they play good fundamentals, all that sort of thing. That's Purdue basketball. And for the first time, since I can remember, Nebraska is going to be the bigger team size-wise, 1 through 5. They've gone back. 7, I think their starting center now is 6'10", which sounds quite small compared to the Purdue bigs that they've had over these last couple of years. But I think just in terms of how physical Nebraska is going to want to be, the size advantage they're going to have, I like that more than a team like Iowa that's want to get out and transition and start just chucking threes up. So that's where that assessment from me came from, and I like there's some interesting matchups 1 through 5. So I do kind of still like the matchup for Nebraska, but it's on the road in the one Big Ten venue where the program has not won since joining the conference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So is the way for this particular matchup for Nebraska, Jacob, the way that it goes well for Nebraska, I presume, and you can tell me if I'm wrong on this, but it's not necessarily Nebraska getting hot shooting, which I think they probably will occasionally, but it's probably, I assume, more holding Purdue, holding Purdue's 3-point shooting down to a regular level and then really winning the battle on either rebounds or turnovers, I presume. What do you think it looks
Absolutely.
like?
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly the formula. Fred Hoiberg said today that they're going to have to play a near perfect game. But Purdue, it all starts with Braden Smith. He was the preseason league player of the year. He had 14 assists last night against Rutgers. He's a distributor. His numbers are pretty, are out of control, but he's 6 feet tall and he's going to be guarded most of the game by a guy who's built like a linebacker in Raleigh Worcester. And how can, Nebraska's physicality on defense, impact, Purdue's offense? That's going to be the story of the game. Purdue, they're a solid defensive team, but when you look at the matchups 1 through 5, they're probably going to have a true freshman starting on Bryce Williams, who is, 4 or 5 inches shorter than he is. And, can Bryce Williams take advantage of that matchup and, get something going? And, there's a lot of questions still with Nebraska's offense, but it's gonna start defensively. They're going to have to be crisp. They're going to have to be, on their A game if they want to go on the road and steal one.
Jacob, speaking of them going on the road, and we're joined right now by Jacob Bigelow, talking Nebraska basketball. You mentioned it a couple minutes earlier, like the road woes it's well-treaded territory at this point in time, at least in terms of the Big Ten Conference. When you look at the schedule moving forward, it's essentially alternating between home and road now over about the next month. Purdue, Maryland, Wisconsin, Oregon. Like if not now, when? Because it seems like the profile, I'm looking at the Bart Torvik numbers right now, the profile of all these road games for the next month are the same, in that Nebraska is a dog in all of them by either 4.5 or 5.5 points. And the first time that they're going to be favored isn't until Washington. Like, I guess, let me ask it in a different way. How important is it for them to pick up a road win before Washington so that that snowball doesn't get bigger and bigger in the lead up to that one out on the West Coast?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty important. I don't want to say it's like make or break, life or death, but the flip side of that coin is they got to protect home court. And they've got some big games, coming up in Lincoln, toward the end of the month. Illinois, who I think is far and away the best team in the Big Ten, comes to PBA on a Monday night at the end of the month. And that game is huge. And that, will be one of the near the top of the list, the most important games left in the schedule, not just as a measuring stick, but you only see Illinois once, and they're coming to your place. But in terms of the road wins, and I mean, I feel like that was a huge, talking point, at the end of last season.
Yep.
Like, can they make the tournament if they don't have a road win? And then, they lucked out with the fact that, Michigan had the worst Michigan basketball team this century. And I think they won two other places, if I remember right. I don't remember exactly. Might have been like Ohio State. Yep, that was one. No, not Ohio State. They lost there. That was bad. I'm trying to remember.
No, I'm looking it up, Jacob. I'm trying to remember too. I don't remember it off the top of my head either.
But I mean, it's definitely going to be a talking point, talk about. But I don't think it's make or break as long as they protect home court. But if they drop one in Lincoln that they're not supposed to lose, or that they're favored in, then the road win question, gets turned up to 11 a little bit.
It was Indiana, by the way, Jack, before you ask your next question. They won at Indiana on February 21st. They lost at Ohio State, then they won at Michigan on the last day of the season.
Mm-hmm. People forget they've beaten Indiana 4 times in a row. A lot of people have forgotten that.
We need to remind them more.
Jacob, I know it's too early to ask this, but I'm still asking it. What's the win total where you feel relatively safe going into conference tournament? Again, I know it's early for that, but 21-10, does that do it? And then that would give you a winning record, the minimum winning record in conference. Does that make you feel what I would define as relatively comfortable going into conference tournaments?
See, I think the Big Ten is going to be overvalued. So I think 20. I'm feeling pretty good. I think anything under 20, the bubble question would, come into play. But I think with how the Big Ten is already being valued metric wise, and you're seeing projections where they have, double digit teams in the field, I think Nebraska is going to be, in around that, 8, 9, 7, 8, 9, 10, that area in the league. And then, they're going to be looking for a big, not like, I don't want to say a signature win. I don't think there's signature, there are 2 good teams in the Big Ten. If Nebraska beats them, I don't think it's like a signature win, but it's definitely a resume booster, right? I think they may, as opposed to the team that everyone, still has the Vietnam flashbacks of that 17-18 team that that I had a front row seat for, that won 22 games, finished 4th in the Big Ten, and was a 5 seed in the NIT. The Big Ten was not being valued like it is this season, and I think Nebraska likely could benefit from that. If they get to 20 wins, I think I'm feeling pretty good.
Jacob Bigelow, Huskers Illustrated. You can also hear him on a variety of podcasts after Nebraska ball, which will be going live after the game on Sunday. Also, the Stretch Big Pod, which had a new episode as well this week. Jacob, we appreciate your time in the conversation. Thank you so much for joining us.
No, appreciate you guys having me on. Have a good rest of the show. Have a good weekend, guys. I'll appreciate the time always.
Absolutely. Jacob Bigelow joining us here on the Jack Mitchell Hotline on this Friday afternoon. Jack, I asked that question late. Oh, and I just hopped out of the StreamYard. My bad. But I asked that question late about the road woes. And the other thing that I think about with the Washington game is that it is also a game that is very late at night. And so wanting to make sure that you lock up, picking up a road win just so it doesn't have to be a conversation next month in early February.
Yeah.
It seems like it's going to be vital just because it's already turned into, I think, a thing again. And you were so close to it not being a thing after the game on Tuesday, and now it will continue to be until they're able to pick up a win. And you remember last year, it just hung over them the entire time to the point where people were worried, right. Oh, no, they don't have a road win. They're not going to be able to make the tournament without a road win.
Well, you can see the scenario developing pretty easily, right? Let's say you drop one home game against Illinois or Oregon, and you maybe win the other and get a good win against them at home. But you don't have a road win going into that Washington game. Then even if you got that, right, you've still got to go win all at home, lose all on the road to hit right at that 500 mark that Bigelow was talking about. So yeah, I think you need multiple, and after that, the opportunities to get them they're still a little better than they are early in the season, right? You still have Northwestern, you have Penn State, and you have Ohio State. So like there are chances, but I completely get what you're saying. It's just they're so hard right now. Purdue, Maryland, Wisconsin, right? Yeah, and then Oregon.
Oregon,
yeah.
Because now they're in this stretch
rough.
where it will be road, home, road, home, road, home, and then you have 2 road games on the West Coast, the Oregon game on the 2nd, and then that leads into the Washington game. And after that, then things get to be a little bit easier, at least on paper, and that's as of right now. Of course, a lot of things can change over the course of the next month, but on paper, it looks like a tough January, and then things lighten up a little bit early February into March.
If they get any of those 4 road games, things start looking wildly good.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
That's what I feel about the Iowa game. Like you lost it, but of course it was a missed opportunity, but I don't feel like it really damaged your You're just gonna have to hit one of these road games, but each of them is kind of a lottery ticket, right? So if you don't, it's like the way I analogize, it's like a game of Keno, right? You lose the game, okay, but there's another one coming up in 2 minutes, and you still got 10 games that you paid for,
Yeah, you just want to pick up one of these games because they're suddenly in a spot, and you look at the projections, and a lot of new projections came out. Nebraska's on that 8-9 line. That's where they're at all over the place. So it's of course a combination. When you're doing bracketology at the beginning of January, it is resume, but it's also projecting what they think Nebraska will do based off of what they have done so far. You just want to make sure you keep that up and that you're able to live up to the expectations of what you have done so far, and I guess what the profile you is in these next, however many games. If you start dropping a game or 2 that you shouldn't, then that's when things are going to change. But if you get a game in hand, Jack, and you have it in your back pocket for the rest of the year or
huge.
2, especially with one of these next few games, you're feeling really, really good.
Yep.
Moving forward. So that is the game coming up on Sunday as Nebraska, again, goes to the one location for the 14-team league before they expanded that they have not won a road game at. And so we'll see if they're able to pick one of those up.
They've really only been close once. I think that NCAA season, that 13-14 team, I think it was within 5 or 6. Other than that, they've been not only never won, but pretty much blown out in there.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of ugly games throughout that stretch as well, for sure. When we come back, we'll talk about the playoff last night. Notre Dame picks up a victory over Penn State. They move on to the national championship, their first time playing in a national championship game since the 2012 regular season when they matched up with Alabama and they got blown out. But in this case, 3 wins now in the playoffs, and they move on to the championship game. Quite the performance. We will talk about that when we return. Kent Walgamott's going to join us in a half hour as well, as Jack Mitchell goes through his list of all the things that they got right, or wrong, rather. Did they get anything right? I guess their name was NWA, so we can say that they got that part right.
Okay. In fairness, they did get the name of the group right. Yes.
Yeah. Also, the main character, he kind of looked like the main guy. Pretty interesting. I wonder how that ended up working out. He kind of looked like Ice Cube.
He did.
He kind of looked like.
I wonder how that happened.
They got that one. They got that one. Some of the other.
Do you think the guy looked like Eazy-E, or it sounded like him? I thought that
his speaking voice was, I don't know. He kind of went in and out of it, I thought.
Yeah. I liked the first scene where he was trying to rap. That was fun.
The guy who was Dr. Dre felt like he needed to put on a little time in the weight room to really get me to believe it, though.
Yeah, Dre didn't feel like Dre.
He definitely did not. And then I didn't even know who the other guys were.
You know what's funny? When I got to that part in the movie, I'm like, oh, I forgot about Dre.
Really?
Wow.
No, I get it. It's people of music. So.
Oh, is that
it's a music joke.
Rats. All right. Well,
you're welcome,
now
Nick.
I'm the idiot.
I got you, Nick.
Thank you.
Don't forget, speaking of idiots, stay tuned for a drop of a certain somebody, and you could win tickets to tonight's Supernovas match. You like that, Jack? Are they paper or is this digital?
I got that.
Digital. Look at that. So you won't even have to stop by the station.
They're going to be emailed to you.
That is badass. We love emails, Jack. We love them.
Mm-hmm.
We love emails. All right. Talk some playoff when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
Chat, I got to pee. I'll be right back. Hopefully we'll still get some of the discussion in. Hang tight. Give me 2 minutes. Sorry, moving things around, making noise. I'm back. All right, what do we got? Oh, I got to text my daughter. Hang on. I'm trying to remember. Oh, you know what? It's SNS. You know what Super Nintendo game I liked? Bill Lambier's Combat Basketball. Anybody play that? Bill, look it up. It was wild. You could like build these cyborgs on your team. That was a really good game. I know.
Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell, welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Jack doesn't have his headphones on. Hi, Jack.
Hi. Every single time I do the conversation, with the
hot mic,
every time. Like I must not be talking in a way that is very clear that I am responding to the comments.
No, Jack, I don't think it's a you problem.
Oh,
I don't think it's your fault.
Should we put up a graphic, Nick, for maybe let's create a new Canva graphic that says, "Hi, we're in commercial break. One of the hosts, one or both of the hosts, is doing the show remotely today."
Oh.
So they might be having conversations with the audience. We could do that.
Oh,
so then
they're telling me it's a bit now. Okay.
Oh,
good one, guys.
Got him.
Great bit.
Got him.
Keena, everyone thinks Jack is just talking to himself about Nintendo games.
Right. Like, I didn't know it was a bit. You guys are hilarious. Really
Are we sure that Nate was saying it as a bit? I don't recognize this commenter.
I think our listeners are just using it's a bit to cover for them being
Yeah, that could be. Oh, it's a bit. Who would ever do that? Do something, and then after they look stupid, just be like, it was a bit.
Yeah, who would do something
Who
like
would
that?
do that?
I don't know anyone who would do something like that.
I
don't know anyone who would do something.
Man, I can think, but I can't think of anyone right now. Maybe
yeah,
later.
for sure. We'll see if we can figure out who would do something like that and figure that out for later. Jack, where do we begin? Where do we begin? Oh, I missed the comment. Let's see. What did I miss over there?
Jeremiah. It's a reference to the crossover.
The picture
of the TV that you shared.
Geez.
TV. Oh yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot. Jack, where do we begin with the game from last night? The thing that I wrote down first this morning about it was, how sick do you think Drew Aller is going to be? That was the first. I feel like that the first memory that I have is going. Oh, and Nate follows up. Sorry, guys, not a bit.
Okay.
See, sorry. I knew it.
Didn't mean to rip you, Nate. You're good. You're good. It was kind of you.
Well, to be fair, Nate wasn't the one who said it was a bit. It was a different listener. BA's coach's show said, Jack, it was a joke.
Maybe you should get with Nate, figure out what's a bit and what's not while we do this segment.
Yeah, that's a good point. But, Jack, that's the first memory I think I'm going to have. I mean, the Jeremiah Love touchdown run was absolutely ridiculous, and that's probably the other thing that's going to come to mind. But that interception, because going into that final drive, Penn State gets the ball. I'm watching with my wife, and we're discussing it, and I said, what do you think they do here? Do you think they just run the ball out? And after they picked up the first down, I said, well, I guess you got to go for it now, right? Once they got the first down, because I think they were letting that play decide their prerogative. If it gains a yard, I think they're punting on the rest of regulation, and they are moving into overtime. But when he gets a first down and you have, one or two timeouts, you kind of got to go for it. And they did, and he threw just an atrocious throw. It's like his third read. He said he was trying to throw it into the dirt, which is like that's what he said. He said when he threw it back, he was trying to throw it at his receiver's feet. And he does that. Brutal interception. And Notre Dame goes down, kicks a field goal. They're going to the national championship game.
Yeah, like you go for it, but with, and this is much easier said than done, but Josh, you go for it in a way that is not high risk for that kind of a turnover is what I would say, because that turnover is the one thing, that's one thing, as you could tell, 2002 Jamal Lord, hey, take a shot, but do it conservatively so you can at least still get the field goal. That's the thing that comes into mind.
Excellent reference. Yes.
So but that throw was Josh, if that's what he was trying to do, it looked like he was trying to make the most ridiculous throwing, running the other direction to a third receiver who was covered. It was going to be hard to get his arm into it. It was rough.
Yeah, I don't believe him for the record. I think that he was trying to make a play and he threw it, but it was a bad throw. He threw all the way across the field. He threw across his body the other way, and it resulted in an interception. And Notre Dame goes on to win, and now they are going to the national championship game. Couple things that stood out to me from this one, Jack. Third downs, Notre Dame 11 of 17, Penn State 3 of 11, which is just, haunting if you're a Penn State fan. Stuart Mandel tweeted this, crazy but true. Penn State did not have a single catch from a wide receiver in tonight's game, so no wide receivers caught the ball. Of course, they have an all-world tight end. They have 2 really good running backs. Their receivers, of which Nebraska went after one of them, Julian Fleming, last year in the portal, and they were unable to land the former 5-star who had started his career at Ohio State, but no catches from them. And I love this tweet, Jack, from a random person on Twitter named Gus, that said, one fan base will remember this forever as an all-time memory, while another will be haunted by it for the rest of their lives. And that is what that game was, man. That game was, for me, I wanted Notre Dame to win. If Penn State would have won, it's not going to ruin my day. So as someone who's just watching this, as it becomes more and more of a classic, as the second half turns into what it was, all I could think about is whoever loses this game is going to be sick to their stomach. Because Notre Dame, if they would have lost, they would have pointed to some penalties that were called on them. That horrible pass interference call that nullified an interception. They would have pointed at those plays.
Yeah.
But of course, now Penn State will point at the interception that we began the segment talking about. And that is the mark of a true great game, where the losing side is sick and they never want to think about it again. And the winning side is randomly going to watch YouTube highlights for this game in 6 or 7 years on a random Saturday in July.
Yeah, it was a good game. It was the second really good game of the playoff that we've had so far.
Yep.
My takeaway, Josh, is that Notre Dame coach or team looks so. You ever watch a team and you're like, I know you're going to laugh that I'm saying this. You ever watch a team and you're like, man, they feel like they must be so well coached. That's the feeling I get from watching Notre Dame.
Notre Dame. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And that, I mean, I don't want to go too far down this road, but man, it does make me want. I mean, if Ohio State plays Notre Dame, if Ohio State wins tonight, I assume people know Freeman is a Buckeye alum. Just the amount of sort of things in the ether around Freeman right now, maybe being the hottest coach in America.
And you're saying you're talking about looks as well as what he's doing on the field, I think.
Yeah, probably. I mean, we could discuss that at a different time. I'll have to check the league out, but it's just a weird scenario, right? You have Ohio State going for a Notre Dame with a fan base that still kind of doesn't totally want their coach, probably playing against the coach they're lusting after. And what scenario would be the best one to maybe get him there? I don't know what it is.
To get Freeman to Ohio State?
Freeman to Ohio State. Is it winning a national championship? So Ryan Day says, hey, I did this, and now it sucks here. Everybody's hating me. They're going to fire me no matter what. So I'm going to go find another job, maybe in the NFL. And then Marcus Freeman comes after losing to the national championship to Ohio State. I don't think this is completely out of play, Josh. I don't think that's because he would be their first candidate, right?
You would have to assume so.
It used to be Vrabel.
It's Vrabel unless
he's
Vrabel
probably going to have a job by then.
Yeah. Is the other scenario that Ohio State loses tonight and then they just still they decide to fire Ryan Day and then they go after him?
I don't think they're going to.
Or have they gotten far enough now in the playoff where we cannot have the conversation, or they're not going to have the conversation about firing him?
What do you think old Ted Carter maybe is helping out, making some phone calls and saying, hey, what's that?
What do they call him? Top Gun? What's his nickname we learned about that one time?
Right. Maybe he's doing a little mission and saying to Freeman, hey, look, if we fire Day, would you come here?
Yeah. Where's Lou Holtz?
I want Ohio State Notre Dame for so many reasons. I mean, there are umpteen reasons that I want, but I would like the Lou Holtz Ryan Day thing to be brought up again pretty significantly. So that's among the reasons.
You get Ohio State versus Notre Dame. It does set up for, a pretty interesting championship game, Jack, if it happens. And throw this in there too. These two teams have played the last 2 seasons. They opened the 2022 season against each other in Columbus. The Where's Lou Holtz game was the 2023 season and that game was in South Bend. They didn't play in the regular season this year, but in theory, they are. I mean, they're 60 minutes away. If Ohio State gets it done tonight, they're 60 minutes away from being in a national championship game.
Yeah,
I mean, two of the biggest brands in the history of the sport.
The more I think about it, the more I'm cheering. I want Ohio State to win this game because that sounds a zillion times more interesting with the storylines, including knocking the South completely out of the playoff, which is hilarious in its own right. You know, let's try and work on that there, minor league. And man, it'd be good. And Ohio State is at some point, Josh, Ohio State is not going to be they're a very, very, very good team. They did not play like it all the time during this year. I do not think they are going to keep this level of play up throughout an entire playoff and just blow everyone out of the entire playoff.
Happer and Johnson talking about this earlier and how like there is still that DNA with Ohio State where like maybe they play really weird. And am I an idiot for just not thinking that that's going to happen anymore in the playoffs, that they're going to bludgeon Texas tonight and then that they could do something similar versus Notre Dame? Like Michigan's not on the other side of the field. It's like the mental concern that they have. I don't seem to see it.
I know, Josh, you're exactly right. Like there are so many people that you're listening to, pundits right now and podcasts. And you'll just hear it. It feels like everyone is like, oh, okay, they're invincible now. But like, were they during the season? I mean, were they? No. They were close against Oregon. Did they just turn a page? Did they just figure something out? Like, what made them invincible now? I get there was the Michigan game, but guess what? I watched another game where if they didn't convert a first down, that they passed, they were going to get beat by
Nebraska. It's a great question. Where I heard this asked by it was Doug Maurice on Kings of the North this week. He asked the question of like, were they playing possum all season? Like, where was this? Did they? So it's like a two-parter. Did they need the Michigan loss to unlock something, or were they saving this style of offense for the playoff because they knew that they were able to get by in the first 12 games of the regular season? And in the end, like, they don't want to lose to Michigan, but they played their cards wrong in that matchup. And now they are doing full playbook, passing more, being more aggressive, targeting whatever, going after Jeremiah Smith. Like, which, or is it just a combination of the two? I can't imagine that they were just like, let's keep all these secrets until December.
Why the crap didn't they do that earlier?
Exactly. They could have been an all-time team if they were doing that and never had to sweat. Like, I still am baffled by what happened against Michigan. That's why I tend to think that game did unlock something and that they had to look at the mirror and that they had to say, what are we doing and why are we not doing what we could be given the talent level that we have on this team? I think that game woke them up. That's how I am approaching things moving forward.
I guess so, but I don't get the sense that they've changed to invincible right now.
Correct.
Are they playing a team? So I just think there's going to be a moment in one of the next two potential games where they're going to look more human. It doesn't mean they're not going to win them. I just would be surprised if they rolled over both of these teams. Like I'm hearing some people say they think they're going to do in this. And granted, they were great against Tennessee. They were great against Oregon. They looked better than they have all year. But doing that 4 games in a row doesn't happen very much in college football. That's not a fun thing about a playoff like this.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like Notre Dame, they dominated Indiana. The final score is not as indicative of the domination, but they dominated Indiana. I thought they mostly dominated Georgia. Last night was the first time that they really had to truly fight, scratch, and claw. Ohio State's coasted in their first 2 games because they've just beat the brakes off of Tennessee and Oregon. I tend to think that they're going to do that again tonight. So that, I mean, if that happens, that set up an interesting championship game where you have one team that you feel like has played really, really well, but also had a close game to kind of fight their way through. And the other side would just be dominating. Like, does it help Notre Dame that they played close games if they match up with Ohio State? Because the theory being, if you get them close, maybe Ohio State reverts back to November Ohio State, and what happened versus Michigan.
It would be for so many reasons that would be interesting. And you feel like you got a team and a fan base is more behind their coach than they ever have been for Notre Dame in years. You got Ohio State where they're in the national championship, but there's still this weird stuff going on. You have Notre Dame probably with the better playmaking quarterback of the two than Ohio State, yet Ohio State, the better skill position players, at least a wide receiver, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd be really excited about that game. So I hope it happens. Texas Notre Dame feels like it takes a lot out of it for me. I mean, man,
Yeah.
I would be a weirdly aggressive Notre Dame fan for that game.
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of want Texas to win, but that's just because I hate Ohio State. But I will admit that I would rather have a game of Notre Dame Ohio State for the championship. So I can't explain it. I just don't want I don't want Ohio State to win, because if they win this, I think they're going to win the title. So if they lose tonight, then I don't have to worry about them winning the national title. Does that make sense? Not really.
No, yeah, I get that, but that's not the way you phrased it the first time. You're just like, I hate Ohio State, and like what,
Yeah.
like that much more than you did have any disdain for Texas.
I don't really care about Texas. They don't bother me as much as they bother a lot of people. You know that discussion we had recently about like the levels of hate and when you have or haven't. Texas is so far in the rear view, man. Like I can't, bring out of me what I had at 21 years old for Texas. I just don't have that anymore. I'm not 21 anymore.
To me, it's the easiest one to maintain long
That's
term.
crazy. That's crazy.
Well,
I cheer
Jack,
against them just as. Say that again, Nick. I didn't.
So you're also just kind of perpetually triggered.
Yeah, but like I
That's
don't.
America. That's my secret.
But like my hatred burned deeper for Oklahoma than anything when I was a kid. But it's a little, I've got hatred dysfunction now. HD,
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to get the hatred up. So
Nick,
when you
that
get
was
older-
funny. Jack Mitchell, Perpetually Triggered. That's an album title if Jack Mitchell ever puts a DJ set together for one of his albums.
Jack, I have an entire list of band names. We can go through and find you a DJ name in that.
Dwayne says Josh is being a contrarian Husker fan. No, it's
Yep,
not that. I
yep,
just
there
don't
it is.
care about him anymore. I just don't care. We'll come back, or we'll go to break. We'll come back. I have a question about Nebraska football that we could get to real quick before we welcome Kent Walgamont onto the show. When Kent joins us, we're talking about Straight Outta Compton, a movie that is based on reality, but apparently was not very realistic. So we'll have all of that and more as we roll on. Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell, Nick Grimm. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone.
All right, I know my mic is on. Don't tell me. Bit's over. All right. I'm ready to hang out during this break. Got my my business done upstairs, so we're gonna keep naming video games. We're going on to did anybody look up Bill Laimbeer Combat Basketball? Naming games. I'm trying to think of some other ones that some randos that I was whoever said NHL 94, 100%. Like if I am making my Mount Rushmore, that's a good question there. Mount Rushmore of sports games. NHL 94, Tecmo Super Bowl. Obviously, whatever the best year. I think we could probably agree on which NCAA college football version goes on, but it's got to be one of those. Those three are like their first ballot for me. Oh, I was talking about Jordan versus Bird earlier. That's terrible. No, Andy, that's not what I'm saying. That part was actually there are conspiracy theories that is what happened, but it did not happen in the way that, that Suge Knight had something to do with it. Ooh, NBA Jam. Crap. Do I have to take something off? NHL 94, whatever the best NCAA is, we can argue that separately, but it's got to have a spot. Okay. I'm trying to remember what I said now. Tecmo Super Bowl, they're all in. An NBA Jam, maybe? So you get one you have 3 sports then, but you have no baseball game. Is RBI the best? Okay. RBI is the game that most gives me nostalgia, but is it like Tecmo Super Bowl was literally a shockingly good game at that time. I could not freaking believe how good Tecmo Super Bowl was when it came out in 89, 88, 89, 90. Because of the season modes, because of all of the teams, all of the players. NFL Blitz is fun. I would not have it on my Mount Rushmore. Baymans continue to say bases loaded was so much better than RBI. All my friends had RBI. I played a little bases loaded, but I was so like RBI, like bought into RBI. It was hard to make the switch. But what Tecmo Super Bowl did at that time, and then NHL 94 too. And I don't know why it is, but there's something about, and I wasn't even a hockey fan, but I became one. I really became one. Like I watched a bunch. I don't know anything about hockey now, but I watched a bunch of that Canucks, Rangers, Stanley Cup series that year, right? The Mark Messier one. Baymont, in television football is crazy. You had to put in like a 5-digit code in that freaking remote to get a play. It was so complex. And so I'm like, I got to be like 6 years old when I'm playing that crap. And you had to put in a code for the formation. You had to put a code in for, like, I don't know. Somebody look it up. But BA says NHL 94 is fun. I wasn't alive in 94, a big hockey fan, but I enjoy that game. Yeah, I was a big hockey fan. I can name more players that played in the 1994 NHL season. I can name 5 times more players that played in the 94 NHL season than I can this year. I could probably name 5 current NHL players. I bet I could name 50 from 94. Should have Magic Sleep with easy. Not quite. Yeah.
Jack Mitchell is still hanging out. Oh, now we're back together. Jack Mitchell is still rolling on in the commercial breaks. Jack, what was the topic du jour during this most recent commercial break?
Mount Rushmore of sports video games. Still video game based. We're just continuing. This is actually an amazing topic. The Mount Rushmore of sports video games. I put mine out, but I'm having a trouble getting to my 4th one. We'll continue to discuss in the next break.
I think that Ken Griffey baseball game for N64 is a lot of people's favorite.
Does Tony Hawk Pro Skater count?
Should.
Anything counts. Everyone has their own personal
Tony
Mount
Hawk Pro
Rushmore.
Skater 2, because that's the one where you could start. No, I mean one was ridiculous.
Are these our personal Rushmores or just
personal? Whatever you think. Yeah. What do you think the 4 best ever made are?
Well, I didn't know if it was a personal Mount Rushmore, if it was just like an in general, like everybody has to agree that these.
Oh
are
no,
It's
yeah,
hard because too many generations. So yeah,
I'd have that. Is car racing? I mean,
Yes.
people say okay,
Yes.
the Gran Turismo, one of the Gran Turismos I'd put up on there. The first NCAA football video game where you could recruit was a whole lot of fun. I don't know after that.
Mine is NASCAR Thunder 2003. That one was a classic. I played the crap out of that game. Forza Motorsport 4 specifically, just all the car options and everything, all you could do. That was great. I have a soft spot in my heart for the MLB The Show 21.
Mm-hmm.
That one is solid.
Yeah.
And I liked Madden 21 a lot too.
Mike says Mario Golf is underrated.
Oh,
yeah, one of
crap.
the Tiger Woods games. Oh man, I loved the Tiger Woods.
You know
Golf.
what? Get rid of Madden 21 and put Mario Golf Toadstool Tour
Yeah,
on the
Oh,
GameCube.
man.
I played the crap.
Jack,
out
we
of
were
that
just
one.
talking about when I was in my 20s, dude. Getting home from a night at the bars and playing Tiger Woods while drunk with my roommate until 3 a.m. Now that is something I miss about the young.
So I did that, but probably I did that in like 2000, 2002, 2003, that era of the Tiger Woods game on the original Xbox.
Mhm.
Oh man. Yeah. I was like, you could go against that like big Scottish guy and you had like the one-on-one matches. You could do the backspin and change it while it was in the air. That game was,
What about
that was a
Punch-Out,
really good
Jack?
game.
Did
What's
you
that?
did you get into Punch Out?
Ooh, I didn't even think of that for my Mount Rushmore.
Amazing Daniel just said that he probably played Punch Out and track and field more than anything.
I probably have. No, I played Tecmo Super Bowl more than anything.
What about-
Punch Out a lot though? But you know what? I wasn't good enough. It was so frustrating because there was a certain point I couldn't get past, and so that hurts it for me in my mind.
Hey, by the way, we were talking about Ted Carter, and I
Oh.
said that his nickname was Top Gun. It is not Top Gun. Slapshot. Thank you
Oh.
to listener Corey.
That's less cool.
Slapshot. Yeah,
Basically the same, you know.
I thought it was very dorky.
Well,
Very
he had people probably do call him Top Gun because he was basically the Top Gun instructor guy.
and
So,
that's
yeah.
that's what I got mixed
I'm
up.
sure
with.
people have
Slapshot.
called him that.
Slapshot sounds like a nickname your mom's boyfriend gives you to try to bond.
Oh,
How's
interesting.
it going? Slapshot?
I never saw Slapshot. Jack, have you seen Slapshot before?
I actually have not, believe it or not. I have not seen Slapshot, which is crazy because it used to be on KPTM all the time back in the Fox 42 days. That was one of those, man, there were KPTM in about about 1993 or so. I swear they had about 5 movies that they just rotated every Saturday for the entire year, Saturday afternoons. One of them was I was talking to El Ken about it last time I did the show with you, The Jerk. That show was always on. Slapshot was always on. I can't figure out what the other one, but the other ones where I can't remember, but I've never actually seen it. So
Baymon writes, I miss being young and dumb. A new game would come out. We would fire it up after work, game all night, get like an hour nap in, then go back to work and then repeat that cycle for a few days. Yeah, those days are over. And I miss those days as well. So maybe again, Jack, someday. Maybe
about
again
the-
someday.
I played a lot of the Need for Speed games too. Need for Speed.
Oh, I love Need for Speed. Hot Pursuit, that was my favorite one.
I liked Hot Pursuit 2 a lot, which is a hot take because everybody loved Most Wanted the best. But I think Carbon, out of those style open world games, I like Carbon better than Most Wanted.
Were you a car game kind of guy, Jack?
I enjoy playing them. They were not like, I remember doing some of the Gran Turismo ones, but I don't think I didn't put a ton of time in them because the car game. Oh, I know which one I like. This is going to age me. People in the chat will get it. RC Pro-Am. RC Pro-Am on the NES. Best car game. Oh, I love that game. I would play that right now.
Well, you have that weird Nintendo video game thing in the basement.
It broke, though. I broke it because I was.
Oh.
I said this in the chat, and this sounds like I was messing around in the back end of it, and I screwed up the Linux operating system, and I don't know how to get it working again.
Mule Hog 99 says Ridge Racer on PS1.
No idea
Ridge Racer.
what
That is.
I think that's a jet ski. I think that's a jet ski.
Keenan says Excite Bike.
F-Zero.
Excite Bike. I played a lot of Excite Bike. Yeah, it's kind of sucked though. I'm not going to say I liked Excite Bike a lot.
Jack called it Bore Bike.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Jet ski game. I played some jet ski game on the Xbox. I don't know what it was called. That was jet ski game and snowboarding games. It's hard to go wrong on. They're always pretty. They're always pretty fun.
I had a Shaun White game for my Nintendo DS that I played a lot.
Oh, there you go. Ryan tweets it. NBA Jam.
Now so on my Mount Rushmore, what we were talking about in the break, I said the shoe-ins are obvious. Okay, and there are 3 of them.
Okay,
it is NHL 94 for Sega Genesis, Super Tecmo Bowl for Nintendo Entertainment System.
Okay.
And then I didn't know which one. I've got to narrow it down. It's one of the NCAA games. Like you said, the first year you could do recruiting. I don't know. I got to go back. I can't quite remember which one.
When you could start getting the fans involved, when that would actually affect the teams, and you would look at your routes and they'd be all screwing up and shaking. That was awesome. Oh, NBA Street, says Caleb. NBA Street Volume 2. That game was awesome. There'd be this play called you'd serve it up. You throw it off the backboard, and there'd be this woman who'd say, serving it up. And then if you dunk, she'd say, dinner is served. Good times.
I don't remember the name of the game at all, but my buddy had it on his PS3. It was a baseball game, but you could, it was like an not animated. It wasn't a serious baseball game. It wasn't like the show type of baseball game, but it had real players. And I would throw a fastball that would basically turn into a burning fireball and just hit his hitter all the time when I would pitch, and he got mad at me.
Oh, wow.
He banned me from playing that game with him because I didn't actually try to play. But just hit his pitcher or hitter all the time.
There's the best. I'll go real deep on this. I would not have a baseball game on my Mount Rushmore. I would have 2 football games. I would have a hockey game, and I would have NBA Jam. That would be my Mount Rushmore. I think I'll go real deep cut for you. I think the best ever baseball game was called Hardball 3, and it was on the PC. Look it up. Hardball 2 was good. Hardball 2, Hardball 3 are the best ever baseball games I've ever played, and I don't think there's been anything really close to it. If you factor in the time that it was happening.
Yeah. All right, that's talking video games. We'll get to the Husker thing in a little bit later because Kent Walgamot is hanging out in the green room. Speaking of nostalgia, when we return, why this movie did not make Jack nostalgic for the late 80s and early 90s. Straight Outta Compton, a movie that came out in 2015, which means it's 10 years old.
Please don't.
Which I hate.
I was in college.
I was like, wow, I can't believe they included a clip of Matt Lauer. He did some bad things. And I was like, this came out before we learned about Matt Lauer being a creep.
That's true.
Because 2015 was 10 years ago.
Stop that.
And we found out about him being a creep in 2017. All right. We will talk about this movie and more. Also, Nick will give us a pick for next week, and it might be a documentary.
It won't be.
It will not be a documentary. Stay tuned. It's coming up next year on 1620 The Zone.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. The real show is developing topics for it. That should be the breaks for the real show. My solo show is the real show. And then the actual unsportsmanlike conduct is the commercials. There's a lot of talk about Ken Griffey Jr. baseball. Guys, I don't think I ever played it. I don't know where that hole was. Now, I didn't play. I had one friend who had a Super Nintendo. Most of my friends were Sega Genesis. I had one Super Nintendo friend, and like I said, the biggest thing I remember from that was Bill and Bear Combat Basketball, NBA Ball. So I played, by the way, NFL Blitz. If Blitz is on it, it's the N64 version of Blitz. Like Blitz was concurrent with this was when I was in college. It was GoldenEye and Blitz, right? That's it. Those two, GoldenEye and Blitz. But I thought of Wii Sports. That's in my top 20. I put Wii Sports in my top 20. 4 isn't enough. I need to have a top 20. I think I could do a top 20. It's tough with Madden and NCAA to some degree because it's just franchises that have been going on forever. And like, do you put multiple individual years in it? That's the tough thing about making a big ranking. Go back at NFL Blitz and look at the graphics are hilariously bad. I watched some videos of it's probably about the same thing. I watched some videos of GoldenEye recently. Yeah, Mule Hog, 100%. GoldenEye. That's by far the best non-sports game that I've ever played, in my opinion. But I went back and looked at I think I tried to play it online or something. I played it somewhere. Maybe it was an online sim or something. It was not the same experience that it was in 1998 at all. Yeah. It'd give you a headache. Oh my gosh, we would play, and we play split screen in the dorm room, and nobody had that big of TVs then. These are like max 27-inch non-flat screen TVs, and we play it quad split screen, and we'd all be sitting right up as close as we could to our little quad on it. I don't know if I ever played it one player. We only play that is only a game I played multiplayer. I miss being old man time. I miss being in the same room with people playing video games. I miss being in the same room with people playing video games, taking turns, that kind of did I have an arcade haunt when I was young? Yeah, East Park Plaza. Anybody from Lincoln? First was Sluggos, then it became W.C. Franks. Yeah, GoldenEye definitely had everyone fighting. Dude, we had close to fist fights over that. Well, first of all, it was people would look at the other screen. People were pissed off. Yes, East Park. I'm old enough that we go to Sluggos at East Park and teenagers smoked in there and nobody did anything about it inside. Also, the first time I played NBA Jam Arcade Edition there. Also played a basketball game called Run and Gun. Oh God, we gotta go. Time for a commercial break.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club.
It is indeed time for El Kent's Movie Club. Kent Walgamon of the Lincoln Journal-Star joins us right now. Kent, hello.
Hello.
I liked how Jack began the open as we all were bobbing our heads because I felt like it was a great representation of how he feels about today's movie, which was his pick, Straight Outta Compton.
That's true.
Uh-huh.
Do you want me to go first, or do you want to have some discussion generally first?
So the person who picks the movie does the honors of explaining, of giving a little background of the movie. So you get to, what's this movie about, Jack?
As somebody who watches our show, I thought you would know that, Jack.
I think he skips this segment every week.
I mean,
very sad.
That's not true at all. Okay. So this is a movie that has, as you guys were talking about, it came out almost 10 years ago now. 2015, and it's based on the rap group NWA. I was born in 77, so this movie starts in 1986. So this went from when I was 9-year-old 9 years old, and it goes to 95 to when I was 19 years old. So
Wow.
a key time in my music life, to be
Yep.
honest. But it depicts the members of NWA, some of whom are notable. You might know. You definitely know who Dr. Dre is. You definitely know who Ice Cube is. You may know who Eazy-E is. You probably don't, unless you're into hip hop, know who Ren or Yella are. But that's the group, and it shows about their upbringing in Compton, how they turned into, how it started, then the trials and travails of success. It's kind of like I don't know, what do you guys call these, like docudrama type things or whatever. I don't know what the right cinema word is for it, but that's essentially what it is. Is that right? Did I do that right, Josh?
Yeah. Kent, is that a pretty good representation?
Yeah. Yes, it is in fact a pretty good representation.
Yeah.
The two things, they obviously made the people that the prominent parts of the story. I mean, Ren and Yella are not hardly in it at all, and there's one guy who was in the first version of NWA that isn't even in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
So don't take this to be like all these kind of movies, sort of 100% historically correct. But I think it was, very good movie as well, I thought. And I found I am Jack may not know this, but I am at times try to go back and find what I wrote about it.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
And I found this. It was number 9 on my top 10 list for that year.
Really?
Yes. And it was the second music movie. It was previously there was a movie called Love and Mercy that was a Brian Wilson biopic. And so it was like number 4 on my list. So this is what I wrote then. Music movie number 2 on my list is the powerhouse biopic of NWA, the Ice Cube, Dr. Dre, Eazy-E led outfit that brought gangsta rap out of LA's Compton neighborhood to the world before imploding around its conflicting personalities. The picture has some flaws. It slows down in its second half and some inaccuracies, but it's a violent, compelling look at hip-hop reality 20 years ago. And that was 10 years ago. So it'd be 30 years ago.
30 years ago now. God, that's crazy. So, Jack, before you kind of get into some of your critiques, I don't know very much about NWA, so I went into this one fairly blind.
I wondered how much you knew of the story, because I knew most of it.
Yeah, and so I know that Ice Cube is, him and Dr. Dre, what would people refer to them as now? Like sellouts. Especially Ice Cube making kids movies, right? Like I remember that being a critique of him when I was in high school. But I know of those guys, and I know Eazy-E had like a very recognizable voice just because it sounds so different. And they really lean into that, I thought, in the first scene. I thought that this was going to be, because the talk about it when it came out was, oh my gosh, it's Ice Cube's son playing Ice Cube. And so I thought that this was mainly going to be a movie focused on Ice Cube. And in the end, I think it's more of Eazy-E's movie, I think, than anything, especially at the end. And I knew that he wasn't with us anymore. I could not remember how he died. I couldn't remember if he got killed or if he passed away from something else. And obviously, as he starts getting sick towards the end, you're like, okay, something is going to happen with him. I couldn't remember if it was cancer or something else. I'd totally forgotten that it was HIV. And so going in blind, though, I thought that it worked very well. But like, I know that Jack, he texted me about it. Like, yeah, there's all these inaccuracies. I don't know any of the inaccuracies. So I'm just watching this movie like, this is a really interesting story. Look at all the things that are happening. In a way, Kent, I thought it kind of moved. It's a 2.5 hour movie, and it covers the span of however many years. It kind of has to skip some steps, but you can obviously tell, like, the Paul Giamatti character seems to be a typical scumbag manager, and that's going to result in some, as the thumbs up comes, that's going to result in some fights happening within the group. And I know that Dr. Dre turns into, for lack of a better word, a mogul, throughout his career. So I know that he is not going to be involved. I knew that they didn't last very long. I didn't realize that they didn't last, they barely lasted as a group together. And I didn't know that they tried to get back together or they had talked about it, though I guess I don't know how true or not true that is. So I thought the pacing, I'm with you, Kent, pacing at times, I thought maybe a little poor here and there, but I thought for the most part, I was very engaged in the story. And maybe I went in with lowered expectations because I talked about it with Jack, but I went in like, all right, well, we'll see how this is. And I ended up really enjoying it.
Yeah. I think the reason that it gets kind of slows down is they trying to cover too much ground in the last 30 minutes or whatever. I don't know exact number, but it goes and then it's going to go here and here and here and here and here, and there's no cohesion to it, right? I think that's part of the reason that it slows down. What I can tell you is I have a very good friend, and she's a publicist in LA. Her name is Phyllis Pollock. She's actually an Omaha native, and she did all those rap groups. Okay. She is a publicist for like NWA. She's a publicist. She is a publicist for Ice-T. There was one, Ice-T was in Omaha once during this is really going off the rails.
No, this is great. I would love to hear this.
Ice-T was in Omaha. He was going to do a show, I believe, at the Ranch Bowl. And it was during the time of the 2 Live Crew controversy, and the fine Omaha prosecutors went after Leona's records up there and busted them for selling a 2 Live Crew tape as obscenity. And so Phyllis was part of working against that. So I go up, they have a press conference up there, and then Phyllis like, what you doing? And I'm like, I'm going to go, see, Ice is playing, come out here. I spent an hour or two riding around Omaha in a limo with Ice-T before.
That's awesome.
I was hoping something like this was going to happen.
Incredible.
Amazing.
And I've also I talked to Mr. Cube when he was doing the kids movies. And I also interviewed Dr. Dre when The Chronic came out, and he did a show at the Civic Auditorium Music Hall.
Amazing.
So,
that's so badass, Kent.
When you interviewed Ice Cube, did you call him Mr. Cube?
No, I did not. No, I don't think I called him anything. He was actually really fun to talk to, but I will be truthful. We digressed deeply into Raider talk, and
that makes sense.
Much.
It was probably a better time to talk about that, I would guess.
Actually, based off of that, I think we can kind of pivot into this. Based off of what I've seen Ice Cube in, I thought his son did an incredible job.
He was awesome.
He was
portraying him. Okay, so that's what I was going to ask. When you watched it, were you like, oh, that's just Ice Cube?
Yeah, he was great, and he looks just like him.
It's incredible.
Really does.
I mean, he looks
especially before he cut his hair. When like the early scenes, it's like, wow, it's a spitting image.
Yeah, he looks just. No, I thought he was good, and I think the kid, I can't remember his first name. Last name is Mitchell. That played Eazy-E.
Jason,
my cousin. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Jason, good. Yeah, Jason. Yeah. Hey, have any of these actors, the ones who played the main roles of the guys in NWA, have they had any other? Would I have seen them in anything else?
Young Ice Cube has been in several other films.
Okay.
And the Mitchell kid, I believe, has. The rest of them, I don't really remember so much.
Our family's big in entertainment, so that doesn't surprise me.
All right, Jack, let's get to critiques. I want to hear about this because you seemed very frustrated by this movie.
Yes, I was. And so I turn it on, and people are going to think I'm nitpicking. People are going to think I'm being a jerk. But like I said, this was during my, not that I was growing up in
years.
Not that I was growing up in Compton. I was growing up in East Lincoln, which is a very different experience for the most part. But
the mean streets.
There was a lot of cultural. Well, I wasn't in East Lincoln then. I was in a little bit more meaner part of Lincoln then. But there were a lot of kind of the cultural things going on at the same time too. the movie opens with Eazy-E, and he's going into to do a drug deal. And the first thing you see is his White Sox hat. Okay. Right.
Mhm.
You guys remember this? And it's 1986. They show it. They say it's 1986.
Oh, I know what his problem is.
He is wearing a White Sox hat that came out in 1991. And I know that sounds, listen, I know how dumb that sounds, but guys, that White Sox hat, I remember the week it came out in June. It was such a big deal among kids when that logo came out. I remember.
Hey, Jack, real quick, the hat that Dr. Dre wore throughout much of the movie, it's a black. Dodgers
I got more. Don't worry. I'll get to it.
Logo, they didn't have hats. So I noticed.
There's way more.
Like they didn't have hats like
it's
that.
It's all over the movie. It's a mess. It distracted me throughout the entire. They finally got to the mid-90s, and I was like, well, you were acting like you were at the mid-90s from the beginning with the costuming, with everything. I realized, listen, 1986 didn't look the same as 1994. It didn't. And I didn't get to feel like I was watching a movie in 1986. No, the biggest reason was all of the mistakes with the sports paraphernalia. The baseball caps, did you see what they all had on the back of them? A Major League Baseball logo. Ain't nobody had that in 1986. That didn't exist. That got unveiled in 1992. You know why? You know why I know that? Because that was a huge deal when that happened. By the way, nobody was wearing fitted caps then either. None of those guys were wearing fitted caps there. They were wearing snapback hats then, I promise. They also weren't wearing them low down like that either. In 1986, they were wearing them like that if they weren't wearing a Kanga cap. Nobody wore baseball caps like that in 1986. They wore them like that in 1995, not in 1986. What was this one scene? They had, I think it was Ren. He's wearing, in 1988 in the movie, he is wearing a Dodgers custom basketball jersey. Do you think a Dodgers basketball jersey existed in 1988? It did not.
Probably not officially.
Ice Cube was wearing a black on black Dodgers hat. Yeah. A black on black. That was Dre. That was Dre wearing a black, and that was when you could see the New Era logo. I was like, come on, man.
Yeah.
That's like 2013 when that hat is from.
What do you think of that mistake happening over and over? Because what I honestly am thinking of is, Jack, I thought that the critiques were going to be more like storylines.
I got more of those too, but yeah.
But you know what I think of, Ken? I think of Mad Men and how the creator of that show, Matthew Weiner, took such time and care to make sure everything was like the true, authentic self of 1960, 1961, etc. This movie definitely operated fast and loose in that regard.
My guess is that it had everything to do with how it was made and who made it. Mm-hmm. F. Gary Gray is the director. And remember, if you looked, all of those guys signed off as executive producers or whatever. So you had a lot of cooks in the stew. And Suge Knight was on the phone threatening the director. Right?
Yep.
He was charged with felony threat. Mm-hmm. Against the director, and the only reason he didn't go to trial for it is because he pleaded guilty to manslaughter, and they dropped the charge, but it was part of the 3 strikes you're out. So Suge's in prison for another 30 years, 20 some years because of that. But that it was as chaotic as you might expect. There was an attempted drive-by out when they were shooting the thing in Compton.
Wow.
Yeah, it was utter chaos.
Okay, so maybe the hat logos weren't of the most concern.
Getting the exact hat was not their concern.
Let me make my case though, Kent, and you know this as a Raiders fan. The part of why NWA had appeal then and why they had so much influence is because of what they wore and when they were wearing it. I mean, goodness, you guys have probably all seen that ESPN 30 for 30, right? On it was about the Raiders and clothing and all of it. Like there was a real clear time when a bunch of that changed and they drove a bunch of all of that. And then they've got Ice Cube wearing a black LA Dodgers hat in 1988. Like they didn't start making alternate colored baseball caps till Spike Lee asked for an all red one in the World Series in '96. Like those were, God, I just could not concentrate. And again, I know I'm going to sound annoying. Or he's wearing a black Kings hat in 1988. They didn't go to black and white until they got Gretzky, which was a year later. So, or that fall at least. So it drive me. I could not get over it. But it wasn't just that. It was just the feel. It was the way some of the costuming. Suge Knight in 1988 in the movie, like he looks like Suge Knight in that we all know him looking like. He didn't look like that. You know, this Suge Knight was a replacement player for the Los Angeles Rams in the strike season of 1987. He's a Ram. He's on John Bishop's team. And you want to go watch him play? He got hair. He's got a bunch of hair. But that's not what they made him look like, the Suge we know.
Speaking of John's watching. He says Jack was the continuity director on Empire Strikes Back. He was the one who correctly ID'd that the rebellion didn't wear beige in their uniforms until Return of the Jedi saved the movie. Jack, what did you think of the plot? Or did you find it all so distracting that you couldn't even really
I was glad when they got, so I'm the opposite of Kent. Like I found the second half to move more quick, better and be more compelling, but that's because there were less of the airs then because they made the whole thing as if it had been in the 90s. So once I got to 93, although they had Tupac in the studio doing a song that came out after he died in 96 that he didn't do when he was with whatever. Nobody cares. But that was inaccurate too. No, but I thought the second half was I thought the second half was better, but it was distracting to me throughout much of it. And I think it's interesting, that I know I think it was just Dre and Ice Cube who were executive producers, right? From the group.
Well, Eazy-E was dead.
Well, I know, yeah, I know that, but the other
difficult for him
it was just interesting that kind of made him the main character in the second half of the movie to some degree. And I don't know, like I thought they made him look, and again, it's a bit fictionalized with all that thing, but you could tell it was their opinion of him, right? It was not his opinion of him or the reality of it. I thought they made him seem a lot more pathetic kind of than I remember him being during that time.
What Phyllis says, and she was there for pretty much all of this, is that it's a lot of the portrayals are pretty accurate, but some of the stuff sort of is out of order of how it happened, and that Heller was actually worse than what was portrayed in the movie, and he really was the cause for the whole thing blowing up because they wouldn't pay Ice Cube, and Heller shoveled all the money first to Easy and then mostly to himself because he ended up screwing Easy down the road too. And so that part was, how do I want to say? I thought Giamatti was good playing this guy, but that guy was even worse than the way Giamatti played him, which is really saying something.
I was going to ask you because Kent, when we did the Elvis movie, of course, the Tom Hanks character, that was a large portion of that discussion. And in these types of movies, the manager can always be a scumbag. And so I was wondering, did this exaggerate it? But you would say it's the opposite. They could have gone even harder.
Yeah, Phyllis says it's the opposite. So
wow,
well,
that's crazy. Did the scene when they sang "F the police" and they were told, did that unfold the way that the movie portrays it to have happened?
Not exactly, but close enough.
Wow.
Now the movie makes it look like he wrote it in direct response to something. Mm-hmm. And in fact, he had already sort of had the basics of it and then completed it. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I wish the movie.
Go ahead.
I wish the movie would have showed kind of Ice Cube's transition from writing music into starting to write movies, because
there's that one scene where he's writing Friday,
there's
right?
That scene where he's writing Friday, but it just kind of happened, There wasn't any
I'm on page 100.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, I think that word processor used was from 1999 in that one, but nonetheless.
Oh my gosh.
Jack, maybe you missed your calling. You could have been on the set of a variety of movies.
If anyone is making, songs movies involving music and sports gear from circa 1985 to 1999. That's my area. I could definitely do that.
John made the joke about it earlier, but there actually is somebody who works at Disney who's in charge of keeping all the continuity in Star Wars.
Oh, yeah, it's very important.
So when they make a movie, they go down the list. That's just Jack for 90s movies.
Yeah, Charles said, I'm with Jack on all of this.
Like, I can't believe Dre and Ice Cube let it go. I honestly can't. I just can't believe that they didn't see all that stuff and be like, man, that just doesn't look right. I wanted it to feel like 1986. It never did. I wanted it to feel, other than the Jerry curls, right? Like, they got that right.
Yeah.
How much of it was possibly just specifically new era brand marketing?
You can see now
or
it would
product placement.
Oh, that's an interesting question. My guess is it was more out of like budgetary reasons. Like, right, Kent, like if you're going to make a hat like that from 86 or 88 or whatever, and it doesn't have the logos, like you're going to have to construct the hat or digitally alter it. And either way, we're talking about making something or removing something.
This is pre-digital altering.
Right. Right.
Yeah. They wouldn't have had that technology would have been in its infancy at that time.
They did
that.
that.
I'm saying when they made it in 15. I'm saying the direct, like when they made it. Are you saying that they couldn't have done that even as directors?
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Josh,
so
they did that with
recreate everything. Then
they did that with that Raiders hat that they're wearing throughout the script. Raiders. That's not a real one of those. I can tell you that did not look right. Something looked messed up about it. Like we're getting super deep. That one actually would have been timeline appropriate if it was a snapback, but like maybe there were some fitted ones. But it looked a little jacked up. They obviously tried to remake it, and it wasn't quite right. But I did want to say one thing I did like. Okay. One of the parts I really enjoyed, and even the ones that I know were fictionalized, I did like kind of the cameos of where the intersections of these other artists that you know now kind
like
of
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, when Snoop Dogg,
it's such a good Snoop Dogg,
and that was before Atlanta, so this was one of his earlier roles.
Yeah. That scene, when Snoop Dogg first gets in there, and you sort of, it takes a while because you kind of realize what's happening, right? Or then the one Dre starts playing the notes of Nothing But a G Thing.
That was awesome as he's trying to figure it out because it's I'm trying to figure out that word. It's like an uncanny valley for a moment where you're hearing that song and you're like, those notes are wrong.
Yeah.
And then you're excited because you're like, I can't wait for him to actually get to the notes that I know.
Yes.
And then it does, and it's like,
that was
really cool.
I thought those were great scenes.
Right before he actually hit it, I'm like, it's coming next.
It's
gonna happen.
It's very close. It's very close. Yeah, that was cool.
I love that music a lot.
It's awesome. That era of hip hop is great.
Everybody always has the East Coast versus West Coast bias. I've always liked the way the West Coast sound was better because it was just more of a vibe.
Yeah.
I mean, the lyrics obviously were about very real things, but the way the music was produced
and how it sounded
and how it
Ken,
sounded.
were you a West Coast guy or an East Coast guy?
Well, I was just going to say that for some of us, I guess in the middle of the country, if nothing else, I understand the split, but as far as the music, like, let's just put it this way. I went to see all that Run DMC, Public Enemy, DJ Jazzy Jeff, and the Fresh Prince before anybody knew who Will Smith was. And also Dre and NWA never came around here, and a couple of Dre's proteges, and then a little bit down the line, Mr. Snoop Dogg, who I've seen multiple times. And and then Ice Cube played the arena here, 2 years ago, something like that. But yeah, so that split has sort of been almost mythologized in a way. Those were clear in some areas, but for some of us, I think it was just this new this generation of hip hop and here's the important thing I think about NWA. And part of why they made the movie is the NWA is really the group that introduced or that brought a large white audience to hip hop. The white kids from East Lincoln were not listening to Public Enemy. It was too Afrocentric and too hard in that political kind of sense. the kids in East Lincoln or West Omaha or wherever you want to put it, NWA pulled them in with all of the stuff, the look but also the content was more of that gangster, what do you want to say, almost mythological.
Mythologizing.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the other thing about it, having lived in that era, the West Coast stuff, the NWA, and then basically into the Chronic. People in East Lincoln, West Omaha, like they saw those. There was a little radio play for the Chronic, right? Everybody had Chronic CD. Some people had the NWA stuff, right? But the East Coast stuff at that time just didn't get the distribution to places like Lincoln and Omaha through radio. Like, we didn't know. I mean, we heard about the Wu-Tang Clan a little bit, but they weren't playing Wu-Tang Clan on the radio, man. They weren't playing Nas on the radio. It wasn't until Ready to Die comes out, 94. That's when the East Coast finally hit sort of the mainstream in East Lincoln. But 90 to 94, that West Coast stuff was front and center for people who were teenagers at the time.
In part, that's because it was being pushed by Interscope Records.
Yep, I bet.
And Interscope was the key to that.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that this does do, I think, is show that how that West Coast, so to speak, hip hop developed, right? By not just NWA, but of course Tupac comes in, Snoop comes in, and they were, the thing people don't remember now. Remember, Snoop had a song, "Murder Was the Case They Gave Me." Snoop was as controversial as you could have got. He was,
and now he's so mainstream. He's on the
so wild.
He big
every television ad you see.
It's funny.
I think it's the biggest brand turnaround in history.
It's wild, man.
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, it's not only him. You guys referenced it before. Ice Cube's movies. Now, I mean, goodness sakes, Ice-T is doing commercials for some reverse car mortgage situation that they're playing on, on cable news right now for old people to see. And Dre is obviously, he's very mainstream with all this business interests. So,
well, Ice-T has been on what is it? NCIS.
Oh, yeah, NCIS forever.
Oh, is he on a different show now? Because he was on SVU for years. Is he on another show now too?
I don't know. I don't watch it, but
whatever, one of those.
And then you've got if you look, all of these things, and they all are rooted in that. They all come out of that, which is, I find, I mean, Dr. Dre, you know how he got ultra rich is the headphones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Apple then paid $1 bazillion for his stuff. He's, that it's a American success story of its own, that this is the first chapter in a way.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, so that was Straight Outta Compton. Jack, I'm happy you picked it, if anything, for this conversation, which was great. Hearing about that era of music and society. Really interesting movie. It's available right now on Max. So that was a Jack pick. So we'll have Nick pick for next week.
Nick pick. We're going back to Max.
We're going back to Max. Jack, you have a Max subscription, so you'll be able to watch it. This is awesome.
All right, let's go.
We're going to watch Parasite.
Oh!
I've never seen it. I've been wanting to watch it forever.
Awesome.
This feels like a good platform to do it.
Oh, man. This is a great movie. I haven't watched it in years, but I've been wanting to.
The lovely Korean film? Is that the one to which we were referring?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And that's available now on Max, Nick?
That's what I saw earlier.
All right, cool. Because I remember for a while it was on Hulu, but you're right. It is indeed on Max. I will link it right now for people who would like to.
It was my #1 movie of the year that it came out.
Ken, that was my #1 movie that year, too. I love this movie.
I've heard it was good.
I saw it in theaters. I saw it at the Alamo.
Nice.
Great times. Great times. So we'll do that next week. All right, Kent. You'll be the world's biggest Buffalo Bills fan tomorrow, and I guess or on Sunday rather. You're rooting against the Chargers. I would have to imagine too, or do you not care?
Raider fan doesn't have a lot of hate for the Chargers.
Yeah.
It's the mules and the chefs.
Yeah. Well, you might be rooting for the Chargers then next week, because if they win and Chalk takes care of business on the other side of the bracket,
Go Chargers, go!
thank you, Arnold, they would be playing the Chiefs in round 2 of the NFL playoffs. So we will all commiserate together rooting against Kansas City next week, I'm sure.
And of course, we have the second installment of the playoff tonight.
Who do you like?
Ohio State, I like.
Yeah.
Also, I kind of want Ohio State to be there just because of SEC. Go
Yeah.
Ohio.
We were talking about that earlier. It'd be funny to see the South miss out on another national championship game for the second consecutive year. Tough luck for the old South.
Tough luck, yes. Interestingly, why do Notre Dame used to be the most hated college football team in the country, and people are now like Notre Dame? What happened?
I know. John and I talked about that a couple of days ago because there was an article from Ralph Rousseau who wrote about it, and then a lot of other people have been saying the same thing. It seems like, Kent, that for many it comes down to their coach being likable, or in the case of, he's just not Brian Kelly, who was very unlikable. So maybe that's what it is. They don't have Brian Kelly anymore.
But some of us have hated Notre Dame since the 60s, right?
That's true.
And when they got their own TV network, and when they, every playoff scenario was set up to make sure Notre Dame had the easiest possible way to get in and all of that. And then now all of a sudden they're a team that people likes. It's like,
It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild.
Sure.
Kent, we'll talk to you next week about Parasite, and looking forward to it.
Sounds good.
All right, that is Kent Walgamont joining us here on Friday. It is a One Beer Friday. When we return, we got some Husker football that we could talk about. We could talk about the game tonight. So many other things, but I did want to tackle the playoff. We'll do that in the happy hour when we crack open some beers, and just how great it is to have finally gotten this when you start looking at the teams that are still remaining, 3 teams remaining. Not to mention, Jack, venue is now dead, and that's a topic that is right up your and my alley. So many, many things. I hope that the movie choice was worth it, if anything, because that conversation was fun.
Dude, I knew Kent was going to have some kind of story like that, better than I even expected. Man, dude is a treasure. Like, get every story out of that guy. Get him record. He needs a podcast. I know he writes, but man, we got to get more from him because he's great. Love Kent. So to be able to talk to him, the expert in movies and music, about that one was awesome. I'm still talking 90s hip hop in the chat. So.
Yeah, and I would say this too before we go to break. The Jack Mitchell podcast, you had a chance to talk to Kent a few years ago, and I'm going to find the episode real quick right now to recommend it.
Oh my gosh. It's like his origin story. You've got to listen to it.
Oh, good. This one came out, but as I scroll. Damn it.
One of the first ones. It was one
of the... it was. I thought it was one of the later ones. No. It was. There it is. Episode 3. April of 2022. It's an hour and 23 minutes. It is awesome. Highly, highly recommend. Like you said, you hear his origin story. You hear about the people that he ran into along the way. Super fun. I'm with you, man. I love hearing him tell stories about who he's met and who he's had a chance to talk to. So
thank you for letting me go through. If you want to hear a few more uniform gear problems that I saw in that movie, I'm glad to tell. I didn't even get to the other factual issues, but
maybe that will come up during the next commercial break.
Sounds like a commercial topic.
All right, or video games. Again, Jack's hanging out in Lincoln, so during commercial breaks, he's talking inside of the YouTube and Twitch channel, so that's coming up next for those who are just listening there. For everyone else, we'll be back after this. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this One Beer Friday. Let us know what you are drinking today on 1620 The Zone.
All right, 30 seconds, guys. Hold on. All right, I'm back, y'all. Let's see what we got. Felt like it was a father. My oldest playing pregame mix was 90s hip hop. Nice. Jack is stealing my bit. Yeah, I liked it. I did this actually I did this a long time ago. Maybe you stole my bit, actually. Meanwhile, Jack, got your really cool substitute teach that all students are happy to have. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Now I want to hear your Mount Rushmore. Ooh, okay. Mount Rushmore of hip hop. Oh, man. That's tough. Like, I can do that in two different ways. I can do it in terms of my personal preferences, which is not going to be like, there are a lot of people are going to have issues, I think, probably with that. I didn't ever say white kids weren't listening to Public Enemy. I didn't say that. I never said those words. I listened to Public Enemy. My friend brought up the Fear of a Black Planet CD in 1990. Like, I don't know where that came from. I didn't say it was the Bring the Noise had tons of MTV play. Like, I didn't say that. I said the ones I listed were Nas. I said Wu-Tang Clan, but I don't consider Public Enemy as, or did maybe El Kent said that? Maybe he's talking about El Kent. So sorry if I'm being too defensive. I occasionally do that. God, man, I can talk that stuff too, Bishop. But I was trying to, what the point I was, okay, Kent said it, Republic Enemy. Okay, Daniel, sorry, I was too defensive. I agree with you, Daniel. Like, I had more exposure to Public Enemy than I did NWA, I would say. For sure. Because they both got a little, Public Enemy got more MTV play. But what my point was more the true East Coast, the part, kind of the partisans in the East Coast, West Coast feud. The West Coast was more just culturally accessible for white kids in the Midwest than the East Coast ever than the early days of the East Coast. Because again, like who Wu-Tang Clan is the best example, I think. Like, you weren't hearing it on the radio, you weren't seeing it a lot on MTV, at least compared to as much as you were hearing Ice Cube, Dr. Dre, all of that stuff, for sure. Like even Tupac with Digital Underground. So L Cool J. Yeah. L Cool. Oh.
Well, we're back.
Right,
this is so awesome. Nick
I'm giving
like
a TED talk on we had a very deep discussion, and then Bishop's in here very out of place right now with this conversation.
Also, you arguing not like it was something that Kent had said, but you thought that somebody was being critical of you, and you're like, I'm sorry, I'm a little defensive. Sometimes I get defensive. That was funny.
You heard? Are you guys? Can you guys hear the whole thing?
We can listen if we want to. Yeah, we put it in.
Did you hear the bad stuff I said about you on a few segments ago?
Well, if you actually did, then no, we missed that. But you would never do that, Jack.
I did.
You really? Oh, well, that's.
Yeah, it was sort of playful, but it was definitely mean.
It was a bit.
Oh, okay.
Tyler.
Steve says Parasite. Could have sworn you guys already did that one. John is in the chat. John can let us know. He has the master list. I am very confident we have not done Parasite, mainly because John doesn't like movies with subtitles. So we try not to do subtitle movies.
Why I picked it this week.
Because John gets all mad. See, but John should watch this movie because it's awesome.
Yeah, but he's just going to complain the whole time and then retaliate. He's going to pick I have to read it. Then to retaliate, he's going to pick a movie made for some middle-aged white guy about fishing.
He did that before.
But 2 weeks from now, I'm on again for movies. I believe.
Jack? Why is he muted? Did you turn him off, Nick?
Jack,
I'm here.
Okay,
Hello?
you're fine now. You're
good. 2 weeks now, I'm on the movies again, though, right?
I thought you weren't doing next week.
2 weeks from now, I just said.
2 weeks from now. No, 3 weeks from now.
3 weeks?
The 31st.
Okay, 31st. I couldn't remember the date. I couldn't remember the date. Exactly.
So you have to give us another movie. You get to pick the next time that you are in here again.
It can be a documentary.
The Yacht Rock documentary on Max. Let's go.
All right, we'll do the Yacht Rock documentary.
No. If I get to do a documentary, and we'll do music documentaries, Woodstock 99 documentary.
Perfect. I've never seen it. That sounds great.
Is that a series or is that one confined?
One documentary.
Okay.
Yeah, I told Nick because I asked him, I was like, why did you think we couldn't do documentaries?
I don't think it is anyway.
Because he picked a documentary one time about
Michael Schumacher.
Yeah, and I was like, you think that we made fun of it because it was a documentary? And then Nick realized.
Well, then I also remember you saying we don't do documentaries in Movie Club.
I don't recall this at all. You can pick documentaries. We did that. John picked one time, I think.
Did he?
Yeah, we do them. We can do whatever we want. The only rule is got to be on streaming, not in theaters. We just don't want to pay extra for it. Though Jack had to pay extra.
It's on Max. I didn't watch. I watched it on Netflix. It must be on Max now. So, and it's 110 minutes. So it's just one. It's not. I couldn't remember, but
all right. So
that's
stay
a good
tuned
one.
for that one. Coming
Also,
up in a few weeks.
John says, Nick, wrong one. Nick, kiss my ass. And no, Parasite has not been on the movie club.
Perfect. I didn't think the Parasite had been in the movie club. By the way, Jack, speaking of John, Steve texts into the show. So is the main criteria for guest hosting for John that you have to yell more than John?
Oh.
Didn't know that was possible. I think you were a little yelly during the discussion about the movie.
Jack got on his soapbox.
Yeah, which, you know what, Jack? I appreciate it because when I didn't notice it in the early part. Now, I also didn't know about all of the 86, things that people were wearing. But there was that scene where Dre was wearing the black hat and I could see the New Era logo. And I was like, that hat couldn't have been around then. And I was like, that's odd that they just didn't care about how this looked.
And I didn't know that New Era and even MLB didn't have their logos on stuff.
It's a very new thing. It's a very new thing. Yeah.
I don't want to yell.
Very new.
I don't want.
It's happened in my lifetime. That's very new in the history of baseball. That's pretty new.
That's fair.
Jack, do you remember when they started putting NFL logos on the collars?
I don't remember the exact year. I think the New Era went on. The New Era went on the. They started putting them on the hats in like, I don't know, 2013,
really
2017. I don't know. It's been a while.
It was I think when the Cubs were in the World Series, they had hats with the New Era logo on it, and that was the first time. Because that's how you always knew it was a real hat. A real Major League Baseball hat did not have the New Era logo on it. But like all the other, if you were to get a black on black, they would have the New Era logo on it. But if you were to get a normal Yankees hat, it did not ever have the New Era logo.
Know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's how you could always tell.
That's why I made such a big deal about the MLB logo on the back of the hats that were right there in the beginning, because that's how you knew you had that was a huge thing, being a kid or somebody who was a teenager, knowing that hat meant if it had that, it was
a real.
You knew it was a real hat, but that was not that way in 1986. Like, God, the people didn't look like they were in the 80s. They were wearing the wrong kind of glasses. It was all kinds of stuff. But
it's kind of like
I don't want to yell.
Logo,
Steve is sensitive. I don't want to yell. So
the NFL logo, like when I was a kid, the replica jerseys did not have that. So if you saw someone wearing a jersey that had the NFL shield on it, that meant it was a real authentic jersey. And it was like, that's tight. Now every jersey has one. They don't differ. The different is like the material's not as good or the stitching isn't as good. But otherwise, you can't tell as well as you used to be able to tell what's real and what's fake.
Right, so this makes me want to do just a whole show on gear over the years. Oh, it'd be so good. It'd be so fun.
Hey,
Mount Rushmore of gear.
Hey, you know what, Jack? When you're here in 3 weeks, you know what's coming up that weekend? Nothing. Football will basically be dead. It will be the Pro Bowl. Maybe we do the gear show.
It reminds me of that episode of Atlanta with was it the Fubo?
Oh, Fubu. Oh yeah.
There was a guy in the Straight Outta Compton wearing a no, it was a Fila. There was a Fila shirt that I thought might have been out of place.
Fubu stuff.
I don't think it was Fila.
Fubu was Fubu a thing when you were a kid, or is that more my generation? Fubu was huge.
When I was in my young 20s, when I was a young adult.
Then I remember South Pole. People loved South Pole.
A lot of South Pole.
I never was able to. Don't think I could afford South Pole.
Starter was pretty big when I was coming up.
Starter. Now you're speaking Jack's language.
Starter for sure.
A lot of Columbia.
Adam says Echo. Things are breaking right now.
No, that's a brand.
Oh,
good Lord. Grandpa, jeez.
Yeah, Echo. That was also.
All right, tough look for me. That was a tough look. Apologies. All right, Jack, let's take a break. Let's reset. Let's come back. We have the venue news. Gosh, we have so many things that I wanted to hit on today. Let's let dealer's choice when we return. We will get to that. It's One Beer Friday. Let us know what you're drinking. Our listeners are sending us copious amounts of drinks that they are having. Let us know. Hashtag One Beer Friday at USC 1620. As the weekend arrives, looks like Derek is enjoying a beer from Cross Strain, the Cranberry Berliner Weiss. He says a merry flavor for a winter. One Beer Friday.
You said that in a German accent a little too well.
No, I took German. And yes, Beringer fan does let me know Echo is not Echo. Yes, I understand. I'm an idiot. All right, he's Jack Mitchell. He's not an idiot. I'm Josh Peterson. I am. Nick Grimm is an idiot as well. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Thank God I'm here. Yeah, we had a Team Spirit. Team Spirit was at East Park, Andy. Pro Image was at Gateway. Pro Image, oh god, I'll walk into freaking Pro Image or Team Spirit, but Pro Image, they had the jerseys, the authentic jerseys up across the top. You had to get a guy, an employee with the long telescopic thing to get it down for you, and they were like $120. I used to just go in there and stare at them. They were so freaking expensive, though. I finally, one year during Lemon Days at Gateway, they had some they had a Rockies one out, and it was on sale for like $40. And I was like, I've always wanted an authentic jersey. So this is probably like 1993, shortly after the Rockies. And the Rockies were fairly new then, 93, 94. I still have the Rockies jersey. It's pretty cool. BA says, how old do you think I am? How old do I think? I wish you couldn't see me and just hear me and then tell me. The Teal Sharks starter jacket was S tier. Mike, exactly right. People will have no idea how popular San Jose Sharks gear was for a short period of time. That was the ultimate. The ultimate. Gear was just a different level then. So people who are roughly my age can understand. I can't believe anybody who's my age, particularly, right, who was like, who lived in that area, right, in a more urban setting, did not raise red flags all over the freaking place. Hornets is a good one. That'd be a great one. The Mount Rushmore of the biggest like brands or excuse me, teams just in gear. And I'm not talking about like the Yankees right now. The Hornets and Sharks are two of them. White Sox, the White Sox hat, obviously. Just like the fashion statement ones. 47, 48. So I like legit have to count. I was born in 77. I was born in August of 77. So whatever that is. So, all right, what else we got? But yeah, thank you for bringing up Team Spirit, whoever did that. East Park was a trip in the 90s. Hit the record store, hit the Team Spirit, hit the arcade, which I already referenced, Sluggos, later WC Frank's, hit the food court, hit the bookstore, and hit Asian Treasures, baby. Because you know what you're looking at there? Freaking throwing stars. Throwing stars, baby. What a day. That was a full damn day. You listen to the CDs at the first Pickles, then Twisters, then Homers, right? Then you hit the Team Spirit. I'm talking like East Park circa 1992. Going to Piece of the Pie Pizza. That was probably gone. Chartreuse Caboose. That was probably gone by then too. Orlando Magic. Good call. Mule Hog. Good call. Orlando Magic. Suns. I don't remember the Suns, but yeah, peak East Park was huge. Suns in the 90s. Really? I don't.
Josh Peterson, Jack Minshall with you. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. By the way, tonight, Jack, I know you're excited for this. It's the Papio Derby. Papio South at Papio, 6:30 on 1180 The Zone.
Ooh.
Little hoops action.
What's a derby?
It is what they call rivalries in soccer that are inside of the same city.
Oh,
So like when it's a soccer term more than anything, but like when the Mavs play Creighton, it's the Omaha Derby. In Liverpool, when Everton plays Liverpool, it's the Liverpool Derby.
That is sweet. That's awesome. I didn't know they called it that. I love that.
Yeah. There you
That's
go.
really
I think
cool.
Derby is awesome.
it's a good name.
It's spelled Derby, but it's over there. It's pronounced Derby.
A derby.
Bingo. You pretty much nailed it.
Oh,
Pretty much
that's cool. We don't have any cool names for our rivalries. Well, actually, we do. I made one up.
What's that?
I am the only one who's made up a rival, I think, that I know of. Lincoln East versus Pius in football is called the Battle for the 70th and A, Battle for Control of the 70th and A Amigos, or AKA the Battle for all the ranch, you know.
But not to continue to go back to the movie because it will just get us way off again. But they were holding when the Bloods and Crips were holding up the thing in the movie. I of course thought of the very famous picture from Omaha, Nebraska, of the Bloods and Crips holding up whatever. Did they hold? It was the same thing, right? It was
bandanas tied together.
Oh, it's so funny, so funny. Tyler says seriously, how much to make Jack and commercial breaks a thing?
Let's talk.
I said we need to turn on super chats on the 1620 The Zone YouTube page. Maybe that's what happens. We get super chats, and Jack will hang out in our commercial breaks during every show.
Wait, like I'm just the MC for the breaks? I'm like I'm like the guy you bring out to pump up the crowd for you guys. Okay.
It's a great idea.
He's our yella.
But then people would be like, oh, I like Jack more than the regular show. And then it would be like, oh, crap, and they would just want Jack, and then John and I would get demoted.
They'll have Jack, but then they'll realize that they like Jack better in like 2 to 3 minute bursts.
Oh, wow. Interesting. BA's Coach Associate said, I donate money every day. Wow. Jack, how much money would you have to get every day to hop in here for 3 minutes at a time, 4 minutes at a time?
3 minutes at a time for 4 hours?
4 hours. Sorry, honey. I can't do anything from 2 to 6.
But I only have to work in 3 minute increments during the time. I don't know if I get 20, if I get $15 for every 3 minutes, that's probably good.
$15 for every 3 minutes.
Jeez.
For every 3 minute segment.
If you correlate that in terms of that's $300 an hour, that's lawyer money.
Okay.
Jeff.
Well, listen,
lawyer fees again.
Listen, this is the opening bit. I mean, this is a negotiation. I'm not going to start at the bottom. I mean, listen.
A couple comments. Dilo says, I'd pay $8 a month. Oh, interesting, Jack. There you go. Maybe that's an idea for you. An $8 thing that people pay every month. David texts in, the Jack Mitchell Derby is him versus the straw man in his head.
That lives rent free.
What the hell does that mean?
It lives rent free.
What straw man? I don't make straw man. Hold on. I know what. Is that a reference to the bowl games thing? Because I told Steve I wouldn't yell. I had some frustrating days driving my daughter around places, hearing you guys talk about me and my bowl takes, and I think misrepresenting them.
Have you? This could be the topic for this segment. What do you want to say? Because they got great numbers. I've had this on my prep sheet like all week long, that the bowl games got like record-setting numbers this year for some reason, which is very perplexing given that the conversation about these games, Jack, is that they shouldn't exist or there's too many of them, and yet more people than ever are watching them. And I think that's why John and I had fun needling you about
Well, you were needling me, but you guys were, I mean, John especially was acting like nobody's saying the things you're saying they're saying, and that is obviously everyone knows he's dead wrong about that. Dead wrong. Don't tell me there's nobody saying there's too many bowl games or they're diluted or they're boring or critiquing them in every sort of, they're not as good as they used to be. Stop. That's not a straw man. You hear it constantly. Okay. Yeah. So don't tell me I made that argument up out of thin air. You haven't been around, right? You don't know the pulse of the fans if you think that's the case. And that's sad. That's sad for a sports radio host, in my opinion.
What do you, Jack? What do you think explains the random increase in viewership this year? What explains it? The playoff is expanded, so you'd figure that interest would actually be lower in the non-playoff games, and yet it seems to be higher for some reason.
I wonder. Mike mentioned this in the chat. I wonder if it had something to do with the days of the week. Do you think that played into it? In
terms of that because of Christmas and New Year's being on Wednesdays?
And New Year's being on Wednesdays,
that people were home for a large period of time. Oh, Jordan, I wonder if it's because they were more spread out and not condensed in a week and a half.
That's true. They started way earlier this year.
Bowl games this year were earlier than I can ever remember. And then if you count the playoff going all the way to the Natty, it's going to be the longest stretch of bowl games of our lifetimes, and it's going to be like this now every year moving forward.
Was the stat that just in general they were all up, or was it a specific, like a prime time?
Yeah, here, let me find it real fast. On average, the bowl games were up across the board this year compared to previous years. And you also had here's the story. You had record number of viewership in some games. Like, okay, 6.8 million people watched the Pop-Tarts Bowl, which was the highest viewership for that game, even though it was going up against an NFL game at the same time. The Colorado BYU Alamo Bowl, 8 million viewers, which was the Bulls' biggest audience on record, and it actually outdrew a playoff game between SMU and Penn State. 21 of the 30 non-playoff bowls that aired on ESPN through January 2nd saw a year-over-year increase, the majority of them by 20% or more. And one more stat for you, Jack. I believe, here we go. Nebraska, Boston College, I don't believe it. December 28th, most watched Pinstripe Bowl since 2013.
Oh, that's Nebraska fans, but yeah.
Yeah. So we're talking about like a true increase, and some of it, like Mike points out, Pop-Tarts and Duke's Mayo Bowl, they have like the niche weird crap. But like the Pinstripe Bowl doesn't have a goofy hook, even though they did have a DJ that was on a lawnmower on the field. But otherwise, they didn't have a goofy hook.
I think there are a few things. First of all, I do think that there were fewer players who opted out this year for whatever reason.
I do too.
And I think that was a little bit of especially a trend this year, but that happened. I think there was an effect, Josh, from last bowl season, which and I guess even beyond that, and it's what whoever said that about Mike, who said that about Pop-Tarts and Duke's Mayo. I think those two bowls really went a long way in like sort of defining what bowls should be going forward, what the modern bowl, what it is, and like how it can still be fun. And it's a different deal. Last year in the bowl season, not just this last year, but 2023, I guess it would be mainly, there were just a lot of wild games. Okay, there are a few things in bowl games. There's completely crazy wild games. There just seems to be a lot of those.
Yes.
Super high scoring, multiple overtimes. Then you had that again this year. Number two, you get a lot of brawls for some reason. Okay.
There were a lot of fights.
Always.
What the hell happened this year? Like
every year,
rivals.
People are angry.
There were
Bloods and Crips in the early 90s.
Georgia Tech Vanderbilt game. It was just like constant fights. It was wonderful TV. So I think you had that, and then like I said, the other thing was just kind of the good crazy games, fights, like the brand not taking themselves too seriously. I think that was a part of it too. In the way that they market them and the sponsors and having fun. You know, did you notice ESPN did a whole bunch more stuff, and it was a lot in the Mayo Bowl, but they did a bunch of other stuff where they had the announcers just eating weird crap, right, during the course of the show, or there was just a lot of stuff that signaled, hey, we're not taking this too seriously. We're making it a fun, made-for-TV event. So I think that had a lot to do with it. I think I got a big benefit from, I think a bunch of that might have been driven too by Dion, you know, having that in that primetime slot.
100%.
Colorado, BYU. And then it was a good, it was what? USC, Texas A&M. After that, it was a good brand game that was on that one. You had some like pretty decent matchups. Yeah, I think it kind of works. The interesting part you pointed out is when you said it beat the NFL.
It didn't beat the NFL. It just was going up against it, and it just didn't seem
it did better, even though the NFL was on at the same time. Sorry, I guess that would be obvious.
But it did beat one of the games beat a playoff game, which is like insane to me that more people would watch a game that doesn't quote unquote doesn't matter versus a game that is, you know, the winner moves on and the loser goes home, which is pretty wild.
Right.
Wild.
So I don't know. I mean, I found it. I know I have my bit, you know, just about defending the bowl games, which I still think I don't understand why anybody would be mad that there's a bowl game on a Tuesday night. It's just, would it be nice on or not? But I like that. But I think they, for whatever, all those things I just said, I think they became a little more fun and compelling and entertaining to some degree. But guy, you just kind of got to be able to not take yourself and the sport so seriously sometimes.
Yeah. Kenny says, didn't seem like a lot of bowl games had their own TV viewing window. Most of the games were on kind of by themselves. They weren't going up against, you know, I mean, outside of some NFL here and there, they weren't really going up against each other. So if you were a college football fan, you know, and I know that the old days, and this will lead into the happy hour discussion of the playoff, but, you know, a lot of people your age and older, Jack, will talk about New Year's Day and how memorable it was, but those games are always going up against each other. And that's certainly in the days of like, of room not having more than one television. So it's not like so you'd have to be flipping around watching all these games.
Josh, you just gave me a crazy memory. I remember when I was a kid and on New Year's Day, old man Jack and the talk here, but like I had even before remotes, we didn't have a remote. We had like a hand dial. We didn't have cable. So it was just over the air. And I remember how amazing it was when I realized there was a moment every year on New Year's Day when I could switch and every network, everything we could get in with reception had a college football game on, except PBS. It was amazing. I was like CBS, ABC, NBC, right? All I could flip it. That was an incredible feeling at the time that I kind of forgot about. So
yeah, and it's not that way obviously anymore because everything is on, you know, by itself, which I think is better. But I can also understand why New Year's Day used to just be so
awesome. That's why it was so awesome. You couldn't. It was not an opportunity you ever got.
Yeah. Speaking of awesome, year one of the 12-team college football playoff. We will go back to that discussion when we return, and we will also pop open some brews. Jack, you got to leave your little area. You got to go grab a beer because it's time for a One Beer Friday. Let us know what you are drinking with the hashtag One Beer Friday on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed. We'll pop them open and send you on in to the weekend when we return. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
I forgot what I was trying to say at the end of the last segment. I was trying to tell a story, and then I popped in. It was crazy. New Year's Day, having that. Man, I remember. That was on the VHF dial, though. We also had the UHF dial, which was a totally different thing. That was the one that clicked really fast. The VHF went, or the VHF dial went bloop, bloop, bloop. The UHF dial goes like a lot faster. I don't know. You guys can't see me, I guess. I can see myself. Oh, yeah, Suns gear. I don't remember Suns gear being big in the 90s. I'm not necessarily challenging you on that, but I don't remember it as being as big as obviously Bulls gear at the time, but Hornets gear was huge, and Magic gear. That's what I remember as just the sort of the fashion statement gear. CBS, Fiesta. Yeah, NBC was orange. Yeah, I don't remember. And CBS would have the Sun Bowl too sometimes. Oh, yeah, good. Hold on. Oh, yeah, I got to really – don't make fun of me for the beer that I'm drinking because I didn't know I had to do this, or I forgot. Oh, I had to. It's not like working in the mines. Okay, hang on. Okay. Wasn't the Sun Bowl New Year's Eve? Yeah, it might have been. I guess it wasn't necessarily. I just remember it was on. I just remember being surprised it was on New Year's Eve when I would, or excuse me, it was on CBS when I would turn it on. Maybe all the networks should have the playoffs. Yeah, the playoffs are. It is so. Man, I don't know how you guys feel, but all of the issues aside with who makes it and seeding, and there needs to be tweaks, but. To me, I think the playoff has been a big success. I think they're kind of close to right with a number. I don't know. Ask me again in 5 years, but I'm a little surprised how many people are as negative as they are about the whole thing because I love the freaking game. Fact that we have games on Thursday and Friday night this year. And I know the freaking championship's still on a Monday, and I hate that. But the fact that you had weekend games or holiday games for the first, second, and third round, right? Is that right? Yeah. Was great. It was good. And I say, I don't think you need I don't think it's too many teams. I think it is about the right number of teams. So college football, I think between bowl season getting better, I think getting better, like I said, and I think the playoff is going to be, there's going to be years where the playoff is going to be amazing. Where there's going to be first round games. That will be crazy. But I mean, you also did end up having 3 games that were crazy good game. Would we call Georgia Notre Dame a crazy good game? I don't know. I thought it was memorable. Arizona State Texas game was an all-timer. Last night was very good. Yeah, Max, I agree. What did you say about the Rockies jersey? Nick just texted me and said I'm a little serious about the Rockies jersey. Sorry, Nick, if you said something, I don't know if Nick can hear me. What did you say? Nick is texting me during the break. That's funny. I bet he put a chat. You want to have to take it off your hands, a Rockies fan. Oh, yeah, I wasn't offering that. What did it come off that I was offering that? I wasn't offering that. Home games would be I would like home games too. It's got to be crazy the travel though. Can you imagine being an Oregon fan with the travel that they lost, but had they won? Going from Big Ten championship, Rose Bowl, then would have had to go to what is this Cotton Bowl tonight?
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers.
How did I get to talk to the
liked
intro?
beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer,
I don't know when they
drink
turn my
beer,
mic on
drink
exactly.
Beer, drank beer,
It's hard.
and
I'm
drinking
used
beer.
to having
Upstairs,
my
downstairs,
own
where
on
was it? I
button.
don't know, but I had one beer. Friday!
Yeah, Notre Dame, New Orleans, Miami, Atlanta. Good call. Good call. It's just Oregon's even further. All those places.
You probably have beer center.
Each week, Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer,
All right.
Senator, or not. What do you like to drink?
Next week.
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw! Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace. Well, you think it was good? Nope. There was one beer. Friday.
Love your Friday, baby. We made it. Woo! The week is over. The first full week of work for many of us in like 3 weeks. Oh my gosh, Jack, are you going to do it?
Do it, Jack. Do
That
it.
costs extra. That costs extra.
What? We're giving you $300 an hour to come and talk in our little chatty chat.
Yep.
What do you mean?
Well, it'll be $3.25 if I'm shotgunning a beer. Listen.
It'll be $3.25.
Yep.
Oh, well,
Oh,
welcome
there it
in,
is. There's
What
there's the critique in the chat about the beer. I didn't know. I knew it was coming.
I don't feel like
what
Bearing
am I
Your
just-
Fan is-
He is.
You go.
I don't know. Go ahead, Josh. He's just.
I was just gonna say, I don't think Beringer Fan is ever happy. The person who that account is named after, I think would be very disappointed in Beringer Fan if he was
Yeah.
still with us.
I agree.
Coors Light,
Says you, Rocky Mountain piss water.
Coors Light is delicious. It's
Yeah, I
probably
like-
the best, most
Okay.
consistent,
If,
solid-
hold on. There,
I'm not
if
saying
you
the best beer.
if you don't think there is a place for American macro brews in this world,
Yeah.
GTFO. Come
Yep.
on. If
Great
you don't
take,
think there's a place in the world, like I get it. No, it's not. But there is a time and place certainly for it. And when I go up to my fridge, I had some of those in there from the holidays, and I was like, you know what? I got these. So it worked. Plus, the mountains tell you if it's cold, and look at that.
The mountains tell you if it's cold.
Blue, it's cold.
Look at that. Wouldn't that be nice? I'm enjoying from Cross Drain beer name ? Which is very fun. It's a hazy IPA, which I'm trying to, for the first time, a hazy IPA. Pretty good.
Yeah.
I wish I had tried a hazy IPA before today. Pretty good, Nick.
Good rhyme.
Pretty good.
I
Pretty good.
am enjoying a fairy nectar.
Mm.
Oh, I like those too.
And then
See,
Jack
you can
Garcia,
like both.
of course.
You can.
I would agree.
It's okay. Like, what were you? I hope you guys aren't drinking, hazy IPAs after you mow the lawn. I hope you have a good fashion American macro brew of your choice.
Coors
Please.
Light is an exceptional lawn mowing beer.
Yeah, it's very good. I love lawn mowing beers, and I love beer.
You know what else I love?
What?
Copal.
What? Nick Copal, are you talking about this week's zone deal, of which there is only one remaining right now at 1620thezone.com?
There's only one remaining on the website,
but
we have one remaining here right now with us.
You have one?
I have one.
What are we going to do with this thing?
Call me right now.
Oh, first person?
First person.
How about
Call
that?
me now, and you'll get $50 to Copal.
Jack, you could call and get it, and then you could give Nick your Colorado Rockies jersey.
Jack, give me your jersey, Jack.
There's a
I'm
Copal in
Rockies
Lincoln too. I could use it there.
You're a Royals fan. What do you need a Rockies jersey for? Give it to me.
All right, Nick's going to take a call because someone is about to win a gift certificate to Copal. And again, let us know what you're drinking. Steve, who said that Jack yells all the time, just sent us a picture of his Sierra Nevada that he is about to pop open and enjoy. So let us know at USC 1620 with the hashtag One Beer Friday. Jack in the chat says, I bet you don't drink gas station coffee like my wife.
Yep.
Your wife's not a fan of gas station coffee?
Yeah, we'll go. I'll just be like, well, we'll be wanting to get coffee. We're going out of town, right?
Yep.
Somewhere, and
Sure.
we're, and she'll be like, I want some coffee, and I'll be like, oh, here's a, Casey's or Quick Trip or Come and Go or whatever, and we'll just get some there. And she's like, no, we need to go to an actual
coffee place,
right? Actual coffee place. Come on now. And that's Beringer Fan with beer. Like, come on, man. Just it's all right. You're gonna be okay. It's
I
not
love-
that bad.
Jack,
It's in
I
your
love-
mind. It's a little in your mind. Okay. It's a
I
little
love
bit of a
expensive beers, and I also like non-expensive beers. I like it all. I am an equal opportunity lover of all types of beers. All types of beers.
Yeah. No. Yeah. It's they all have their place. They all have their place. They all have their advantages and disadvantages, in my opinion. So,
how about from Mike? A Super C coffee for me every morning while I am listening to Jack and Friends on KLIN. Isn't that show defunct? So is he listening to old episodes of your radio show?
Just a Plugola payola disclosure. I am part of that show, so I personally benefit for any mentions of it during this. So I would just like to make that clear. I do have a vested interest in that show now that LNK Today with Jack and Friends on 1499.3 KLN from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. weekdays is here.
What a great show, Jack. I love it. I listened to it on Monday this week.
Good. Sorry.
Did.
Guys, give me 20 seconds here. 20
Oh,
seconds.
do you have to leave?
Talk amongst yourself.
Bummer. I was just about to make. Oh, Jack is about to leave. I was just about to make a funny joke about Jack's radio show, and now I'm unable to do that. So, are we okay, Jack?
Yeah. No, we're totally fine. There's nothing bad. It was asking if I wanted food.
Oh, okay. What are you guys having? Oh, no. Spoiler alert. Save it for later when we do what's for dinner.
I said no. Okay.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Jack, I was gonna offer you a bit of a critique about your radio show if you didn't mind. I know you love.
Yeah, I love that. I love critique. I love to hear what I'm doing wrong.
Yeah.
I love it. So yeah, sure.
Well, yeah, one of the things that you guys do, which I think is fairly neat, is you upload the whole show as a podcast. That's pretty cool. An hour and a half. That's a normal length of a podcast.
That is.
But Jack, as someone who wanted to go to the Mike Schaefer interview, I was like, where's the timestamp to find the Mike Schaefer interview? So that's just a little piece of advice. Maybe a timestamp.
Do you know the things I want to say right now?
You could put it in the chat that is just between you, Nick, and I, if you'd like to.
You could.
Oh no, it's not damaging to the public. They're damaging to you guys. But no,
interesting.
Some of us just aren't as. Let's see. How should I say this?
How should you?
Some of us are just not allocated. The resources that others of us are.
You guys don't have keyboards to type in numbers and words?
Yep, we don't have keyboards. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, that would be bad if you were trying to put timestamps into your podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have a keyboard, I don't know what you do.
Computers do this really cool, and I don't know about Mac, but PC does this cool thing called an on-screen keyboard.
Yeah.
You could just open
Why
it
don't
up.
you use an on-screen
Just use an
keyboard,
on-screen
Jack?
keyboard. You don't
For the
even
record,
need
he
the
uses
physical
PCs
one.
at his work.
Oh,
so.
perfect.
Yeah.
Jack, on screen. It's an accessibility option.
All right, Jack, enough about your show, which is great, and I very much enjoyed listening to it.
I can tell.
This week.
I
did. I enjoyed the interview, though I heard Mike Schaefer that Monday say the same thing about the Vikings in 3 separate locations. So I just felt like I kept hearing about the Vikings.
Yeah, I'm just
But
tired of
still
that.
enjoy it.
Yeah, well, they'll probably lose on Monday. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm. Mike adds, I listened to the entire show in the morning on KLIN. There you go. Jordan says you could just listen to the entire podcast like a normal person.
Yeah,
Jordan,
no
I didn't have the time to listen to an hour and a half or at double speed 45 minutes, but I could have listened to Mike Schaefer. So that's what I did. And I very much enjoyed it. Jack was a fun question asker. I very much enjoyed the show, Jack. So
Thank
that
you.
was all. That's all. College football playoff. So we are a game away now, depending on what happens tonight between Ohio State and Texas, from seeing Notre Dame versus either the loser of the SEC championship game or a team that didn't even make their own conference championship game. Notre Dame was not inside of the top 4 at the end of the season in terms of the rankings. Obviously, Ohio State was not, given that they hadn't even made it to the conference championship game. And Jack, that leads me to this. The 4-team college football playoff, which came into existence 10 years ago, was so necessary. But man, as we now have gotten to watch this playoff unfold, we have seen 9 games. We still have 2 left. Wow. It is horrible and crazy that it took this long for this sport to get to this spot. I was thinking about that as I was texting with Mike Schaefer and told him, hey, great topic. I'm going to just talk about it on the show now tomorrow instead of responding to your text. But he pointed out that in our lifetimes, in his and my lifetime, and you have some of this too, but just a little longer of the front end, he wrote that we had the tail end of the worst system, which, so my formative years are watching the Bull Alliance or the Bull Coalition, whatever it was called in the 90s. We had the entire BCS. So we got to see the good and the bad of the BCS. And then we got to see a playoff come into existence that was nice because it was like, thank God, we finally get to see it settled on the field. But man, Jack, I look back at the last 10 years now and say, it wasn't settled on the field. What else were we missing out on? What were we missing out on when you were a kid? What were we missing out on when I was a kid by not having a 12-team playoff? Like, I know that there have been a lot of blowouts, last night, obviously notwithstanding, and there's been a lot of debate about Indiana and SMU and all these things, and the seeding is not perfect. Like, nothing is perfect yet about this system. But damn, man, this is awesome. And that we are getting to this point where if Ohio State wins, again, in the old system, Notre Dame and Ohio State would not have been in this situation. They would have played in a bowl game with some opt-outs, and it wouldn't have mattered, and everyone would have been mad. And I guess some would say, I like that. I miss the old stakes where Ohio State fans want to kill everything right now because they lost to Michigan and nothing matters. But I think it's pretty damn cool that we arrive on January 10th and Ohio State and Texas are still alive, and that they get to play Notre Dame if they win for a national championship, a team that was outside of the top 4, that was certainly outside of the top 2, that rebounded from an early season loss to Northern Illinois. I know that I'm preaching to the choir here, so there's not really going to be a whole lot of arguments between you and me on this discussion, but man, this is awesome. And I guess I'm retroactively sad for myself as a college football fan that it has taken until 2020.
I've never thought of it that way.
Not to make this about Nebraska, because we very well could. But Jack, I mean, how many teams? I know Dave Fight did the Husker Max series, I think last month, going through, like, look at this era, look at this decade, look at the teams that could have played for a playoff. But man, this rocks in the moment, but it kind of sucks for the previous however many decades.
I don't know. I hadn't really thought of the missed opportunities of it all, but I mean, I totally agree with you. I was actually saying it. I don't know if you guys were listening to my talk with the chat during the break. This is exactly what I was talking about. Weirdly, I didn't even know we were going to get to it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like you're exactly right. There are, for me, this is my opinion. I know people think there are all these problems with the sport, but for me, the fact that you've added more games that matter, like that's a net win to me. And I'm sure there is a point where you get to diminishing returns with that. I don't feel like you're there, or maybe even close to it. So there are more games that matter. It makes the season, Josh, like you haven't had that. You'd already be having that sad moment right now. I get what Monday would probably be the national championship game, right? We had another week on the season. We've got games on non-Mondays too. It's going to be a Friday night tonight. There's going to be a game on. Let's go. We're almost halfway through January. That's the same thing as my argument about bowls, man. Like there are games instead of no games. And that's good. And now there are games that matter instead of no games or games that don't matter. And so I love it. And I think I was saying this in the chat during the break. I also feel like you are now really close, Josh. And it might maybe another 2, but you are now really close to a number that I think is about right, to be honest. Like I don't want to go crazy in any direction after this. Yeah. I want to let this go for a while. In terms
in terms of the format of the system, they're going to fix the seeding next year or the year after at the latest. And the one thing that I want is the one thing I don't know if we will get, and that is home field for longer. Because that's if you want one more thing that I wish we had, I wish that last night and tonight were played on home sites. I wish that, because I feel like if you fix the seeding, then you're not talking about, well, but Josh, that would have meant Penn State would have had to go into Boise State. That wouldn't have made sense. But if you fix the seeding and then you fix home field, I feel like whatever the number is, like my max, I think, is 16. I feel like you're good, man. I feel like the sport, for all the argument, like this is going to sound so corny, Jack, but the last month has featured like a lot of discourse, and I said it. I've said it a lot lately. I know I said it to you this week, but I don't feel like Kirk Herbstreit likes college football anymore. And I think there are a lot of people that cover college football that don't like college football anymore. And as I watched last night, I was thinking, God, this is so good for the sport. This is great. And I just like all of the dumb debates of the last month. It's like, cool. Okay, I'm enjoying the hell out of this football game. It's going down to the wire. Everything matters for these two programs. Mm-hmm. This is college football. And so, like, I don't know. I know that everything can be so cynical. Everyone can. I know I can be cynical. But last night to me, and I hope tonight, though I'm worried that Ohio State's going to roll them, I hope that it's a reminder to others how great this sport is and like why we fell in love with it in the first place. Because I know last night I was texting a lot of people during the game, group chats, individual people like, this is awesome. And it was just like a celebration for a few hours of like this, especially, dude, that fourth quarter, really the whole second half, once Notre Dame made it a game, it was like, this is incredible because they're just throwing punches left and right. It was awesome.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of that. I like that there's still football on that New Year's Eve weekend, but the time I really need football is not during a holiday. It's coming home from work on a Thursday night and a Friday night. That's when I really need football. Tonight after this show. Can you imagine if the game wasn't on tonight? Like changes the way you think of the night, in my opinion.
It's making tonight better than it. I mean, like I like Friday nights because it's a Friday night.
I do
tonight,
too, but it's
more
like
excited.
It's way more. It's way better, and so you have that on New Year, but you also have it. Man, that first round. That's the best thing about it. That first round because it's got the home field, like you talked about. It's also just it's such a cool time because it's the weekend before Christmas. So.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people who are like getting to maybe a destination with family for the first time.
Well, they're about to be on for a while.
Yep. It's about to be at home for a while. Like my son got home after finals, right? And that first night we watched that Friday night game. It was super cool for that. And then the other thing, and Max said this in the chat, Josh, I think going from 4 to 16 made it feel like the regular season was more important, or 4 to 14, excuse me.
4 to 12.
4 to 12. Goodness sakes. 4 to 12 made it feel like the regular season was my biggest concern. If you had asked me 15 years ago, I would have said, I'm so worried that the regular season is going to feel watered down if you go to a playoff.
And it wasn't.
I didn't like that. And it might have been for a while with a 4-team. God, I feel like the 4-team was maybe the worst solution now, getting to your original point here. But
it was a stopgap.
But I feel like the regular season got better this year because of the conference championship games, actually, which I hate anyway, but I think they were a little bit better because of this.
Yeah, it's interesting because that critique was out there, right, for years. Like if you expand, then the regular season's not going to matter as much. And you definitely had games where they were less important. They were, but dude, I saw the reaction to the Ohio State loss to Michigan.
Oh,
I know that they're in the playoff and they're 2 games now away from winning a natty. That game sure seemed to matter, though. The reaction to that game and the planting of the flag and talking about firing Ryan Day, like, no matter if it's a 14, 12, 4, 6, 8, no playoff, old BCS, full coalition, like, that game matters. And so whatever you lose in the stakes of that game were not as true as they were in the olden times where if Ohio State loses, they're maybe knocked out of the playoff. You gained in so many other football games. Like, where we got into November, and it was like 20 whatever teams are still alive for the playoff. And I know that I watched more random games, and I love watching random games anyway, but it's like, hey, this Iowa State Texas Tech game is huge. And I remember watching that game in November, and it's like, this game is huge. Ohio State or Iowa State loses, like, this is pretty massive for them. BYU losing late, this is pretty massive.
You can list game after game in November that was way better than it would have been had there not been a playoff. Miami Syracuse, USC Notre Dame.
Dude, Miami Syracuse, Jack. Excellent call. If they win that, Cam Ward is in the playoff. Cam Ward, who might be the number 1 overall draft pick, but they lost, and so they're not in the playoff. Like, you can't tell me that more games didn't have more stakes.
Yeah,
it was awesome. And so I don't know what this segment is. It's more me just saying college football rocks. But
I just think the playoff is. It's okay to take a moment. Everybody is always predispositioned to critique a change and to critique the college football postseason and the direction of college football. I get that. We're all we have a sort of sense of wanting to do that. All that said, I think what you and I are stepping back to say, like, there are some things that are really working about this right now. That's not everything. Plenty of problems in the sports, still tweaks. There's no way conference champions should get buys. It should be seeded. The conference champions getting buys is still about the stupid conference championship games. Yeah. I hate prioritizing that. I hate it.
Yeah. It seems like for the majority of my life, the fixes that college football needed seemed massive where it seemed like, man, if they're gonna fix it on the field, they're gonna have to do X, Y, and Z. Now it's like you turn this screw this way, you turn this screw the other way, maybe you move a couple things around. They don't seem that difficult. It seems like everyone's in agreement. The one thing that people are either not in agreement on or we all agree is just hardest is the location, and that's because the bowl games have such a stranglehold on the sport. But it seems like collectively, whatever the number is, 12, 14, or 16, I think people are cool with the number. I think we're all cool with the top 4 seeds or buys or whatever not being automatically rewarded to conference champions. So then it's like, all right, so we got that stuff figured out. What do you do with the calendar? When are these games going to be played? Do we have to move the start of the regular season up to week 0? Tyler says it's not hard to eliminate conference title games from Tyler's lips to God's ears. Honestly, I'd be fine with that. The issue now is that the leagues are too big. For years you could have said, yeah, sign me up for that. Let's get rid of them when they were 10 and 12 and 13 team leagues. But now that there are 18 and 16 and 17, it's like, is it even feasible anymore to get rid of conference championship games? It seems harder.
It's a weird way to determine. Yeah, I've never liked them. And I think it's kind of a de facto for some teams, de facto first round of the playoff, I guess. It was kind of like Iowa State and Arizona State were playing a first round game, I guess, in the playoff. But there's just, and there used to be so many rematches that bothered me too. So I don't like conference championship weekend. I never do. I just don't get excited about it the way I do anything else in college football. So
Jack, let's get into tonight's game. What is your expectation for Ohio State and Texas? I know we've hit on this at various times throughout the show today. What are you expecting, given that Ohio State's been a wagon for the last 2 games? They had a regular season where they were good. Of course, the perplexing loss to Michigan, the performance versus Nebraska. They get the wins over Indiana and Penn State. What are you expecting tonight between these 2 teams where the winner will play Notre Dame for the national championship?
I don't see, there's a lot of people who see Ohio State maybe running through the rest of the playoff, the next 2 rounds, roughshod, that they're just, like you said, a wagon now. First of all, I don't think they've just flipped a switch. I don't think they've completely changed. We talked about this earlier. I don't think they've just magically completely changed from the regular season and gone from good with flaws to super team, best of all time type team. I think they've had great performances. I think they've gotten better. I think they were motivated by the loss against Michigan. I think the time to prepare has helped them and kind of heal a little bit has helped them. But they're going to have a moment sometime in this playoff where you're going to be in a tight game, where they're not going to look like they have the first 2 games. I don't know if it'll come tonight or not, although if you're going to try and make an argument as to why it would, when has that offense struggled? Well, against Michigan, against Nebraska. What do those teams have in terms of strengths in common? Defensive line. Yeah. Defense and defensive line in particular.
Which Texas definitely has.
Texas has got maybe better than, Michigan maybe has the best individual player in that group, maybe. But Texas's defensive line is ridiculous. So,
and if Texas is going to win, wouldn't it be in kind of the Nebraska script, like that type of game, 17-14-ish?
Completely take away the run game and completely take away the run game.
Yeah.
And then pressure the hell and make a good but not elite quarterback make mistakes. And that was the game plan for Nebraska and Michigan to some degree.
Yeah. Can they do that given that their offense, to go back to the Nebraska game, Nebraska's offense was bad in that moment. That was the pre-Holgorsen change, right? And they kept the game super, super close. They also got, how many turnovers did Ohio State have in that game? Did they just have the one? Did they have the interception by Will Howard in the second half? But the Nebraska problem, of course, in that game was they couldn't finish drives. They had, after that turnover, they got, they ran into a wall at the goal line. What's his name took off from way too far away on the touchdown dive. They also had the missed throw to Banks, who was wide open, where if they connect for that, it's a touchdown. Texas's offense, it's funny because I want to say Texas offense isn't very good, but compared to Nebraska, Texas's offense is
Michigan.
very good.
And
Yeah.
Michigan, Josh.
Michigan. That's an excellent point.
There were two of them. There were two not good offenses. The two teams that really gave Ohio State the most I guess you could say Oregon did too in the regular season game. That was sort of I put that one sort of aside. But like that Nebraska and Michigan one, yeah, it was not those offenses. Texas has got enough on offense if they can do what Nebraska and Michigan did on defense to that team. So I don't know. I'm talking myself into this here.
Really? Do you think we finally see more arch? Like the thing that I'm surprised by, and I guess Texas played Clemson and Arizona State. Though one of those games went to overtime, so they obviously needed everything they could get. But I guess I'm still a little surprised that there has not been more Arch Manning in the playoffs so far, because I had a hot take in December that if Texas was going to win the national title, Arch Manning was going to have to play a huge role. And I guess I could still be right about that because he could play tonight, or they could win and he could play on a week from Monday versus Notre Dame. But Jack, a game went to overtime and he was not really involved. I'm really surprised by that because I'm not a big Quinn Ewers guy, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I wonder if they're saving that for one of these games. I mean, now would probably be the time if you were going to do it, right? This would definitely be the time to do it. And yeah, Ewers, I wonder what Ewers will do at the end of this year.
Well, dude, now that Carson Beck is coming back for another year, like there's been a lot of scuttlebutt recently, like a lot of rumors of Quinn Ewers transferring and going to Ohio State. And they have a young quarterback, Julian Sayin, who was a former 5-star, but man, can you imagine that if he went back to the school he started his college career with? I don't think he's going to be whatever happens. Maybe he goes pro, but I don't think he's going to be at Texas next year.
Wow. So you could have Ohio State playing against their next quarterback in this game and then playing against their next coach in the championship game. Okay.
Very normal. A very normal season, a very normal schedule.
Wow. No, but I agree with you. I think if I'd do that if I was Texas. Yeah.
More
100%. Some of those passes. Okay. There was good and bad with Ewers. The one that he got on that fourth down, I'm thinking the Arizona State game, that he had on that fourth down was really good.
Great play.
Great play.
Yeah.
He also had some that it was just like, dude, are you trying to hit the roof with this thing? Like, what is going on with the way that you're passing it? It just looked odd.
Yeah. And they have all season. Like, I know that they've made it here, and I guess they made it to this exact spot last year. They made it to the Final Four. I thought last year's team was a better team than this year's team. I thought the defense was better. I thought the offense was better. I mean, this year's team, in the end, they've beaten now 2 playoff teams, but in the regular season, by the end of the year, they hadn't beaten anybody, who was even in the top 25, right? A&M fell out of it. They lost to Georgia, then they lost to Georgia again, and now they've beaten Clemson and they've beaten Arizona State. So, like, they've certainly earned their way here, though, a easier path than, even Ohio State had, I would say, let alone Notre Dame. But I don't feel like they're as good of a team this season as they were last year.
They could be, they're more, they don't have the talent at running back that they did last year, and they've been hit by injury at that position.
Yeah.
Both of those the defensive line both years has been really impressive. But you know what? That does remind me, Josh. Do you know what one of the biggest things when I watch these teams in the playoff play, most of the games, that looks different to me than Nebraska? There are several things, but there's one thing that sticks out more than anything. You have any guess what it is?
So one thing that sticks out to you
more than me than anything where these teams look different than Nebraska.
Do they look faster?
Well, no, I mean, the specific, I was thinking of a specific position group.
Okay. A specific position group. Is it wide receiver?
No, I was going to say running back. I think they look visually completely different than I've seen anyone at Nebraska for a long time. Like
I got a text from somebody last night saying Emmett Johnson, and it's like, no offense, but like doesn't hold a candle to the players we're watching.
Watching love for Notre Dame and watching the Texas, even the
Both guys
Texas backup, both of the guys watching GT when we saw him, Singleton. I mean, you see all those guys and I'm like, man, they look visibly different than any running back I've seen at Nebraska since I don't know when.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Like, and it's probably true of some of the other positions, wide receiver. I don't think it's as noticeable at wide receiver, to be honest. Like, I think Banks doesn't look all that different than some of those guys. Obviously, when you get down to it for a whole season, he had his issues. But I don't think
if you boil down his solid plays, you're like, hey, hell, even Isaiah Naylor had plays where you're like,
he looked like he could do the things. He just didn't do them that often. The running backs, I don't look like we have running backs or have that kind of speed, power, athleticism.
Yeah, that's a good point. A couple comments coming in. Yes. Before we go to break, Adam says, I think tonight will be a good game. Sark will have Texas ready. Ohio State won't sneak up on them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the equation, D'Lo tweets in, can't see Texas scoring 14. I am leaning more in the latter category. I think it's going to be really, really hard. That said, Sark is a great play designer. He can be a great play caller. The play he dialed up on 4th and 13 versus Arizona State to get to this point was wonderful. Just a tremendous play.
Great play, man.
But I just don't know if they have the horses on that side of the ball, and I don't know if they have the quarterback on that side of the ball that you need. Whereas Ohio State, there was a comment on YouTube from Jake. Styles dictate the fight. Ohio State had a vanilla game plan against Nebraska and Michigan. They have opened the playbook and running track meets. They to go back to your original question, Jack, as we kick the segment off, they definitely look like a different type of offense in what they are attempting to do. And let's see what happens. First drive against Tennessee, right down the field. First drive against Oregon, the first half against Oregon, right down the field. I mean, they made it look easy. Can they make it look easy against the best defense that they will have played so far in the playoff tonight? I mean, if they do that on first drive, it might be curtains already, but maybe if they get stopped, it's going to be a different type of football game.
Other thing, I'll just add to that, though, it was part about the playbook, but Howard was making the throws, and he didn't have a ton of pressure.
That's true.
And he was not making the throws, and he faced more pressure against Michigan and Nebraska.
Yeah, it's a great point. All right, when we return, we'll get to some unsportsmanlike content coming up in content. Oh, let's see. London.
Hello, Governor. Would you like some peas in a cup?
Hot coaches. And bracketology. No, Nick. Jack Mitchell is here. So when he hears bracketology, he goes, yay.
Yeah, basketball.
Yes. No NBA questions, though, today, Nick.
That's good.
You wrote them, as you famously know. No NBA questions.
I can't wait until I start writing baseball questions.
Yeah, that can stay away. Let us know what you're drinking. Hashtag One Beer Friday on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Old man Doug is having a fairy nectar out at Tavern 180, and he adds it may turn into a 2-beer Friday. P.S. Josh, is the snow done for the season? No. The snow, it's January 10th. What kind of idiot would say the snow is done today?
So early.
Yeah. Jack, would you say the snow is done?
No.
And then BA Coaches Show wants to know any 3-throw questions, Nick?
Nope, not today.
Not today. All right, perfect. All right, we'll get to content when we return on this One Beer Friday. Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell hanging out with you here on 1620 The Zone.
All right. Welcome to The Real Show. 5:29 in the PM right now in the capital city. We got 23 degrees. All right, I got to put a trash bag in my trash can. So give me a moment before we get into any topics. Oh, I already did that. Oh, I did it yesterday. Never mind. Don't worry about it. I was informed of the 3-throw talk. I asked Nick what the 3-throw is. That was hilarious. So yeah, I've been informed. What do you do with that extra? I guess I'll just fold this up. I don't know. The Real Show. Let's go. Behringer fan who doesn't like my Coors Light. Look, man, it was all that was in there. I have good stuff in there sometimes too, but I wasn't ready for One Beer Friday. In fact, maybe I should make 2. A little more left. What time is it? 5:30. We almost done. It's about football time, isn't it? Kickoff 7 tonight. What do we got? 7 o'clock. What's the line? I don't know what the line is. I'm gonna see if I can guess it. Ohio State by man. Is it like Ohio State by 8.5? Is that crazy? 8.5. That's my guess. What is it? I'm going to look because I don't know. I'm usually pretty good at this game, but I don't know if I'm being here. Let's see. Oh, 6. Okay. Any prop bets for tonight? Let's see. I'm on Fliff. Let's see. Maybe a night to do a first touchdown. What can I get for? I know this is first touchdown. It's a terrible bet. I don't care. I can't stop. They don't have. Do they have first touchdown on here? They just have anytime touchdowns on Fliff. Oh, sorry guys, and I'm in the minor leagues of betting Fliff. So if you want to make fun of me, go ahead. Schaefer and Josh make fun of me all the time. It's really fun, and you can make real money doing it. And I'm kind of on a hot streak right now. Anytime touchdowns. Let's see. Jeremiah Smith minus 160. Agbuka plus 120. Kind of like that. Will Howard 250. Carnell Tate 295. I kind of like that. Bond 360. Come on now. I'm going with Bond at plus 360 here. Let's go for on Fliff. Be careful, guys. You're listening to a high roller here, obviously. Bond at plus 360 or anytime touchdown. Actually, we're going to parlay this up with some other stuff, I think. So we'll go Bond for an anytime touchdown. Should I give Jeremiah Smith one too, just because he'll definitely get one? Bond for Texas with one. Oh, is Manning on here? Nope. Manning's not on my service here. And then I am going to go Jeremiah Smith. Okay. Anytime. And then passing yards, I'm going to go Will Howard under. He's at 251. No, I'm going to go 251. We'll see. Yeah, Ohio State 6. All right, I'm just going to go those two guys getting a touchdown. We're just going to do that. Dollar to win 720. Is that good? That seems good. All right, here we go. Let's ride. High rollers. Yeah, you get your leg broken if you get on the wrong side of the bookie in East Lincoln. Been hanging out at, 70th and Old Cheney. Jeez. See some nasty stuff there, dog. Nasty. How many more breaks do we have here? 5:30. Is this the last segment? I don't know how this show works in the 5 o'clock hour. I do listen to it. I do not listen at this time of night, or I very rarely do.
Look, I made you some unsportsmanlike content. Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. Jack, I just hit you up in the chat with the answer to the question that you were wondering about. The answer is 2. Counting this one. Nick?
Yeah. Yes.
Take it away.
Where am I taking
Did you have the
it to?
computer on? It looked like Jack said something. I couldn't hear him. Jack, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. You must just mouthed it. All right, Nick.
Mouth boy. I didn't turn them on.
Let's
not gaslight Jack.
I knew it!
I screwed up.
I knew it.
After last night's show, we learned that Vikings-Rams would indeed be moving to Arizona for their game Monday night. Awkward question, but how do you think this will affect the atmosphere, the vibe?
Well, I mean, so Jack, it's not like the Rams are known for a great home field advantage, right? Like this isn't if the Philadelphia Eagles game was suddenly being played in New Jersey. Where it's like, man, that's going to really affect the home field advantage. If anything, the way that it will affect the Rams is because their mind is on the city or they have literally lost homes. Like that's how this is going to affect them more than anything. I don't think that the home field advantage is going to be like insane either way though.
It's a Rams game, so the atmosphere was never going to be good. You're going to have a lot of visiting fans. You probably have more though, because it's maybe more accessible. You might be able to like snag quick, cheap flights to Arizona. Actually, if you're in Minnesota, like that would have been my first reaction. Like, whoa, check Southwest. Phoenix is always a cheap place to go. Yeah. And there's probably some who live in the area too, who might go that wouldn't go otherwise. You probably have more Minnesota fans, but
for sure,
like it'll be interesting to see how full it is. But it's always so depressing for me when you see those games in LA and the other team's fans outnumber the home team fans. Like I feel, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing if you don't have fans in your own hometown? That's bad. That's rough.
Yeah.
Penn State famously lost last night.
Oh!
If you haven't heard, when do they make it back to this round of the CFP?
I don't know, man. It's gonna end poorly at some point for James Franklin. It is. It's written in the stars. It's going to end poorly. It's going to crash and burn for him. I don't know when it's going to happen, but that's coming, man. That is coming. So I think this was their shot. I really do, Josh. Like, I don't think this is coming anytime soon for them again.
They're a great recruiter, so they're going to always be in the mix for, really good players. I've always thought that they're a step below the not always. Lately, I've thought they're a step below the top tier. I thought that showed it last night. Like, they have a 5-star quarterback, and yet he doesn't seem to be as good as the other 5-star quarterbacks. Jack, a play we never mentioned earlier in our discussion, that missed throw on the very first drive or second drive of the game when it was 3rd and goal, and Drew Aller is rushed, and not even rushed. He just didn't step into it, and it's low, and it's behind his back, and suddenly doesn't catch it. And it's like they have really good players. They have a defensive player that's going to get picked in top 5 at the very least. And yet, top to bottom, I definitely don't think that their roster is as good as other rosters. And James Franklin is I think, a good program builder on a game day. And I wouldn't even say they lost the game because of his coaching last night, but I definitely have trust issues with him as a head coach. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit. They had a great path this year, and the college football playoff is going to change its format. So in the case of like a different Penn State team that had the exact same resume, they would not get SMU and Boise.
Right. They got a gift from that's a great point. I forgot about that. When you have the seating right, they're not going to get that kind of a path when, other teams just got completely screwed with the path that they had to go through. And then in the future, also, I'm just going to tell you, man, November 22nd, next year, they got a little game. They got a little game. They got a little someone coming into town, right, into your impossible to reach stadium and your terrible airport and your no place to stay or have a convenience store around your stadium. They're going to have a team coming in who's hungry,
Jack,
and who's had some success in that stadium.
People forget the original Wang Nachos, Nebraska at Penn State, 2017.
Almost pulled a major upset there against Saquon and the crew.
Did they?
He got very close in the fourth quarter. Very close. Mike Riley coached a hell of a game. Almost got a dub there. And they've had, listen, everybody always talks about Pat Smith. You can't go outside anywhere and not hear about the Pat Smith field goal.
I talk about him a lot.
The Pat Smith field goal and the Kenny Bell return in 2013.
Which player are you talking about?
Pat Smith, the field goal, game-winning field goal in Happy Valley, 2013
on the road. BA's coach show real quick. He asked, do you think that they would change the format, though? I think it has to be unanimous, and why would the Big 12 and ACC agree to losing their potential bye? Does have to be unanimous if they were to make the change for next year. If they don't make it for 2025, it will happen by 2026 because the contract only goes through the end of next season. So it's definitely coming within the next 2 years.
Yeah. And if you're asking me if I'm predicting Nebraska will beat Penn State next year, the answer is
hell yes.
The answer is hell yes. It's over.
Yeah, of course.
It's over. I wouldn't even play the game.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
Yep.
The New York Jets, Cleveland Browns, and Jacksonville Jaguars will each serve as the home team for games in London next season. Why do we keep doing this to the poor Brits?
Jack, here's a theory for you. So every year, we get the schedule. Jacksonville always goes there because they are obligated to.
Yeah, they're England's team.
But then we get excited. We're like, oh, that could be a good matchup. Maybe that'll be a good matchup. Maybe by giving us such slop in January, they'll surprise us and it'll turn into a good game or a good team. Maybe they're like reverse engineering an interesting matchup. That's the only thing that I could try to say.
I hope they are making so much money with increased European exposure and it's somehow trickling back down to me, the American consumer, because otherwise I hate these. I hate these games.
9:30 a.m. football? You hate 9:30 a.m. football?
Yeah. Football better than no football, but this game would still go at a time, right? At a better time. they just, I don't know, man. Wow. Play them at a bad time there, and at least put them on Saturday. Like, they can't do that on Saturday night. But
yeah, there's football. What do you mean? I'm surprised that you don't like morning Sunday football. I guess you go to church, so you got church to go to.
Yeah, but I mean, even it's just I guess it's not terrible, but the games just feel. I kind of feel bad for the teams always, because like, how fun is it to go to Europe, but you're clearly not at all a tourist, right? You're pretty much.
You're going there to watch your NFL team. That sounds like a loser thing to do.
It's like you're watching this team, and it's like you can imagine when they get named on the schedule, the coaches and the players are always like, "Ah, crap." Like 100%. I feel like I'm watching it. No one wants to be there. Is how I feel, and I think that takes away from it.
My team, who I am not allowed to mention, they have never played there in the early morning slot. The last time they were there, it was one of the noon games here. I can't imagine having a game that I'm like engaged with at that level at 8:30 a.m.
Let me tell you, as somebody who watched the Dolphins and Chiefs play in Germany,
I remember that game.
That was
dry.
Those German Chiefs fans, though.
Now Germany too. At least keep going to Central America so we can have them on at regular times. Night games.
Like the Packers-Eagles game in week 1.
Are they gonna do that again? Are we going back to Central America?
I believe so, though. I don't think
or
this year.
South America. Sorry,
South America.
I know my geography. I said it wrong.
Nice.
Many people on many sides are asking, is Marcus Freeman the first hot coach to go to the National Football Championship game?
Wow.
He's a hot guy.
Did you see Stibbs' tweet?
What did he say?
It was a screenshot of Frank Solich running with the players behind him. It was one of the funniest things that I've ever laid these eyes upon. I laughed so hard. He just said ahem, and it was Frank in 1998 with his pants pulled up to his nips and the polo. I'll tag you in it, Jack, so you can see it. It's very, very funny. It's very, very funny.
I can't believe I just did this, but I did. I just Googled hottest college football coaches.
Oh, what's the answer?
Oh, it's Marcus Freeman, number 1.
It is Marcus Freeman.
Boom, there you go. He is very handsome.
What game was I watching recently? It must have been an NFL game where I was commenting.
Panthers coach? People really like the Panthers head coach.
Yes, that's who it was. He is a good-looking man. Yep. What's his name? Who is that?
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but I remember when they hired him, a lot of the podcasts that I listened to were
Dave Canales. That is a good. Listen, I don't know what women or men who are attracted to men think is good looking. I'm not an expert on that, but if you had to have me define the prototype of a good looking dude, that's the Panthers coach,
or me.
Just the Panthers coach. Really.
Too soft of a chin.
I got really passionate about that. Sorry.
Nice.
Don't be sorry for passion, Jack.
Yeah.
Josh. You're Josh.
That's me.
Jack.
Yep.
The NFL playoffs start in less than 24 hours. Give me the 3 teams you most want to win it all, as well as the top 3 you least want to win it all.
Ooh, I like this question. This is fun.
Great question, Nick. Excellent job writing this one. 3 teams that I most want to win it all. Bills, number 1. Lions, number 2. No, I'll go Vikings, number 2. Lions, number 3. Sorry, Ravens. I would be very much okay with you winning it. Least. Eagles, 1.
Wow.
Oh, hell, Jack. That would be hell.
I would never do that to my spouse. That's terrible. Wow.
Eagles, 1. Steelers, 2. You know what? I'm going to surprise some people. Packers, number 3. Sorry, Chiefs, you're just outside. I disrespected you by not disrespecting you. Jack, what's your top 3 and bottom 3?
Let's see. I haven't really thought about this, so I need to think about it a little bit. It's a great question. I just don't totally know. I don't totally know the answer. Teams I want. Okay, I will say Lions number 1 in terms of what I want. I will say Commanders number 2.
What the hell?
I'm kind of among my. I've been very, as we've talked about before. I've been very promiscuous with my NFL teams over the years. Or you're like
a Mormon, where you've just had a lot of wives.
And it's one of my former flings was the Commanders. So were the Lions, to be honest. So for that reason, I will take each of them. I do not want the Bills to win because I cheer for curses. So not that.
Sad.
Also, the Bills suck.
Yeah. Well, I like curses are fun, except for the people who are.
We hate the Bills.
Curses are fun.
Curses are fun, except for the. How much less fun are the Cubs now after they won a World Series? It ruined everything.
Same with the Red Sox.
Red Sox and the Cubs. It used to always be this mystique and fun. I was at least interested in it. Now they're boring as all get out.
It's gonna be cool when they play the Dodgers in Japan.
And I'll take number 3. I'll say this. I want Lamar to get one. I'll say Lamar. I want Baltimore number 3. So
all right,
those
so
are
who's
my
your bottom 3?
The 3 that I don't want, Kyle. I don't like. It's hard. Like okay. Packers, Vikings, Broncos.
Oh, not the Bills.
And kind of and I don't really want the Chiefs either.
Wow, Mike Schaefer's a Vikings fan. He's your friend.
I don't need the local. I don't quite need we've had it with the Chiefs. I don't need the local fan bases celebrating this year.
Wow, interesting.
I'm going to pass on that. So give me a non-local fan base. So
Carson Beck entered the transfer portal earlier this week and is landing in Miami. Why is he coming back to college for another year? You're an adult. Leave. Get a job.
Jack, your thoughts?
Where is the line in the NFL draft where it is you're kind of on the cost benefit analysis that it's better to stay another year in college and make that money instead of take a bit of a risk? I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of is he's going to make a lot of money. I don't know how that compares.
It's this many million, Jack. It's 4.
Okay, so what was he projected as? I don't know where he's projected. Top 4 rounds?
Yeah, he had such a bad season because there was a lot of people blowing smoke. He was going to be a top 10 draft pick, which I never thought was realistic.
I didn't either.
Yeah, he had a bad year. What was the question here? Why is he coming back? The money, and I definitely think that he must have gotten some bad response from the NFL when he put his name in or when he asked for the feedback. He must have gotten some bad responses. Bad responses.
There's a spot and especially the quarterback. For quarterbacks, it's different because you command a different amount of money from NIL than would other positions, I would think. But I don't know it might just be first round for quarterbacks now going forward, right? You probably have it's probably a better decision.
More lucrative
in college to keep going, and you can still develop yourself, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Finally, hoops time.
Let's go, Nick.
T3 Bracketology put out the latest bracketology update.
Wow.
And it's good news for Jack. Nebraska is in. Creighton is out. And Omaha is in. Great news.
He's dancing. He dances like
Is it great news, Nick? First of all, I'd like you to put a little bit more emotion in your voice, a little more emoting when you're giving me that kind of great news.
We're talking about baseball.
Hey, you won the Publishers Clearinghouse check. Here's your $10 million check, Ed McMahon, or what, that. But instead, Nick does. No, it's amazing. In Omaha.
An 8 seed, Jack. Nebraska's an 8 seed. By the way, I recently told Riss about when they made the tournament in their first year in the 90s when they made it, and they were a 3 seed. And she was like, what? They were a 3 seed and they lost?
Yeah.
And they did. They lost to a 14, Nick, to Xavier in Minnesota. Was that in Minnesota, Jack?
Yes.
Is that the most painful Nebraska basketball loss?
Ooh, that's a great question. I don't know. I gotta think on that. I don't want to make that's a question I feel like I need because of my stature. I need to ask that answer that correctly.
Basketball fans.
And I don't want to give a quick wrong answer. So I will go ahead and do some thinking on that.
Maybe I'll ask you tomorrow morning.
I do have a quick bonus.
I'll follow up.
Quick bonus.
Quick bonus. Hurry, Nick.
Deshaun Watson tore his Achilles again. It's kind of funny, right?
Of course it is. Of course it's kind of funny.
Wait, like just recently in the last
he might be out next year too.
Doing what? Golfing or something?
Who knows?
It's like the universe is telling him that he sucks.
Yeah.
Like very aggressive massage, maybe? What happened?
All right, we'll come back. We will talk about what's for dinner. We'll see if Jack actually gave an answer to his family or if he will not eat tonight. That when we return, and we'll say goodbye for the week on 1620 The Zone.
Last break, everybody. Get your final thoughts, questions, and things you want me to comment on in. I don't know. That's a good question. Most painful Nebraska bat. Man, that Texas A&M one is up there. I got got to let the dust clear a little bit more before I decide where that rates, but that was pretty bad. I mean, they had other NCAA tournament losses, but the two worst ones were definitely like the Texas A&M one and the Xavier one. I would put them both over the Baylor one. Thank you, BA. Appreciate it. I mean, it's a bad show, so it's an easy hurdle to clear. They struggle a lot. It's nice to come in and help them out, though. That's a good question. I'm going to think about that. I don't know what the answer to that is. Xavier, hands down. Yeah, that's probably right. I don't know if there are any other like regular season ones or other like conference tournament ones. Oh, the Michigan game of the conference tournament in the year Nebraska didn't make the tournament. Well, that's every year pretty much, but the year that they almost did. Bonus show should be a regular thing. Thank you, Nebraska Disc Golf. That'd be good, except I'm not on this show, so I won't be around for the bonus shows. Unless I would be guest hosting, which I am again. We'll do it again in 3 weeks. Yeah, Big Ten tournament. Big Ten, yeah, Roby and Palmer and that team that killed that same Michigan team who went to the national championship game. Josh is listening. Sorry, I didn't say anything bad. That same Michigan team went to the national championship game, but Nebraska killed Franz Wagner. Poole was on it. Who was the other one? Livers. They had a guy named Livers. Is that right? Livers. That was on it. And Nebraska killed him in Lincoln. That was one of the best games of all time. And then they lost in the Big Ten tournament. I would put that one pretty high up there. It was during it was 2 p.m. too. I remember picking my son up from school after it. Ugh. That was rough. Let's see anything else. Jack dances like President Trump. Thanks. I'm not proud of that. My wife and I do a bowl pick sheet every year. Loser gets a pie in the face tonight. It comes down to my daughter and I. I have the one. She has Ohio State. That's amazing. That's actually, we've tried to do that in our family before, but it's always like, well, someone used to pick who goes out to eat, where we go out to eat. And it never quite has the cachet. Pie in the face, I kind of like. I might steal that, Jeremiah. That's a good one. My daughter would be way into that if we did that. She's 14. So, and she's into pretty much every sport now. Football was the last one for her. Volleyball first, and then basketball followed pretty quickly. I'm talking about Husker sports. And football kind of surprisingly came along this year. It's been fun to sort of see her get emotionally invested in the football stuff. So that's cool. But I like the pie in the face idea. And you got to cheer for Texas, which I assume, Jeremiah, that's like painful for you. I hope to some degree it's painful for you. That's to put you in a bad position. I do not envy Jeremiah. Do not. Now we got to do this thing. So we got what is this? Josh, if you're listening, what are we doing? What's for dinner? Oh, God. This segment. I don't freaking know. I never know. There's no night. Well, there's almost no night when I know. And I know it's 5:55 now, but normally I would have to know when the show starts, where I know what I'm having for dinner at 2:00. I live a different life than people who know exactly what they're having for dinner at 2:00. Just do it. Josh doesn't say burrito bowl. I mean, I know Josh and Riz have some good meals. Like, I would like to have dinner at their house, to be honest. very frequently.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Seems like Jack was worried throughout the commercial about what's for dinner in this segment. It's a great segment. Many people love it.
Fantastic.
So I had grilled cheese last night. I'm going to an establishment tonight that has pizza grilled cheese.
Oh.
So I'm going to have grilled cheese again, but it's way different than the normal grilled cheese.
Wait, what's on pizza grilled cheese exactly?
Cheese, marinara, pepperoni. Okay. I've heard it's great. It's like popping like hotcakes off the shelves at this establishment.
The second any other thing is incorporated into a grilled cheese,
here we
it's
go.
not a grilled cheese. It's a melt.
I'm going to take a picture of the menu, Nick, and I'm going to send it to you.
I mean, it kind of just sounds like pizza.
But it's on a sandwich. It's almost like a calzone. Jack, what's for dinner?
I don't know. Actually, I'm going. I think I'm meeting. I think I'm meeting a friend of mine at a sports bar establishment that is to be determined to watch the football game or some of the football game. So
awesome!
Nice.
I would say if I do that, there's a high likelihood I'll get wings. So
okay, wings sound great. Nick,
fending for myself tonight, but I think I might go with pizza.
Pizza. Baymon says it's cheese pizza. No, there's pepperoni on the grilled cheese pizza grilled cheese.
So then it's a pepperoni melt.
Okay. Jack, this was awesome. I had so much fun talking to you. Let's do it again in 3 weeks.
3 weeks. Mark your calendars, all, especially those in the YouTube chat. I'll be back.
Or maybe on YouTube, I don't know, Wednesdays, Saturdays, other days too. We'll talk to you later. For Jack, for Nick, I'm Josh. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.